To save a female CEO, I fell into the sea and lost my memory. She repaid me by marrying me, but after we married, her heart always belonged to her long-lost Moonlight. Now that there's news of him, she hurriedly threw 5 million at me. I've found him, let's get a divorce. As I was about to shamelessly kneel and beg her to stay, I suddenly regained my memory. It turns out I am the sole heir of a top-tier family, and I even have a fiancé from a prestigious family, betrothed to me since childhood. Just then, Xia Yunshu handed over the divorce papers. Sign it. This money is enough for you to live on for the rest of your life. After saying that, she rushed out without a second glance. After decisively signing the divorce papers, I picked up my phone and dialed a number. Hello, do you know who I am? As soon as I finished speaking, the woman on the other end said, Are you crazy? How would I know who you are? I raised an eyebrow and said, You don't even recognize my voice? Ellie, is it because my blade has grown dull? Or have you gotten arrogant? The woman on the other end paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly screamed, Ji Huai, you're still alive? Then, the woman's voice turned sour, missing for 2 years without a word. I thought you'd run off with some wild woman. I didn't answer her but gave an order. I've sent my location to your phone. Come pick me up. Early the next morning, as I stepped out of the villa, a sparkling, diamond-encrusted Ferrari pulled up. A beautiful blonde, blue-eyed woman got out of the driver's seat and came forward to hug me, but I coldly pushed her away and went straight to open the car door. Ellie stomped her foot, feeling wronged. You heartless man, I flew here from America overnight, and this is how you treat me. I glanced at her and said coolly, Let's go. After speaking, I looked back at the place I had lived for 2 years. I don't belong here, just as Xia Yunshu never belonged to me. I endured this place for 2 years. Now that I finally regained my memory, I should also investigate who it was that injured me and caused my amnesia back then. 2 days later, Xia Yunshu returned to the villa and locked herself in her bedroom as soon as she went upstairs. The information was wrong. That man was not her Moonlight. It was a wasted trip. Just then, the maid knocked and entered, handing her the divorce papers. Miss, the young master has signed and left. He didn't take anything with him when he left, not even the bank card you gave him. Xia Yunshu frowned. This man doesn't know how to do anything, and he doesn't have any money on him. It's highly likely he's trying to act pitiful, to gain sympathy. Xia Yunshu thought she should quickly go and file the divorce papers to avoid any further complications. Just as the maid left, her assistant, Yang Ting, came in. Miss Xia, Mr. Ji, is back again. Xia Yunshu's face showed clear disgust. She knew this man wouldn't divorce so easily. Yang Ting shook her head and said, No, it's not that. The media photographed Mr. Ji and the American heiress Ellie going in and out of a hotel, and they didn't come out all night. Xia Yunshu's expression darkened. So he actually knows Ellie. No wonder he didn't need my money. Turns out he'd already found a new backer. Xia Yunshu was already in a bad mood, and now she was even more annoyed. So she called her best friend, Shen Qiuning, and asked her to go to a bar. Meanwhile, in the sleepless city of Jingdu, looking at the line of beauties before me, a satisfied smile spread across my face. Ellie was in a private room upstairs discussing business, and afraid I'd get bored waiting, she called a few friends to keep me company. I swirled my wine glass and asked, How old are you this year, little sister? The girls next to me giggled. Brother, I'm 23. Brother, I'm 21. I looked at the friends Ellie found for me, and was extremely satisfied. Their looks and figures were all top-notch, not at all inferior to that bitch, Xia Yunshu. She can divorce me for her Moonlight, so why can't I enjoy myself freely? I smiled at the beauty sitting next to me. Have a drink with me. If you make me happy, I'll give you a sports car. When the beautiful girl heard this, she immediately poured me a drink and then scooted closer to me. Brother, ill toast to you. Seeing how generous I was, all the girls present eagerly offered me drinks using all sorts of methods to please me. At the same time, in a private room upstairs, Xia Yunshu was drinking with Shen Qiuning. Shen Qiuning suddenly advised, Yunshu, you've been searching for so many years, you should just let it go. Xia Yunshu had been looking for that man for 5 years, even posting a notice on the dark web, offering a reward of $30 million, but there was still no trace of him. Shen Qiuning knew very well what Xia Yunshu was capable of, and since she hadn't found him after all these years, it was highly likely that man was no longer alive. But Shen Qiuning didn't dare say this to her face. Xia Yunshu said nothing, downing her drink. Shen Qiuning knew her personality, so she didn't press the issue and change the subject. Did Ji Huai really agree to divorce you? Everyone knew that 2 years ago, I fell in love with Xia Yunshu at first sight. Before we were married, I clung to her every day, using all sorts of methods to pursue her. Later, to deal with her family's pressure to marry, Xia Yunshu registered our marriage, and I tried even harder to please her, wishing I could just offer my whole heart to her. I loved Xia Yunshu so much, so how could I divorce her so easily? When things are unusual, there must be something fishy going on. And when Xia Yunshu thought about me and Ellie going in and out of the hotel, her expression immediately turned cold. Just then, Shen Qiuning suddenly pointed strangely down to the main hall. Why does that man downstairs look so much like Ji Huai? Shen Qiuning rubbed her eyes again. No, that can't be Ji Huai, can't possibly be that handsome. Hearing this, Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction she was pointing. In the VIP seating area, several young and beautiful women were sitting around a man. The man was sitting on the sofa, his long legs casually propped on the edge of the coffee table, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, exuding a lazy, noble aura. A girl enthusiastically poured me a drink, and I slightly raised my chin, giving the girl a charming smile. Xia Yunshu looked at the man downstairs and felt a strong shock in her heart. Isn't that Ji Huai? Shen Qiuning confirmed multiple times that she wasn't mistaken, so shocked that her eyes were about to pop out. Oh my god, it really is him. And he's surrounded by so many beauties, he's endlessly charming. Xia Yunshu looked at me, her beautiful eyes covered in a cold frost. It's one thing for this man to be photographed going in and out of a hotel with Ellie, but now he even dares to openly fool around here. Fine, Ji Huai, you've really got some nerve. I was chatting lively with a group of beauties when I keenly felt a sharp gaze fixed on me. I turned my head to look and saw a familiar figure walking towards me. My eyes flashed, and a mocking smile intentionally played on my lips. Xia Yunshu walked through the crowd and stood before me. You just signed the divorce papers and you're already out partying, Ji Huai? Are you that desperate? I leaned back on the sofa and said with a smile, life is short, so of course one must seize the day. Xia Yunshu looked down at me from above, her face as cold as ice. Behind her, Shen Qiuning whispered, Yunshu, could it be that he was so shocked by you leaving him that he went crazy? I chuckled. Miss Shen, you must be joking. I stretched out my arms and put them around the shoulders of the two beauties on either side of me. Why should I give up an entire forest for one single bitch? Shen Qiuning's face was full of astonishment. He actually called Yunshu a bitch. Is this still the Ji Huai she knew? Xia Yunshu looked at me, with an arm around each girl. Her expression was extremely ugly. The me now and the me before were two completely different people. I met her gaze, a hint of provocation flashing in my eyes. What? Does Miss Xia think I'm wrong? I have to say, this woman's face is truly beautiful, and her whole body exudes an untouchable, abstinent aura. Right now, she's looking at me, and there's an indescribable danger shining in her eyes. Just then, a fat, burly man staggered drunkenly towards my table. Yo, two beauties fighting over one man? How about you come into my arms? I'll take care of you. Xia Yunshu glanced over, frowned, and took a few steps to the side. The fat man walked towards me and shoved the beautiful girl next to me aside. What's so great about this weak-looking man? I could send him flying with one slap. Instantly, a greasy arm reached towards me. A murderous intent flashed in my eyes just as I saw this disgusting man's hand about to touch my collar. The next second, I landed a hard slap across the fat man's face. The fat man let out a miserable scream and fell straight to the ground. You brat, you dare. I kicked him straight in the stomach again, sending him flying several meters. Seeing this, the fat man's bodyguards rushed towards me. An excited, bloodthirsty look flashed in my eyes, and I quickly rushed forward, taking one down with each punch. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and 4 or 5 bodyguards were lying on the ground. After casually brushing the dust off my clothes, I sat back down on the sofa and leisurely enjoyed the fine wine. Beside me, Shen Qiuning pointed at me, her expression one of disbelief. Ji Huai, you can fight so well. No, he looked so gentle before. How did his fighting ability suddenly skyrocket? Could it be that his previous gentle appearance was all an act? Xia Yunshu stared at me, the coldness in her eyes gradually melting away, her red lips curling into an interested smile. This ex-husband of hers seemed to be much more interesting than she had imagined. Married for 2 years, always obedient and compliant, and as soon as they divorced, his personality completely changed. And the moves he used just now, why did they look so familiar? Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes, a faint hint of suspicion in her gaze. Seeing that the beauties had all moved to the side, I beckoned with my finger, a charming smile on my face. Why are you standing so far away? Come over here and pour me a drink. Just as the beautiful girls were about to sit down, a cold gaze suddenly shot towards them. It was Xia Yunshu's icy stare, which scared the girls so much their legs went weak, and they immediately scurried away. Xia Yunshu of the Xia family, the great miss of Jingdu, offending her could cost you your life. I glanced coolly at the woman. Xia Yunshu, for ruining someone's good time, you'll be struck by lightning. Xia Yunshu frowned and glared at me. Ji Huai, we are not officially divorced yet. Divorces now require a 1-month cooling-off period. In other words, we can only officially file for divorce a month from now. I sneered. Xia Yunshu, don't tell me you want to get back together. Xia Yunshu said scornfully, you're overthinking it. I poured myself a drink. That's for the best. Xia Yunshu stared at the handsome, arrogant man before her, not understanding what had gone wrong. 2 days ago, I was desperately clinging to her, crying and saying I didn't want a divorce, but now I was like a completely different person. What is your relationship with Ellie? Xia Yunshu questioned. I raised an eyebrow and said, I don't need to explain my affairs to an ex-wife like you. Ex-wife? Ellie's surprised and wronged voice rang out. She stood not far away, pointing at Xia Yunshu. Ji Huai, you dared to go behind my back and marry this wild woman. In an instant, a layer of coldness filled Xia Yunshu's eyes, and the air pressure around her dropped considerably. How dare she call her a wild woman? I gave her a look filled with killing intent, and Ellie was immediately scared, sticking out her tongue. Xia Yunshu, a proper ex-wife, should be as good as dead. Got it? Hearing that, Xia Yunshu really wanted to hit someone. I couldn't be bothered with her, so I waved for Ellie to go. Let's find another place to continue. Ellie immediately followed. Xia Yunshu stared at my retreating back, her eyes filled with raging anger. A thought suddenly occurred to her. How does he know an American like Ellie? And their relationship seems very good. 2 years ago, I was injured and lost my memory. I couldn't remember anything, and for these 2 years, I've always been in her private villa and didn't go out to work, so it's impossible for me to know a foreigner like Ellie. Xia Yunshu's eyes flashed, unless they knew each other before. Shen Qiuning, investigate Ellie thoroughly for me. I want to know everything about her and Ji Huai. Xia Yunshu paused for a moment, then added, also, investigate Ji Huai's background as well. Shen Qiuning replied, teasing, Yunshu, why do I feel like you're the one who got dumped? Meanwhile, after leaving the sleepless city, I went straight back to the hotel. Saying we should find another place to continue earlier was actually just to say it for Xia Yunshu to hear, to piss that bitch off. On the way, Ellie drove while nagging incessantly, asking what my relationship with Xia Yunshu was. I couldn't stand it and had to explain briefly. She saved my life 2 years ago, and then I married her. Now that her moonlight has been found, we're getting a divorce. She saved your life? Ellie looked at me in disbelief. It's always been Ji Huai saving others? When has there ever been a time when someone else saved him? My expression turned serious. Someone hired assassins from Black Sand to hunt me down. Ellie's expression changed. Black Sand is a notorious assassin organization in East Asia. Their style is arrogant and brutal. They're all desperados who would do anything for money. As long as the price is right, there's nothing they won't do. I recalled the danger I faced in the rainforest 2 years ago, and a dark glint flashed in my eyes. Who on earth hired Black Sand to try and kill me? Ellie asked again. Have you found out who the mastermind is? I shook my head. I only regained my memory 2 days ago. I haven't had a chance to start investigating, Ellie said seriously. Give me 2 days. I'll go investigate. I nodded. Okay. Ellie suddenly thought of something. Oh right, there's a bounty posting for you on the dark web. The reward has gone up to $30 million US. I raised an eyebrow. $30 million US? Who's so generous trying to take my life? They probably want me alive. Offering such a high price to capture me, they're probably begging me to save their life. I paid it no mind. On the dark web, there are countless posts about me, but almost no one dares to accept them. Returning to the hotel, I took a shower and was about to rest, when I suddenly remembered something important. My jade pendant is still with Xia Yunshu. When I married Xia Yunshu 2 years ago, I gave her that jade pendant as a wedding gift. At the time, I didn't know the importance of the pendant, but now that I've regained my memory, I regret it to my very core. How could I just casually give away such an important item? Without it, things will be very inconvenient for me in the future, so I must get the jade pendant back. The next day, Shen Qiuning went to the Xia Corporation to see Xia Yunshu early in the morning. All the information related to Ji Huai that could be found is in here. Xia Yunshu opened the file she was handed. Inside were only a few short lines of text. Is this all? Shen Qiuning shrugged helplessly. His information has probably been encrypted by someone. Aside from the basic information, nothing else could be found. Ji Huai's information is encrypted? Xia Yunshu immediately frowned. This was completely unexpected for her. An ordinary person wouldn't do this. Xia Yunshu stared at the document in her hand, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Just then, Yang Ting knocked and entered. Mr. Ji is here. Before Yang Ting could finish, I walked in with an imposing aura. Xia Yunshu looked at me, a hard-to-detect flicker of surprise in her eyes. Shen Qiuning looked at me, remembering my heroic actions at the sleepless city last night, and subconsciously took a step back. I paid her no mind and walked straight up to Xia Yunshu. Give me back my jade pendant. Xia Yunshu looked at me, with my completely different aura and appearance, and unconsciously swallowed. What jade pendant? I sneered. I knew Xia Yunshu would have definitely forgotten. I remember when I gave her the pendant, she didn't even look at it and just tossed it on the table. When we got married, I gave you a jade pendant. My voice was as cold as ice. Xia Yunshu thought hard. It seemed like that did happen. 2 years ago when you saved me, that jade pendant was around my neck and it had my name carved on it. Xia Yunshu leaned back in her chair and sized me up. You came to find me just to get that pendant back? I crossed my arms. What else, Xia Yunshu? You don't really think I came here to beg you to get back together, do you? Xia Yunshu looked at me with an icy expression. That's for the best. I smiled wryly inwardly. Don't worry, I want right now I just hope to become a stranger to you. Begging to get back together? Maybe in the next life. I don't have the energy to waste time with her here. I held out my hand and said again, my jade pendant, bring it out. Xia Yunshu glanced at me coolly. I threw it away a long time ago. My body went stiff. Threw it away? She actually threw away my jade pendant? Xia Yunshu picked up the coffee next to her and took a sip, saying coldly, just because you gave it to me, did I have to accept it? I slammed my hand on the table, so angry my face turned pale. Xia Yunshu, where did you throw it? Xia Yunshu remained cold. I forgot. I clenched my fists, the urge to kill rising in my heart. Xia Yunshu keenly detected killing intent that flashed in my eyes and only found it more interesting. Married for 2 years, this was the first time she had seen me so angry. We stared at each other just like that, and after a moment of stalemate, I suddenly burst out laughing. Xia Yunshu, it'll give you 10 days. If you can't find my pendant, I'll go to the court and withdraw the divorce application. During this 1-month cooling-off period, as long as one party doesn't agree to divorce, they can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw the application at any time. Xia Yunshu was stunned, and her face immediately turned cold. She knew this man wouldn't agree to a divorce so easily. What jade pendant? It's definitely an excuse I've been planning for a long time. My smile grew even brighter. As long as I don't agree to the divorce, then your moonlight can only be a third party who can't show his face. Xia Yunshu looked at me coldly and stood up to approach me. Jihuai, listen carefully. I am definitely getting this divorce. I sneered. Then hurry up and find my pendant. If you can't find the pendant, it'll make the entire Exia Corporation pay. Xia Yunshu, this is the only chance I'm giving you. After saying that, I gave her a warning look and turned and left decisively. As soon as I stepped out of the office, I saw a man with dyed blonde hair walking towards me. Song Mingyu, the young master of the Song family, one of Xia Yunshu's admirers. Ever since Xia Yunshu and I got married, he came to our house to cause trouble for me many times. When Song Mingyu saw me leaving Xia Yunshu's office, he was stunned for a moment, then pointed at me and said angrily, "What are you doing here? What the hell does it have to do with you?" I replied irritably. In the past, because I wanted to win over Xia Yunshu, I reined in my personality, trying to be an obedient and docile husband. Every time Song Mingyu caused trouble, I would endure it silently or avoid him if I could. But now, I don't intend to put up with it anymore. Song Mingyu didn't expect that someone as weak and easy to bully as me would dare to talk to him like that, and his face changed with anger. "Jihui, Yunshu has already divorced you. Why are you shamelessly clinging to her?" I chuckled. "Young Master Song, Xia Yunshu and I haven't filed for divorce yet, so we are still a legally married couple." Song Mingyu rushed in front of me and with an arrogant attitude pointed at my nose. "So what if you're legally married? You're not the one Yunshu likes." I waved my hand. "It doesn't matter whether she likes me or not. The important thing is that as long as I don't divorce her, I am her rightful husband." Song Mingyu was furious. "I've seen plenty of freeloading men like you. You're just dragging this out for money, aren't you?" As Song Mingyu spoke, he took out from his pocket a check and threw it in my face. "This is 1 million. Take the money and get out of my sight." I squinted at this arrogant man, lazily picked up the check. 1 million to stay away from her for an hour. Song Mingyu glared at me. "What do you mean 1 hour? I want you to stay away from Yunshu forever. Is this freeloader crazy? He's turning his nose up at 1 million? I clicked my tongue. "Young Master Song, you dare to offer a mere 1 million. As soon as I finished speaking, I flicked my wrist and the check flew out, its edge as sharp as a blade, slashing a bloody line across Song Mingyu's face. Song Mingyu clutched his stinging face, seeing his palm full of blood. "My face, Jihuai, you dare to cut my face. I'll kill you," I laughed coldly, "with just you. 2 years ago, those people in the rainforest, those well-trained, mad dogs couldn't even kill me, let alone him." Song Mingyu lost control in his anger, raised his hand, and swung at my face with all his might. But before his hand could even touch me, I grabbed it tightly. Immediately after, there was a loud crack. Song Mingyu squealed like a stuck pig, then fell to his knees with a thud. His right arm was twisted at an odd angle. My arm? I looked at Song Mingyu kneeling on the ground, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "If you still don't know your place next time, it won't be just a simple arm that I break." Just then, from behind me came Xia Yunshu's furious voice. "Jihuai, what are you doing?" As soon as Song Mingyu saw Xia Yunshu, he cried out, "Yunshu, Jihuai, he was just trying to kill me." I turned to look at Xia Yunshu, dusting off my hands. "Can't you tell? I'm taking out the trash." Xia Yunshu didn't have time to argue with me, and immediately had someone take Song Mingyu to the hospital. "Go to the hospital and apologize to Song Mingyu," Xia Yunshu ordered me. The Song family and the Xia family had a decent relationship, and they also cooperated in business. Song Mingyu was the only son, spoiled by the Song family since he was a child. So by injuring him, the Song family would not let it go. I looked at Xia Yunshu as if she were an idiot. Is he even worthy? After saying that, I turned to leave. "Stop!" Xia Yunshu grabbed my arm. A cold glint flashed in my eyes and casually shook her off. "Don't touch me. Do you think I'm the same me from when I had amnesia? The one who endured humiliation, like some easy-to-bully pushover?" Shen Kuning, who was beside her, gasped. Xia Yunshu exuded a bone-chilling cold aura. "Jihuai, are you tired of living? If you want to die, I can grant you your wish." I sneered. "You can try." An indescribable sense of danger enveloped Xia Yunshu. "Don't think just because you have Ellie backing you, that I wouldn't dare to touch you." I raised an eyebrow. "What? Because someone has my back? Are you jealous?" Xia Yunshu was at a loss for words. "He doesn't even like me. What is there to be jealous about?" She just felt very uncomfortable inside. "Jihuai, if you want to play games in front of me, this whole playing hard to get act, I advise you to give up on that idea." I glanced at her. "Playing hard to get, my ass, you damn woman. Do you really think you're money that everyone loves?" After saying that, I turned and left freely. Xia Yunshu, with a face as cold as ice, watched my retreating back. After I left, Shen Kuning dared to approach Xia Yunshu. "Is this still the Jihuai who used to love you to death? Hasn't he been possessed by someone else?" Xia Yunshu couldn't understand either. In just a few short days, how could this man have changed so much? I left the Xia group and went back to the hotel, and not long after I received a call from Xia Linger. Xia Linger is Xia Yunshu's younger sister, with a lively, cute, warm, and open personality and a beautiful smile. She had just found out about the divorce between her sister and me and was afraid I would do something rash, so she asked me out to cheer me up. In the Xia family, Xia Linger was the only one who was nice to me, and she was my only friend after I lost my memory. I was about to leave Jingdu and wanted to thank her properly before I left, so I agreed. When we got to the mall, I took Xia Linger straight to the Hermes counter, which was her favorite. Half an hour later, Xia Linger carried the bag that she had wanted but could never afford, a crocodile skin handbag studded with diamonds out of the Hermes store, feeling like she was floating. Although she was usually a big spender, spending 4 million on a bag was just too extravagant. Brother Ji Huai, are you really giving me this bag? Xia Linger looked at the bag in her hands, which was worth a house, in disbelief. I smiled and nodded. Next month is your birthday. Consider this an early birthday present from me. Xia Linger was incredibly touched. Oh my God, Brother Ji Huai, you're too kind. But where did you get so much money? Xia Linger was a little suspicious. When you and my sister divorced, didn't you? Not take a single penny or the house? Besides, you haven't worked for the past 2 years, so you couldn't possibly have any income, I said calmly. Savings from before? Xia Linger said, oh, then suddenly realized something and stared at me with wide eyes. Brother Ji Huai, you? Have you recovered your memory? I nodded, yes. Xia Linger was stunned. No wonder you've been so strange these past 2 days. You're like a completely different person. So you've recovered your memory? Xia Linger's eyes sparkled as she looked at me. Brother Ji Huai, you're so rich. You're not the young master of the richest family, are you? I smiled and waved my hand. No, just drop the words, young master. Xia Linger nodded happily. Oh, please be my sugar daddy. For the whole afternoon, Xia Linger and I went on a shopping spree at all the luxury stores in the mall. In the evening after dinner, Xia Linger took her spoils home, and I went back to the hotel. Not long after I arrived at the hotel, I received a call from Xia Linger. As soon as I answered, a strange male voice came from the phone. You're Xia Linger's brother-in-law, right? It'll give you half an hour to get to Yunjin Villa. Otherwise, you can wait to collect Xia Linger's body. Transaction. Yunjin Villa. At this moment, Xia Linger's hands were tied, and she was sitting on the sofa, her mouth also sealed with tape. 2 bodyguards in black stood on either side of her, their eyes never leaving her for a second. The man hung up the phone, turned to look at the 2 bodyguards. Hurry up and untie Miss Xia. As soon as her hands were freed, Xia Linger ripped the tape from her mouth and shot up. Wen Shijie, damn it, are you crazy? You even dare to kidnap me. The 3 great families of Jingdu, besides the Xia family, were the Wen and Su families. Although the Wen family was not close to the Xia family, they still had some interactions. Second miss, don't be angry. I won't harm you. I invited you here only because I want that Ji Huai to come and die. Xia Linger's heart skipped a beat. He had also just found out that I had slashed Song Mingyu's face and broken one of his arms. Wen Shijie was Song Mingyu's best friend. He kidnapped her to lure me here. He definitely wanted to get revenge for Song Mingyu. No, I absolutely cannot let Brother Ji Huai come. Xia Linger wanted to rush forward and snatch the phone, but was stopped by the 2 bodyguards. Wen Shijie, I'm warning you, Brother Ji Huai and my sister haven't divorced yet. If you dare to touch him, my sister will not let you go. Wen Shijie let out a cold laugh. Second miss, who are you trying to scare? I heard that your sister Yunshu has absolutely no feelings for Ji Huai. In 2 years of marriage, she never even bothered to look at him. He dared to bully my brother Mingyu, so today I must teach this clueless brat a lesson. Xia Linger gritted her teeth in anger, grabbed a cup from the coffee table and threw it at Wen Shijie. Nonsense. My brother-in-law and my sister have a great relationship. If you dare to touch a single hair on his head, my sister will definitely skin you alive. Wen Shijie dodged the thrown cup and sat down on the single sofa. Second miss, I wasn't raised on threats. Everyone in our circle says that Xia Yunshu treats Ji Huai like trash. How could she get angry with me for his sake? A cold glint flashed in Wen Shijie's eyes. He broke one of Song Mingyu's arms, so ill just have to break both of his. He pointed to the other bodyguards. You guys go guard the door. When he gets here, make him kneel and crawl inside. Xia Linger was furious, rolling up her sleeves and lunging at Wen Shijie. You bastard, he'll fight you to the death. But before she could reach him, she was held back by the bodyguards. Second miss, I don't want to hurt you, but if you keep acting like this, don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as Wen Shijie finished speaking, a screech of tires was heard outside. Yo, that was fast. Xia Linger paced back and forth anxiously, silently praying that it was her sister who had arrived, not Brother Ji Huai. Earlier, when they forced her into the car, she had used her phone to send a distress message to Xia Yunshu, but she didn't know if her sister had seen it. Wen Shijie crossed his legs and looked towards the living room door, but right after that, he heard the terrified screams of the bodyguards outside. Wen Shijie was stunned. Could it be that the person who came wasn't Ji Huai? As he was thinking, the screams stopped. Right after that, I appeared at the door, casually twirling a baton in my hand that I had just taken from a bodyguard, looking completely at ease. Wen Shijie stared at me, The man at the door exuded an aura that was suffocating. The person who had arrived was indeed Ji Huai. As soon as Xia Linger saw me, she quickly shouted, "Brother Ji Huai, you should go. Don't worry about me. Just go. They wouldn't dare do anything to me." Wen Shijie came back to his senses and said to the bodyguard beside him, "Gag that girl for me." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold wind swept by. Wen Shijie only saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then he heard two dull thuds. 1 second Xia Linger was worried about me, the next she saw me effortlessly take out the 2 bodyguards who were holding her. I hit one bodyguard on the head with the baton and kicked the other one away. The 2 of them fell heavily to the ground, without even a chance to scream. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wen Shiji hurriedly shouted towards the door. "Men, men!" I smiled at Wen Shiji. "If you're calling the dozen or so men outside, I advise you not to waste your breath." Wen Shiji gasped, looking at me in disbelief. The 20 men he brought tonight were all professional bodyguards with excellent skills, yet I took care of them so quickly they didn't even last 10 minutes. How could this person be so skilled? My face showed no expression other than a cold look, and my black eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You dare to touch my people? You're courting death." Wen Shiji was paralyzed by my gaze. The pressure from my aura made it hard for him to breathe. But if he couldn't avenge Song Mingyu, what face would he have to see him in the future? So Wen Shiji summoned all his courage and said, "Ji Huai, you hurt Song Mingyu's face and arm. Now if you disfigure yourself and break both of your arms, he'll let you go." The corners of my mouth curled up as I looked at him. "That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Xia Linger quickly pulled my arm. "Brother Ji Huai, let's go, don't mind him." I nodded at Xia Linger. "Linger, wait for me outside." Xia Linger looked at me worriedly. "Brother Ji Huai." My voice was surprisingly gentle. "Be good, listen to me." Xia Linger nodded. "Okay then." Xia Linger walked out of the living room and immediately heard the horrifying screams of Wen Shijie coming from inside the house. Xia Linger was quite frightened by the screams and was about to go back into the living room to see what was happening when she saw me walk out. "Brother Ji Huai," she quickly ran over and grabbed my arm. "Are you okay?" I looked at Xia Linger. "I'm fine." Xia Linger shook her head, and seeing that I didn't have a single wound on me, she was finally relieved. Xia Linger followed me out of the courtyard and saw the dozen or so bodyguards lying scattered on the ground. She covered her mouth, not daring to breathe too loudly. "Did Brother Ji Huai take care of all these people?" Xia Linger looked at me with a face full of admiration and gave me a thumbs up. "Brother Ji Huai, what color rainbow do you like? I'll blow one for you." I couldn't help but laugh. Just as I was about to speak, I saw a black Maybach and a silver-gray Bentley driving towards us. It's my sister. Xia Linger recognized one of the cars and jumped up and down shouting, "I'm here!" Both cars stopped in front of us at the same time. The door of the Bentley opened and a slender woman stepped out. Xia Yunshu glanced at Xia Linger, who was happily hopping like a kangaroo, not looking like she had been bullied at all. Then she shifted her gaze to me. "Why are you here?" She glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw the lit-up villa behind her, with only 2 bodyguards lying on the ground at the door. I gave a wicked smile. I did that. Someone called me and said that if I didn't come, I could wait to collect Xia Linger's body. Xia Linger pulled Xia Yunshu's arm. "Sister, you have to thank brother-in-law properly. If he hadn't come to save me in time, I would have been in danger today." I waved my hand and said there was no need to thank me. They were originally targeting me. As soon as I finished speaking, the person in the Maybach also got out. The woman looked to be around the same age as Xia Yunshu and was very beautiful. "I apologize for frightening Miss Linger and Mr. Ji." Wen Rushui looked at Xia Linger and me and nodded slightly. Xia Linger snorted arrogantly. Born from the same father, this older sister Wen Rushui looked much better than Wen Shijie. Wen Rushui glanced at the fainted bodyguard at the door and said coldly, "This clueless idiot, daring to kidnap Xia Yunshu's sister, is simply looking for death." Wen Rushui's assistant responded and quickly ran into the house. He quickly ran out again. "Eldest miss, second young master." What happened to him? Wen Rushui's expression changed slightly. The second young master's left pinky finger has been cut off, and he has fainted. Wen Rushui's expression changed. Xia Yunshu was also stunned and instinctively looked at me. Wen Rushui also looked at me. "Did?" I looked at her, my tone extremely arrogant. "Yes, I did it." Cutting off one of his fingers was letting him off easy. Xia Linger looked at me in shock. He actually cut off one of Wen Shiji's pinky fingers. No wonder he told me to go outside first. He didn't want to scare me. "Oh, how can Brother Ji Huai be so sweet?" Wen Rushui clenched her fists and stared at me. Although she had never met me before today, she had heard some rumors. Everyone said that Xia Yunshu's husband was a pushover, that anyone could bully, but now this weak man had cut off her brother's finger. "Yunshu, your husband." I interrupted Wen Rushui, then glanced at Xia Yunshu. "She and I have no relationship whatsoever now." Ji Huai. Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth. Does this man really want to draw such a clear line between them? Xia Linger glanced at her sister. Didn't she force Brother Ji Huai to get a divorce? Why does she now look like she's the one who got dumped? It's a little hard to understand. I glared at Xia Yunshu, not interested in getting entangled with them anymore, so I said casually, "Miss Wen, if you want to vent your anger on behalf of your brother, I'm always ready to entertain you. A kind reminder, it's best to bring a few more people." After I finished speaking, I got into the sports car parked on the side of the road, stepped on the gas, and the car shot off like an arrow from a bow. By the time Sia Linger reacted, she could only see the car's red taillights getting further and further away. Sia Linger was so excited she wanted to jump up and down. Sister, let me tell you, brother Ji Huai was so incredibly handsome tonight. He single-handedly beat Wen Shijie and his bodyguards to a pulp. Xia Yunshu stared in the direction I left, lost in thought. Wen Rushui recalled my domineering demeanor just now, and a bit of interest sparked within her. Not only did he cut off her brother's finger, but he also dealt with so many bodyguards without a scratch. This man was not simple. Yunshu, this ex-husband of yours really makes me see him in a new light. Before Xia Yunshu could speak, Xia Linger retorted, Wen Rushui, don't you dare have eyes for my brother-in-law. He and my sister haven't filed for divorce yet. Wen Rushui gave a half-smile, then he'll wait for them to file for divorce, and then he'll pursue him. A cold chill instantly rose in Xia Yunshu's eyes. You dare. Wen Rushui was just joking, but seeing Xia Yunshu's reaction, her interest grew even more. Yunshu, you're joking. You two are about to get a divorce anyway. My pursuing him has nothing to do with you. Then you can try. Xia Yunshu's eyes were full of warning. She paused for a moment and then warned again. Keep your brother in line. If there's a next time, it won't be just a finger that he loses. Wen Rushui nodded. Tonight, their Wen family was in the wrong. Even if I hadn't acted, Xia Yunshu would not have let Wen Shiji off easily. Cutting off one of his fingers. Consider it a lesson for him. Let's see if he dares to be so lawless in the future. After Xia Yunshu finished her ice-cold warning, she took Xia Linger into the car and left. I returned to the hotel, and as soon as I entered the room, Ellie hugged her laptop and said excitedly, Ji Huai, I found it. The details of Black Sand's transaction from 2 years ago. I found a document with your name on it. Inside, there was only a bank account number. Based on this bank card number, she found out who wanted to kill me 2 years ago. Ellie said nothing and directly handed me the tablet. I took it to have a look, and my expression changed instantly. The Ji family of Jin Cheng. So, the person who hired Black Sand 2 years ago to hunt me down was someone from the Ji family. Unbelievable. I was just about to call my grandfather when I saw a news story appear on the computer screen. Ji Haochen of the Jincheng Ji family and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family are to be wed. The wedding date has been set. Below the headline was a wedding photo of Ji Haochen and Jiang Yueting. I stared at this picture in shock. One of these two is my cousin, the other is the one who was engaged to me 5 years ago, my fiancé. They are actually getting married, and they've even finished their wedding photo shoot. Do that bastard Ji Haochen and Jiang Yueting think I'm dead? I immediately went online to look up what had happened with the Ji family these past 2 years, and ended up discovering 2 important things. The first thing was that the Ji family had actually announced my death 2 years ago, and even held a proper funeral for me. The second thing was that old Master Ji, due to my death, was overcome with grief and suffered a stroke, becoming bedridden. Grandfather is the only one in the Ji family who knows my abilities. Unless he saw my body with his own eyes, he would not believe I had passed away. Logically, 2 years ago when I was hunted down and fell off a cliff, the Ji family couldn't have known. Unless. I stared at the bank account number I had just found. My parents died early, so since I was young, I was raised by my grandfather as the heir. If I died, the inheritance would fall into the hands of the second branch. Thinking this, I understood everything. Ellie went to the wine cabinet and poured me a glass of wine, with a faint smile. Ji Huai, I brought quite a few people this time, enough for you to level the Ji family. I gave her a cold glance. Don't meddle. Ellie plopped down on the sofa. What, you're not going to get revenge for this? I took a sip of wine, a kind person like me. Ellie snapped her fingers, breaking into a joyful smile. We haven't seen each other in 2 years, but you really haven't changed a bit. Pack up a little, I have to go back to Jincheng tomorrow. The next day, I didn't sleep well last night, so as soon as I got on the plane, I put on an eye mask to catch up on sleep. After getting off the plane, I went to the hotel and took another nap, waking up at 9 p.m. for dinner, then snuck into the Ji family estate under the cover of night. Huaguo has 6 great century-old families, divided between the south and the north. In the north, Jingdu has the Su, Wen, and Xia families forming a tripod, with the Xia family being the strongest. As for the south in Jincheng, it was the Mu, Ji, and Jiang families who were rivals. However, 20 years ago, for some unknown reason, the Mu family emigrated abroad. As for the Jiang family, due to internal conflicts in the early years, their development has been on the decline. So now in Jincheng, the family with the most prestige and power is only the Ji family. The Jiang family's matriarch and my grandmother were close childhood friends, and she even saved my life when I was young. Grandma Ji remembered this favor, so she has always supported the Jiang family over the years, and even intended for the 2 families to be joined by marriage. So as soon as I came of age, I was called back to get engaged to Jiang Yueting. 5 years ago, that engagement party, with the encouragement of both families, was organized to be incredibly grand and luxurious. The next day, the stock of the Jiang family rose by 5 points. After that, in the business world, it could be said that the Jiang family's boat rose with the tide, sailing smoothly. Soon I reached the Ji family's old residence. I parked the car at the back gate, across the street, and climbed over the wall alone. What? surprised me was that all the G family's bodyguards had been replaced and the security was much stricter than before. I went around to the small, independent building where my grandfather lived, searched around the building, but couldn't find any trace of my grandfather. Grandfather had a stroke but isn't resting at home. Could it be that my second uncle sent him to a nursing home? Since I couldn't find my grandfather, I decided not to stay any longer. But when I went downstairs, I accidentally alerted the bodyguards. Very quickly, the G family's alarm went off, and more bodyguards came running. I rushed up to the third floor and came face to face with a man. Without a second word, I rushed forward and knocked him out with a single chop, then turned and ran into the living room, preparing to jump from the balcony. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered, a strong gust of wind hit me. There was someone in the room. I reached back and closed the door, and as soon as I turned around, I saw Xia Yunshu appear before me. Why is she here? Xia Yunshu never expected it was me who came in. Why is Ji Huai here? And he alerted so many bodyguards. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. I didn't have time to explain. I dodged and hid in the bathroom. As soon as the bathroom door closed, there was a knock on the living room door. I gripped the doorknob, listening cautiously to the movements outside. Someone came in and asked Xia Yunshu if she had seen anyone suspicious. Xia Yunshu said no. I breathed a sigh of relief. At least she still has some conscience. She didn't rat me out. Come out. After the bodyguards left, Xia Yunshu's cold voice came from outside. I stepped out and heard Xia Yunshu ask, "Why are you here?" I raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. That's a question I should be asking you. Xia Yunshu, why are you in my house? House? Xia Yunshu was stunned. You're from the Ji family? Or is it your house? I saw a glass of tea on the table and picked it up for a sip. Xia Yunshu's expression was unreadable. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the Ji family named Ji Huai. If he were from the Ji family's bodyguards couldn't possibly not know him. I put down the empty glass. Whether I am or not, you'll find out later. It's useless to say more. Right now, I still don't want the Ji family to know that I'm still alive. I was about to go to the window to check the situation outside, but unexpectedly, my legs felt weak after just 2 steps. Xia Yunshu thought I was injured and rushed forward to support me. I looked up, my face flushed an unnatural red. Xia Yunshu froze, suddenly remembering the glass of juice I just drank. That was what Ji Haochen's cousin just brought up. Damn it, that guy actually dared to drug it. I tugged at my collar chaotically. My last shred of reason was burned away by a great fire, and I couldn't help but lean on Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu clenched her jaw. She grabbed my fumbling hand. Ji Huai, hold on. The next moment, I kissed her. The blood in Xia Yunshu's body instantly boiled, a suffocating, turbulent feeling. Heart pounding, this feeling was too familiar, just like that night 5 years ago. Xia Yunshu stared at me with burning eyes. Could it be her? I fell into a nightmare. In the dream, I returned to that rainy night 5 years ago. At that time, I was participating in humanitarian aid in South Africa. Terrorists attacked the hospital, and I was captured. I was blindfolded. No matter how I begged her, that woman wouldn't let me go. In the middle of the night, I opened my eyes and saw Xia Yunshu lying next to me. I was stunned. We were married for 2 years, and she wouldn't even touch my hand. So why? My thoughts returned, and what happened last night instantly became clear in my mind. I was drugged and used Xia Yunshu as an antidote. Seeing that, Xia Yunshu's eyelids were twitching beside me, about to wake up. I immediately struck her neck with a lightning-fast hand chop. Xia Yunshu had just opened her eyes when I knocked her out. I immediately sighed in relief, got out of bed, and, while it was still dark, left the Ji estate. Not long after I left, Xia Yunshu woke up. She sat up in bed. I was no longer in the room. If it weren't for the red stain on the messy bedsheet and the distinct scratches on her own shoulder, she would have doubted whether everything last night was real. Xia Yunshu rubbed her aching neck, a vicious glint flashing in her eyes. This damn man slept with me and then dared to knock me out. The phone buzzed twice. Xia Yunshu picked up her phone and found it was a message from me. She opened it, and her gaze instantly turned ice cold. I had transferred her 9.9 yuan and also sent a text message, bad review. Xia Yunshu looked at this 9.9 yuan transfer, a cold aura emanating from her entire body. What does this damn man take me for? And this review, it's the ultimate humiliation. Xia Yunshu gripped her phone tightly. Ji Huai, you'd better not let me catch you or else. Xia Yunshu suppressed the anger in her heart and called her assistant Yang Ting to pick her up. Last night, she came to discuss matters with Ji Rende, and a servant accidentally spilled tea on her, so she went to the guest room to change. Xia Yunshu remembered the drug juice, and a murderous glint flashed in her eyes, daring to have ideas about me. How very nice. The driver arrived soon. As soon as Xia Yunshu got in the car, Yang Ting in the passenger seat handed her a file. Miss, as you instructed, I investigated Ellie, but strangely, I couldn't find any connection she has with Ji Huai. Xia Yunshu took the file and looked through it a few times. Her expression was as cold as ice. Their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, with Ellie's status and position, she wouldn't treat him with such reverence. Xia Yunshu, now just thinking about me and Ellie possibly being lovers, made her feel irritated. That man Ji Huai, just how many things is he hiding? What is his relationship with the Ji family? And last night? Xia Yunshu rubbed her forehead. She picked up her phone and called me. The phone rang for a long time, before someone finally answered. My weak voice came through the phone, as if still half asleep. Before Xia Yunshu could speak, the next second she heard Ellie's voice on the phone. Ji Huai, who is it? Xia Yunshu gripped her phone tightly, anger burning in her heart. Early in the morning, why is Ellie with Ji Huai? Could it be they were together last night? On the other end, I heard Xia Yunshu's voice hung up. Xia Yunshu called back, but my phone was unreachable. I had blocked her number. Very good, Ji Feng. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Xia Yunshu pursed her red lips, corners of her charming lips curling into a cold smile. In the hotel, Ellie stood by the bed, watching me hang up with a faint smile. I glared at her. What about the thing I asked you to look into? Found it, old Master Ji is now at a nursing home in the suburbs. I nodded, changed my clothes, and went out. After arriving, I discovered that outside my grandfather's room, bodyguards were on watch. When no one was looking, I snuck into the doctor's office. A few minutes later, I emerged wearing a white coat and a mask. The young master is inside. Wait a moment. A bodyguard stopped me. I nodded, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. The young master he mentioned must be Ji Haochin. Inside the hospital room, Ji Haochin held grandfather Ji Huaihai's thumb, making him put a thumbprint on the document. With this document, after he and Zhang Yueding get married, I will be the sole heir of the Ji family. Ji Haochin stood by the bed, looking at the unconscious old man on the hospital bed, and let out a cold laugh. Grandfather, back then after first uncle died, you should have chosen my father as the heir, not Ji Huai. It's because you were too biased, always siding with first uncle's family and everything. All these years you put all your effort into raising Ji Feng to be a qualified heir, but what was the result? Didn't he die at our hands? Don't blame us for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. It wasn't enough to choose him as the heir, you also wanted to marry him to my beloved Yueding. I absolutely will not allow it. Now the Ji family is controlled by my father, and in the future, I will also become the head of the Ji family. And as for Yueding, she will forever be mine, and can only be mine. Ji Haochin laughed coldly. So grandfather, rest assured, we will make the Ji family better and better, and stronger and stronger. It's just a pity you won't have the chance to see it. If it weren't to deceive the public, father wouldn't have let this old man live until now. After my wedding with Yueding is over, this old man will no longer be of any use. I stood outside the door, my head slightly bowed, murderous intent surging in my eyes. It seems my grandfather's stroke is also related to the father and son pair, Ji Rende and Ji Haochin. Before long, Ji Haochin came out of the room, talking, on the phone as he walked. Have the clothes arrived? Okay, it'll be right there. I watched Ji Haochin's departing back, my eyes cold. In 3 days is the wedding of Ji Haochin and Zhang Yueting. I must think carefully about what kind of big gift to prepare for them. It must be something they'll never forget for the rest of their lives. After Ji Haochin left, I entered the hospital room. As soon as I entered, I saw my grandfather, whom I hadn't seen in 2 years, lying on the bed with an oxygen mask. My grandfather practiced martial arts when he was young, plus he had a habit of exercising, so his health was always very good. Even though he was old, his body was healthier than others his age. But now, the person lying on the hospital bed was as thin as a twig, with a sallow complexion, looking like an oil lamp about to run out. Seeing my grandfather like this, I was extremely worried, and immediately took his pulse. After a moment of examination, I finally confirmed the suspicion in my heart. My grandfather didn't have a stroke. He was poisoned. Ji Rende, that beast. He could even poison his own father. He deserves to be struck by lightning. I suppressed the anger in my heart. Now is not the time to be angry. I must find a way to get my grandfather out. I took out a small porcelain bottle from my pocket, poured out 2 pills, and put them in my grandfather's mouth. Afraid of being discovered, I temporarily left the hospital, found a nearby coffee shop to call Ellie, and we planned my grandfather's rescue together. After arranging everything, I returned to the hospital. But when I reached the door of my grandfather's room, I found that the bodyguards guarding outside had all been knocked out, and the person who should have been in the room, my grandfather, had disappeared. Grandfather, I panicked. I was only gone for a little over an hour. How could grandfather disappear? At that moment, my phone buzzed. I opened it and instantly took a sharp breath. It was a picture of my grandfather, sent from an unknown number. Murderous intent was clear in my eyes. I immediately called the number back. As soon as the call connected, I said, "Where is my grandfather?" Immediately after, a familiar voice came through the phone. "Mr. G, Miss Xia asked me to tell you if you want to save your grandfather, then come to Yuntan Mansion to see her." My back stiffened, my eyes red with anger. Xia Yunshu, that bitch. She actually dared to kidnap my grandfather to threaten me. Also, Miss Xia asked me to remind you, remove her number from the block list. After saying that, Yang Ting hung up. Yuntan Mansion. All first-tier cities in Huaguo have high-end private residential areas developed by the G Corporation. Yuntan Mansion is one of them. At this moment, Xia Yunshu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, a laptop on her lap, her index finger rapidly typing on the keyboard. All of last night's surveillance footage from the G estate had been retrieved, but many images had been deliberately deleted. She was trying to figure out how to restore them. Yang Ting walked up to Xia Yunshu's side and said, "Miss, I've called Mr. G. He should be on his way now." Hearing this, Xia Yunshu let out a cold laugh. In less than half an hour, I arrived at Yuntan Mansion. As soon as I entered, I was like a powder keg, storming in front of Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu, what have you done to my grandfather? Xia Yunshu closed her laptop and looked at me with a faint smile. Whose grandfather? I was so angry I laughed. Don't play dumb with me. Xia Yunshu had kidnapped my grandfather to threaten me, which proves she already knows my identity. Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes, sizing me up, her red lips curling into a smile. So, should I call you Ji Huai or Ji Feng? I clenched my fists and glared at Xia Yunshu. Ji Feng is my official name. Ji Huai is my common name. During my years abroad, to avoid revealing my identity, I used the alias Ji Huai, and over time, I got used to using this name. Xia Yunshu said to herself, the time I saved you and the time the Ji family announced Ji Feng's death aren't far apart, plus what you said last night, so I boldly guessed that you are the young master of the Ji family who died 2 years ago, Ji Feng. I shrugged, since Xia Yunshu already knew there was nothing for me to hide. I looked up at her. Yes, I am Ji Feng. Xia Yunshu looked at me and asked, when did you regain your memory? My gaze was somewhat cold the day you asked for a divorce. Xia Yunshu recalled the scene from that day, her brow furrowing slightly. I laughed self-deprecatingly. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If it weren't for your heartlessness, I probably still wouldn't have recovered my memory. Xia Yunshu looked at me with a sour expression. Ji Feng, do you have to speak to me with such sarcasm? I replied bluntly. I don't need to be nice to an ex-wife. Xia Yunshu was choked up and speechless. She glared at me, silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, let me ask you, when did you leave last night? I was stunned. If she hadn't brought up last night, it would be fine, but mentioning it made my blood boil. I was about to lose my temper when Xia Yunshu suddenly stepped forward, her sharp gaze fixed on me. This morning when I called you, why was Ellie with you? Don't tell me you were with her last night. When I heard these words from Xia Yunshu, I was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood her meaning, my face instantly turning pale. Who I was with last night? Does she really not know? It seems she doesn't want to admit what happened last night. I stared at Xia Yunshu, a self-deprecating smile flashing in my eyes. Yes, I was with her last night. Xia Yunshu's back stiffened. Last night, he was clearly drugged just like me. If he left and was with Ellie, then they. Thinking of this, Xia Yunshu was furious and just wanted to tear Ellie to pieces. I am her husband, yet I spent the night with another woman. Ji Feng, how can you be so shameless? I looked at Xia Yunshu coldly. Yes, I am shameless. Otherwise, for the past 2 years, I wouldn't have clung to you like a bootlicking dog. Now when I think about the days that have passed in these 2 years, I feel aggrieved. Have I ever had to suffer this kind of humiliation? Xia Yunshu stared at me, narrowing her eyes dangerously, then immediately grabbed my arm and pulled me upstairs. I was about to shake her hand off, but my foot slipped and I fell hard. Xia Yunshu wanted to reach out and catch me, but she was a step too slow and could only watch as my head hit the table hard. The fresh blood stung Xia Yunshu's eyes. Alian came forward to help me up. I glared at her. Get lost, don't touch me. I clutched the wound on my forehead and leaned weakly against Xia Yunshu's shoulder. I wanted to struggle but had no strength left. Xia Yunshu was anxious and hurriedly shouted, Yang Ting, call the doctor quickly. Very quickly, Yang Ting called, the villa's family doctor. As soon as the doctor checked, the wound on my forehead was a bit deep and needed stitches. I had taken that medicine and hadn't gotten much rest. After being tormented like this again today, the wound was both painful and uncomfortable, and I groggily drifted off. Xia Yunshu sat by the bed, watching the doctor stitch my wound. Her emotions gradually calmed down. What's wrong with me? Why did I lose control like that? Was it just because Ji Huai was with Ellie last night? After drinking that glass of water, both of them were drugged with an aphrodisiac. I have no memory of what happened after that. In that situation, him staying by my side, wasn't that the best choice? But he would rather go find Ellie than me. Xia Yunshu was very reluctant to admit that she was jealous, so jealous she was going crazy. Just then, Yang Ting suddenly walked in from outside. Miss Jirende brought a maid over saying he's investigated it thoroughly, and she was the one who put the drug in your tea last night. Xia Yunshu let out a cold laugh. She didn't think it was that simple. Jirende most likely wanted to just casually find a scapegoat to fool her. Xia Yunshu spoke up. Keep her here, and tell them to continue the investigation. When I woke up again, it was already dark outside. I subconsciously wanted to touch my forehead, but my hand was grabbed by a slightly cold hand. The wound was just bandaged. I looked at Xia Yunshu's hateful face and really wanted to curse at her. Xia Yunshu, what on earth did I do to offend you that you have to treat me like this? Xia Yunshu sat by the bed without saying a word. I glared at her. Xia Yunshu, we're divorced. Divorced, do you understand? An ex-wife should act like an ex-wife. Ex-wife again. Xia Yunshu went crazy whenever she heard those 2 words now. Didn't he love me so much? Could it be that after regaining his memories, he forgot his feelings for me? Xia Yunshu grabbed my hand. Ji Feng, we are still in the divorce cooling off period. I can withdraw the divorce application at any time. As soon as I heard these words from Xia Yunshu, I immediately grew anxious. Xia Yunshu, you bastard, stop this bullshit. You were the one who wanted a divorce in the first place, and I went along with your wishes. Now you want to go back on your word? There's no such thing as it being that easy. What do you take me for? Xia Yunshu stared at me. If you piss me off, I'm capable of anything. Don't forget your grandfather is still in my hands. I almost forgot about that. Grandpa is still in her hands. I grabbed Xia Yunshu's collar with one hand. Xia Yunshu, if you dare to lay a finger on my grandfather, I will absolutely not let you off. How dare she use his grandfather to threaten him? Because I was too agitated, my head started to hurt again. Slow down. Xia Yunshu held my shoulders, not letting me move recklessly. I've already had someone take old Master Ji back to the capital. A medical team has also been arranged there. They will give him the best treatment and care. You don't need to worry at all. Xia Yunshu had a premonition that this time, after I left the capital, there was a high chance I wouldn't come back. To keep me here, this was the simplest and most direct way. As long as old Master Ji is in the capital, I will return, even if I go to the ends of the earth. I clenched my fists and glared at her. Xia Yunshu, what on earth do you want? Suddenly being so nice, if it's not treachery, it's theft. A smile crept up the corners of Xia Yunshu's mouth. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly said, Jihuai, I suddenly don't want to get divorced anymore. I was stunned for a moment. Doesn't want a divorce anymore? I stared at Xia Yunshu for a long time, then smiled faintly. No divorce? Then what about your white moonlight? Are you planning to have it both ways? What nonsense are you talking about? Xia Yunshu looked at me with a dark expression. The information last time was wrong, couldn't find him. The smile on my face froze. No wonder she suddenly changed her mind about the divorce. It turns out she couldn't find her white moonlight. I looked at her coldly. Xia Yunshu, I'm not a hanger-on you can summon and dismiss at will. Don't treat me as a substitute for your white moonlight. Xia Yunshu frowned tightly. I don't see you as a substitute for anyone. I waved my hand. No matter what you say, I won't continue to be with you. I looked at Xia Yunshu coldly and added, Xia Yunshu, a forced melon is not sweet. Xia Yunshu glanced at me casually. Whether it's sweet or not, you'll only know after you pick it and taste it. I was speechless. An indescribable frustration welled up inside me. How did I not realize before that this woman was so shameless and thick-skinned? Xia Yunshu saw that I still wanted to say something and cut me off first. Jifeng, I have no other intentions. I just want your grandfather to be safe and sound. She's using my grandfather to threaten me again. Fine, Xia Yunshu, you're good. If we don't divorce, we don't divorce. At worst, we'll just cheat on each other. Who's afraid of whom? It seems Xia Yunshu just has a temporary interest in me. If I resist her more, she'll become more interested and want to conquer me even more. If I obey her obediently like before, perhaps before long, she'll lose interest. Thinking of this, I said nothing more. Xia Yunshu looked at the clock. Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? I shook my head. Not hungry. I want to rest. After saying that, I lay down, closed my eyes, and pretended to sleep. Xia Yunshu paid me no more mind and turned to leave. As soon as she went downstairs, she heard my phone on the coffee table suddenly ring. Xia Yunshu picked it up to look. The screen displayed, Erguzi, Ellie. Xia Yunshu gripped the phone tightly, her entire body radiating a cold aura. A moment later, she answered the call. The voice from the other side came through. Jihuai, I am at the nursing home. Why aren't you here? Where are you? Jihuai? Jihuai? Xia Yunshu's cold voice sounded. Jihuai is with me. Ellie on the other end was stunned for a moment, then immediately screamed, Xia Yunshu, you bitch! Where did you take Jihuai? Xia Yunshu's tone was completely flat. Jihuai is my Xia Yunshu's husband. Of course he's with me. Ellie immediately retorted. Xia Yunshu, have you no shame? Do I need to remind you? You two are divorced, and you were the one who suggested it. Xia Yunshu paused for a moment, her tone as cold as ice. So what? As long as there's no divorce certificate for even a day, Jihuai is still my husband. Ellie, I'm warning you, stay away from my husband. After speaking, without waiting for Ellie to say anything, Xia Yunshu immediately hung up the phone. Just then, Yang Ting came over. Miss, the surveillance camera footage at the villa has been restored, and it has been sent to your phone. As soon as Xia Yunshu heard this, she quickly took out her phone. Very soon, she saw the scene of me leaving in the camera. The time was 5:36. There was also a piece of camera footage from the second-floor hallway that had been deleted. Xia Yunshu opened it and saw the scene of Lin Boqian entering her room. The time on the camera showed that it was 5:56. Xia Yunshu looked at these two surveillance videos and suddenly realized something. A glint flashed in her eyes. When she woke up this morning, it was past 6 o'clock. It was less than an hour after I left, and Lin Boqian only entered the room after I had just left. So the person with her last night was actually me? Xia Yunshu tried to recall what happened last night, and a few hazy images gradually appeared in her mind. She remembered, it was Jihuai. The person with her last night was indeed me. She had misunderstood him. Xia Yunshu looked upstairs, her eyes filled with regret. Why didn't you explain? Could it be that in your eyes, I'm not that important? You couldn't even be bothered to give an explanation. Yang Ting looked at the pensive Xia Yunshu and spoke up again. Miss Xia, our people have investigated thoroughly. The drug was given to Lin Boqian by Ji Rende, and he was also the one who put it in the tea. As for the person Ji Rende brought, there's no doubt she's a scapegoat. Xia Yunshu turned off the video, her expression terrifyingly cold. Notify everyone to suspend all cooperation with the G family, and any businesses cooperating with the GI family will also no longer be cooperated with. Then, thinking that it was so late and I still hadn't eaten, she instructed the servant beside her, "Tell someone to cook a pot of nourishing porridge and make 2 more light dishes to bring upstairs." Before Xia Yunshu could finish her sentence, a panicked voice came from upstairs. The servant's panicked voice. "This is bad, miss." Mr. G jumped out the window and ran away. "What?" Xia Yunshu ran back to my room, and as soon as she looked inside, I was already long gone. I left Xia Yunshu's private villa, and on the way, I met Ellie, who came to rescue me. Learning that Xia Yunshu had taken old Master Ji away and threatened me not to divorce her, Ellie was furious. "Ji Huai, if it really comes to it," Ellie made a throat-slitting gesture. "Just get rid of her. After all, being a widower is another way to become single again." I rubbed my forehead. Xia Yunshu did save my life, after all. Doing that would be unkind. Ellie gave me a sidelong glance. "I'm just kidding you. You're someone who appears pure on the outside but is dark on the inside, and you're worried about being benevolent? Ji Huai, I think you've fallen for her and can't bear to make a move." I tensed my jaw and said nothing. Although I was very reluctant to admit it, I knew clearly in my heart that when I had amnesia, I liked Xia Yunshu, and after regaining my memory, I still have feelings for her. Seeing me silent, Ellie continued, "Ji Huai, I have to remind you, Xia Yunshu and we are not on the same path." I interrupted her. "You don't need to remind me, I know. It's because I know that I don't want to continue being entangled with Xia Yunshu. I must divorce her." I was in a foul mood, so after returning to the hotel and changing, I went out again. I needed to let off some steam. Xia Yunshu found out which hotel I was staying at, and she went to look for me. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the hotel entrance, she saw me coming out and getting into a sports car. Xia Yunshu immediately ordered the driver, "Follow that car ahead." Half an hour later, stopped the car at the entrance of a nondescript bar. Xia Yunshu looked at the bar sign, saw me go inside, and Xia Yunshu immediately followed. High Street is a famous bar street in Jincheng. An underground fighting ring is hidden beneath this street, and the entrance is that nondescript bar. Xia Yunshu pushed the door open and stepped inside. A strong smell of alcohol hit her face. It was only 3 in the morning, and the bar was at its liveliest. On the dance floor was a crowd of people dancing wildly. The lights were dim and dreamlike, and the heavy metal music was deafening. Xia Yunshu scanned the room, but she didn't see me anywhere. "Miss, what would you like to drink?" The waiter first looked at the woman who had just entered for a few seconds before approaching to ask. Xia Yunshu said nothing, and directly took a transparent card from her bag and handed it to him. The waiter saw it, took it, went to the bar to check the code on it, then returned the card to her and led her towards the elevator. "Basement 3, exit the elevator, turn left, and go straight." Xia Yunshu nodded and stepped into the elevator. The elevator went straight down to basement 3. As soon as the doors opened, she could hear loud shouting and cheering. Xia Yunshu stepped out of the elevator and was met with the sight of a huge boxing ring. The electronic screen above the ring displayed a picture of the boxing king Asen and his historical achievements. The stands around the ring were mostly filled with wealthy people, and there were also quite a few foreigners. Looking from a distance, it was a sea of heads, and everyone's face was filled with madness and excitement. Xia Yunshu went straight up. The top of the stands was the VIP area. Her eyes swept across the stands once, but she still couldn't find any sign of me. Could I have guessed wrong? He didn't come down here at all. Are you kidding me? This match is against a newcomer? Another newcomer dares to fight Asen? He really has a death wish. Just wait to be beaten to a pulp. I bet he won't last 10 minutes before he's knocked out. 10 minutes is too long, 3 minutes at most. No, 1 minute. Asen can knock him out with 1 punch. Xia Yunshu listened to the chatter from the stands and looked up just in time to see the big screen switch to another name. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. It's Huan Yin. Although she didn't often come to the underground ring, she knew of this legendary figure. During his 2 years in the European underground rings, he created countless legends. To this day, the underground rings in Europe still circulate many legends about him. Xia Yunshu thought to herself how lucky she was to be able to see a figure like Huan Yin in a domestic underground ring. Holy crap, Huan Yin, damn it, am I blind? How can it be Huan Yin? He retired many years ago. Why would he appear here? Those who frequented the rings all year round had all heard of Huan Yin's great name. He was a legendary figure in the boxing world, the big boss among big bosses. When Huan Yin made his name, he had just come of age. With a pair of iron fists, he swept through all the underground rings in Europe. From his debut to his retirement, he never had a single loss. In his 2 years in the underground ring, his record to this day has yet to be surpassed. Everyone in the stands was stunned. Very quickly, the referee stepped into the ring. Asen followed closely behind. Everyone held their breath and looked towards the other entrance in anticipation. A dozen seconds later, a person wearing a golden mask slowly walked out. He looked a bit thin, but his eyes were cold and sharp, betraying no emotion. The stands erupted. The large screen above the ring continuously updated the betting amounts for this match. From a few 100 million at the beginning, it shot up to tens of billions now, and the number was still soaring. Xia Yunshu stood in the stands, somewhat stunned. It was Ji Huai. Although I was wearing a mask, Xia Yunshu still recognized me, immediately by my build. Ji Huai, get down here for me, Xia Yunshu shouted herself hoarse, pushing through the crowd and rushing towards the ring. Do you know what you're doing? You just got injured a few hours ago, and now you dare to get in the ring and fight someone. Ji Huai, get down here for me. Xia Yunshu desperately wanted to rush to the ringside, but the audience was too worked up, and she couldn't push through no matter what. Very quickly the match began. The moment the bell rang, my body shot towards a Sen like a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, a sharp fist landed on the opponent's face. A Sen was no slouch either. Although he took a punch, his reaction was extremely fast and he immediately counterattacked. Seeing him swing a punch towards my head, Xia Yunshu's heart leaped into her throat. However, just then, I dodged with an agile move, and the next second, I leaped into the air next to a Sen and landed a ruthless punch on his ribs. A Sen let out a grunt on the stage, almost falling to his knees. Below the stage, the shouting was incessant, the atmosphere grew more heated, the air filled with breaths of excitement and madness. A Sen fought with bloodshot eyes, his moves becoming more ruthless, but each time I skillfully dodged them. As it went on, a Sen fell more and more into a passive position. After more than 10 exchanges, he already had quite a few injuries, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. In contrast, not only was I completely unscathed, even my hairstyle wasn't messy. This wasn't a competition. It was me unilaterally torturing a Sen. This match didn't last long, less than 10 minutes. A Sen was sent flying off the stage with a spin kick from me and fainted. The arena once again erupted in, cheers and screams louder than before. Everyone was chanting my name. I stood in the middle of the ring, a spotlight shining on me, the big screen showing a close-up of my face. At this point, no one dared to doubt Huan Yin's identity anymore. I never thought in this lifetime I would be able to witness the great master Huan Yin compete with my own eyes. What kind of divine luck is this? Is the great god Huan Yin preparing for a comeback? I'm so excited. Below the stage, everyone was cheering and screaming, expressing their love and adoration for me, except for Xia Yunshu. She looked at me on the big screen, and for some reason, a pang of pain shot through her heart. Why did his eyes look so empty? It was as if he was isolated from the outside world, devoid of any emotion. From the moment he got on stage until now, his fists hadn't relaxed for a moment, and his lips were pressed tightly together, as if he were enduring or suppressing something. Something isn't right. The loud shouting around me made me a little unhappy. I mechanically raised my head and looked towards the stands. My eyes flashed as if I had seen a familiar figure. I glanced over and then turned to leave. Just as I stepped out of the bar, I saw Xia Yunshu waiting in front of my car. Why is she here? Could it be that in the underground ring just now, the person I saw was really her? So has she recognized me? Xia Yunshu stared at me a few steps away and waved. I looked at her coldly. The frustration that had just been mostly released was now simmering up again. Seeing that I wasn't moving, Xia Yunshu strode towards me. I looked at her and asked, Xia Yunshu, what do you want? I should be the one asking you that question. Xia Yunshu angrily gripped my wrist. Ji Huai, do you have any idea what you just did? Did you forget you're still injured? At that time, she didn't expect my skills to be so formidable. The moment she saw me step into the ring, her mind was filled with the thought that I was still injured, and what would happen if something went wrong. In that moment, Xia Yunshu felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Just wanted to fly onto the stage and pull me down. I stared coldly at Xia Yunshu, the corner of my mouth lifting into a smile that was cold and charming. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have really forgotten. Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth. A wave of anger stuck in her chest, unable to go up or down, feeling so frustrated she could die. Ji Huai, don't forget your grandfather is still in my hands. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. I spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. You woman, I really want to smash her head in. Get in the car. Xia Yunshu pulled the car door open. I glanced at her and reluctantly got in the car. Xia Yunshu was driving, her gaze occasionally darting to me as I pretended to sleep, her eyes full of scrutiny and curiosity. Ji Huai, just how many identities do you have? She suddenly asked. The young master of the Ji family, Ji Feng, is him. The phantom soundboxing king who dominated the fighting ring is also him. This man, just how many more identities does he have? I opened my eyes, indifferent, my eyes filled with caution, and I gave a faint smile. Why don't you guess? Xia Yunshu glanced at me. Whenever you want to talk, you'll always be all ears. By the time we got back to Xia Yunshu's villa, it was almost dawn. The wound on my forehead had split open. I treated it a bit and took 2 anti-inflammatory pills. After breakfast, I turned on the TV out of boredom, just in time to see an interview with Ji Haochin and Zhang Yueting. Mr. Ji, there are rumors that after your wedding, the 2 family companies will achieve even closer cooperation. Could you reveal a little about what aspect this cooperation will be in? The Ji and Jiang families have been friends for generations. Our business cooperation has never been interrupted, and now that our families are joined by marriage, the cooperation will naturally be closer than before. There are even rumors that the 2 companies might merge. Ji Haochin intimately held Zhang Yueting's hand. Actually, I'm not too clear on the details. It was all negotiated by my father and Uncle Jiang. At this moment, Zhang Yueting also spoke up. Everyone will know on the wedding day. Reporter, Ms. Jiang, online. Some people say you're marrying Mr. Ji to fulfill the marriage contract with the Ji family, but the person you truly love is still the late Ji Feng. Is that right? Upon hearing the name Ji Feng, Jiang Yueting immediately frowned. I've always seen Ji Feng as an older brother. My engagement to him at the beginning was just due to pressure from the elders of both families. I originally planned to wait until he was a bit older to call off the engagement, but who knew that heaven is jealous of talented people? Ji Hyochen beside her also lowered his head in silence, acting as if a sad memory had been brought up. Sigh, my poor cousin. After saying that, Ji Hyochen looked at his fiancée beside him with deep affection. My marriage with Yueting is not tainted by any commercial interests. The person I've loved from beginning to end has always been Yueting. We are getting married because we love each other. My gaze was gloomy as I stared at the adulterous couple on TV, and I couldn't help but curve my lips into a cold smile. What a fine love each other. It seems Jiang Yueting has forgotten how she used to chase after me. Although I don't love her, we were engaged after all, so for her to say that, it makes it sound like I was the one clinging to her. I really can't swallow this anger. Coincidentally, I also want to see just how much Jiang Yueting and Ji Hyochen really love each other. As I was thinking, I heard a voice coming from outside. Lin Batian, a friend of Yunshu's. Please tell Yunshu that I'm waiting for her downstairs. I raised an eyebrow. Lin Batian? I remember Ji Hyochen's cousin has that name. I had just turned my head when I saw the maid leading, a man dressed in designer brands inside. Lin Batian didn't know me, and it seemed he didn't expect there to be a man in Xia Yunshu's villa. Seeing me in my pajamas, his expression immediately darkened. Who are you? Lin Batian pointed at me, questioning in a loud voice. The maid who brought Lin Batian in introduced me. This is our Miss Yunshu's husband. Lin Batian gasped. What? Is this Xia Yunshu's secret husband? According to the rumors, Yunshu's secret husband. Isn't he supposed to be hideously ugly? This man in front of me and the word ugly have nothing to do with each other, okay? So you're Yunshu's husband. Lin Batian quickly calmed down, an elegant smile on his face, his tone full of sarcasm. No, I should say Xia Yunshu's ex-husband. He had heard from a friend in the capital circles that Xia Yunshu and her secret husband had already divorced. A guy who was dumped by Xia Yunshu. He wasn't afraid. Thinking of this, Lin Batian's gaze towards me became even more arrogant. Yunshu has already divorced you, so why are you shamelessly clinging to her? I feigned a troubled sigh. Who said I'm clinging to her? It's obviously her who's infatuated with me, sticking to me like a flytrap, not letting me leave. Hearing this, Lin Batian pointed at me, his voice shrill. Nonsense. You should take a look at yourself, and you dare say Yunshu is infatuated with you. I think you're delusional. I yawned and waved my hand. So noisy. Have someone throw him out for me. I didn't sleep at all last night, and I used up a lot of energy. I'm a bit tired. I stood up, ready to go upstairs to catch up on sleep. Lin Batian was so angry his face turned pale, then green. He walked up to me and pointed at my nose. You're just a pair of worn-out shoes that got kicked away, yet you dare to act high and mighty in front of me. Let me tell you, I am Yunshu's future husband. I raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. You think someone like you can be Xia Yunshu's husband? Dream on. Lin Batian took out his phone, looking for a photo taken yesterday when Xia Yunshu wasn't awake yet. If you don't believe me, look. If a man in black hadn't suddenly barged in that night wasting his time, he would have been with Yunshu long ago. But with these photos, he wasn't afraid Yunshu would deny it. I glanced at the photo on Lin Batian's phone, my expression changing slightly. In the photo, Xia Yunshu was sleeping in bed, while Lin Batian was holding her, smiling sweetly. Xia Yunshu and him. Since when? For a moment, I couldn't react. Lin Batian pointed at me arrogantly. Open your dog eyes and look clearly. I'm about to become the son-in-law of the Xia family. At that time, you won't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. I hate it most when people point at my face, let alone someone this arrogant. I immediately grabbed Lin Batian's wrist and gave it a hard twist. Ah, my hand. With a cracking sound, Lin Batian immediately clutched his hand and fell to the ground, unable to get up. I laughed. You think by climbing into Xia Yunshu's bed, you can become the son-in-law of the Xia family? Let me tell you, as long as I'm not dead, you can forget about it for the rest of your life. Well said. Xia Yunshu's voice suddenly came from behind, accompanied by cheerful applause. I turned my head and saw Xia Yunshu coming downstairs with a smile on her face. My words just now had pleased her. I snorted coldly and sat down on the sofa with my arms crossed. I want to see how Xia Yunshu will deal with this mistress in front of her husband. Lin Batian looked at Xia Yunshu excitedly. Yunshu, Yunshu. Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes. Lin Batian, I was planning to deal with you in 2 days. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. What she didn't expect even more was that Lin Batian had even taken photos. This guy really deserves to die. Lin Batian felt the cold aura radiating from Xia Yunshu, and he trembled with fear. No. Yunshu, listen to my explanation. I just missed you too much and wanted to come see you. Xia Yunshu laughed coldly, not wanting to waste time on such an insignificant person. Men, drag him down for me. Take good care of him until he's willing to tell the truth. The bodyguards beside her said in unison, Yes, miss. Lin Batian's face was filled with terror. Yunshu, don't, please don't. I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken those photos. Yunshu, save me. Lin Batian struggled, but no matter what he said, the bodyguards didn't let go. In the end, he was dragged out, his screams growing more distant. I looked at Jia Yunshu and sneered. You two shared a bed after all. You're truly cruel and vicious. Jia Yunshu glanced at me and explained. The night before last, you left first. He snuck into my room when I wasn't awake yet to take those pictures. He didn't even get to touch a finger of mine, and I certainly have no relationship with him. Hearing her explanation, I felt a little better inside, but I still remained stubborn. No need to explain. I don't care. After saying that, I stood up and went upstairs. I lay on the bed but couldn't sleep. I pulled the blanket over my head, held my breath, enduring the sharp pain coming from my heart, beat by beat, counting my own heartbeats. Damn it, the thing in my blood is acting up again. During these 2 years of amnesia, this poison never acted up once. Now I don't have any medicine with me. I can only try to endure it. Suddenly, there was a soft body beside me. I was startled. The next second, a pair of long, soft hands reached out. Jihui, are you trying to suffocate yourself? After speaking, Xia Yunshu pulled me out from under the blanket. Seeing my face flushed from holding my breath, she was both angry and annoyed. I looked at her, my eyes flashing. Every time the poison acts up, I just want to stay in a pitch-black room. Seeing that I said nothing, Xia Yunshu started undressing herself. My eyes were a bit dazed. Xia Yunshu, what are you doing? She doesn't want to sleep with me, does she? Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow, hugged me and said, sleep. My nerves immediately tensed up. I shot up from the bed and looked at her angrily. Xia Yunshu faced my angry expression, a hint of ambiguity in her eyes. Her fingers casually caressed my chest. If you don't want to sleep, I can do something else with you. Pausing for a moment, she caressed my cheek again. For example, what happened the night before last? I stiffened and scolded. Are you sick? We were married for 2 years and you wouldn't even let me hold your hand. Now that we're about to divorce, you're pulling this stunt. Xia Yunshu stared at the hickey on my neck. Sorry, yesterday morning when I woke up at the G family's house, I didn't see you, plus my head was a bit dizzy. I don't really remember what happened last night. I even thought you left me to find Ellie, but I checked the cameras. You only left in the morning. I interrupted Xia Yunshu. We're both adults. We just took what we needed from each other. Xia Yunshu frowned. She was clearly the one at a disadvantage, so why did she suddenly feel like she was being used and cast aside? She looked at me seriously. Shouldn't you take responsibility for me? I laughed coldly. I gave you plenty of chances over the years. You were the one who didn't cherish them. It's too late to say anything now. Xia Yunshu looked at me with deep eyes. Last night, the feeling I gave her was too familiar. She wanted to confirm something. I sighed, took out my phone, and prepared to transfer money. Name your price. How much money do you want? Xia Yunshu frowned. He wanted to throw money at her again. I continued to ask. 50,000? 100,000? Or 200,000? Seeing Xia Yunshu's dark face and silence, I deliberately frowned and said with a look of disgust. The most expensive female model in the capital only costs 100,000 or so for a night. You think 200,000 is too little? Xia Yunshu couldn't help but get angry. I was treating her like a female model. This man really had a talent for angering her to death. I glanced at her. If you don't want it, then fine. I'm not going to take responsibility for you anyway. Now just looking at her annoys me, so I decisively turned my back to her. Out of sight, out of mind. Xia Yunshu silently looked at my back, that feeling becoming more and more familiar. After an unknown amount of time, she felt my breathing become light and even, guessing I must have fallen asleep. Xia Yunshu needed to confirm something. She gently lifted my shirt, revealing my back. She stared at my back, a trace of disappointment appearing in her eyes, and she sighed inwardly. Although the feeling I gave her the night before last was very similar to that night 5 years ago, in the end, I was still not him. There was no tattoo on my back. Xia Yunshu gently put my shirt down, her beautiful, cold eyes filled with complexity as she stared at my side profile. After a while, Xia Yunshu reached out and gently hugged me, placing a light kiss on my neck. It's okay. If it's not him, then it's not him. At that moment, I suddenly moved, turning over and nuzzling into her embrace. When I'm sound asleep, it's hard for people to associate me with the explosively powerful phantom sound. Xia Yunshu stared at my handsome face, her heart beating very fast, her face feeling hot. She quickly got up and went to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face. After she came out of the shower, Xia Yunshu wanted to lie with me a little longer. Just then, a commotion of shouting suddenly came from downstairs. Xia Yunshu went out to the balcony and saw Ellie leading 2 teams of black-suited bodyguards surrounding the villa's gate. Xia Yunshu, get the hell out here. Ellie woke up this morning to find I wasn't at the hotel. She checked the cameras and found out that in the middle of the night, I drove to the underground fighting ring to compete. Having known me for 7 or 8 years, Ellie knew me too well. My going to compete last night without a word was most likely because the poison was acting up. Ellie called me but got no answer, so she checked the cameras outside the bar and discovered that I had been taken away by Xia Yunshu. Ellie was so angry she didn't even eat breakfast and directly led her men to Xia Yunshu's house. Xia Yunshu, don't play dead. I know you're in there. If you don't hand over Jifeng, he'll force my way in. You're already divorced, yet you still cling to him. Have you no shame? Ellie shouted until her throat was almost hoarse, and finally saw Xie Yunshu come out from inside. She immediately rushed forward. Xie Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly. He's still sleeping. Is Jifeng a name you're qualified to say? Ellie glanced at Xie Yunshu with a cold look and suddenly noticed she was wearing pajamas. She said Jihuai was still sleeping, so they just slept together? The hatred in Ellie's heart was immense. If not for the iron gate between them, Ellie would have already rushed in and torn her to pieces. Xie Yunshu, don't think that by using the old master you can tie Jihuai down. He will never be threatened by anyone. Ellie crossed her arms and said with certainty, this marriage of yours will end in divorce sooner or later. Xie Yunshu's face darkened, her expression turning extremely cold. Seeing Xie Yunshu's ugly expression, Ellie directly took a pen and checkbook from her bag. Why don't you name a price? How much money do you want to divorce Jihuai? Xie Yunshu laughed coldly. Do I look like I'm short on money? Why does everyone use money to throw at me? Seeing Xie Yunshu's silence, Ellie continued. I forgot. You're probably not short on money either. How about this? I'll give you a diamond mine. That's not something money can just buy. Hey, Xie Yunshu, I'm not finished talking. Don't go. Xie Yunshu directly ignored Ellie outside and called Victor Emile as soon as she got home. Not long after, Ellie received a call from her older sister. What? I have to go back now? But, okay, I'm coming back right now. After hanging up, Ellie sent me a message, saying she had urgent business to attend to, then led her men to the airport. Xie Yunshu stood on the balcony holding a glass of wine, watching Ellie leave in a hurry, her red lips curving into a smile. I rested well at Xie Yunshu's villa for 2 days. 2 days later, the day finally came for Zhang Yueting and Ji Haoqin's wedding. Ji Haoqin and Zhang Yueting are both the future heirs of their respective families, a real-life prince and princess, a match made in heaven. The wedding venue was set at the most luxurious high-end hotel in Jincheng, the Beatty Mountain Villa. Every single person attending the wedding was from a prestigious family or a celebrity in the business and political circles. This wedding was organized with extreme extravagance and luxury, not only inviting the media but also live streaming it. Wow, the church is decorated so dreamily, just like a castle. It's so romantic. I heard Zhang Yueting and Ji Haoqin's wedding rings are worth hundreds of millions. I wonder how gorgeous the bride will be when she appears later. I'm so looking forward to it. The gossiping netizens were watching the wedding live stream and commenting, even more eager for the wedding to happen than the groom. As time went by, the guests gradually arrived. At 11 a.m., the wedding ceremony officially began. The solemn priest stood on the stage giving a speech, after which the groom, Ji Haoqin, in a sharp suit, walked up. Along with the melodious and romantic tune, the heavy main doors of the church slowly opened. In a high-end white wedding dress adorned with diamonds, Zhang Yueting stood at the door, elegant, noble, and breathtakingly beautiful. Ji Haoqin smiled, meeting Zhang Yueting's gaze, feeling extremely satisfied inside. After waiting for so many years, today he was finally about to marry Yueting. Dad was right, man can conquer nature. So what if Jiang Yueting was Ji Feng's fiancée? Didn't she end up becoming his wife in the end? Thinking of this, Ji Haoqin slightly lifted his chin, an arrogant smile flashing in his eyes, as he and Zhang Yueting walked towards each other. The two met in the middle of the red carpet and walked hand in hand to the priest. Groom, Mr. Ji Haoqin, do you take the bride, Miss Zhang Yueting, to be your wife? Whether in good times or bad, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, will you forever love, cherish, and be faithful to her, for all eternity? Zhang Yueting held Ji Haoqin's hand tightly, looking at him with deep affection. Just at this moment, the main doors of the church were suddenly pushed open forcefully from the outside. Instantly, everyone turned their heads to look at the door. There at the door, a handsome man stood against the light, his aura cold and proud. Whether it was his looks or his aura, both were so perfect they were beyond reproach, like a bright moon suddenly appearing in the dark night. The moment he appeared, even the brightest stars would dim. Damn, is that Kaido kid? Is he here to crash the wedding? This outfit completely steals the groom's spotlight. Why does this handsome guy look so familiar? I walked into the church step by step, my entire aura and handsome appearance stunning the entire hall into silence. It wasn't until I stepped into the church that Ji Haoqin and Jiang Yueting finally saw my face clearly. Ji Haoqin's eyes widened as he stared at the person walking towards him, his face full of disbelief. Why is it him? Didn't he die 2 years ago? Why is he still alive? Impossible. The corner of my mouth lifted confidently, a dashing smile on my face. It's been 2 years, cousin. Don't you recognize me? Ji Haoqin pointed at me with a look of disbelief. Ji Feng, you're still alive? Zhang Yueting beside him looked at me, as stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. It wasn't just her. One by one, the faces of the Zhang family members beside her turned extremely ugly. I sneered. My being alive must be a disappointment to you all, right? After saying that, I turned to face the guests. Hello everyone, I am the eldest grandson of the Ji family. 2 years ago, I was injured in an assassination attempt. I don't know who started the rumor that dared to say I was dead. Now I have returned, and I want to let everyone know the sole heir of the Ji family, Ji Feng, is still alive. Ji Rende, beside me, stared at me with a pale face, almost grinding his teeth to dust. I wasn't dead, so the position of the Ji family heir would not fall to him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and anger in his heart, and with a fake expression, he stood up. Xiaofeng, you're not dead. That's really wonderful. You don't know how heartbroken your second uncle was 2 years ago when I heard you died, how heartbroken I was. I glanced at him coldly. Really? I didn't expect second uncle to care about me so much. Ji Rende laughed awkwardly and extended his hand. You are my own nephew, of course I care about you. Today is a joyous day for your cousin and Yueting. Let's talk about whatever it is when we get home. We can't let it ruin the wedding no matter what. I brushed aside Ji Rende's outstretched hand, my cold gaze sweeping over Ji Haochin and Jiang Yueting. Second uncle, we can discuss our family matters at home. As for other matters, hearing this, Ji Haochin's heart skipped a beat. For Ji Feng to return at this moment, he must want to snatch Jiang Yueting away. I absolutely will not allow anyone to take her away from me. Thinking of this, Ji Haochin quickly spoke up. Ji Feng, I'm sorry. I know you and Yueting had an engagement, but for the past 2 years, we all thought you were dead. Yueting has fallen in love with me, and I love her very much too. Please give us your blessing. Ji Rende also chimed in to persuade him. That's right, Xiaofeng. They didn't do anything to wrong you. They got together after you passed away. For the sake of their true love for each other, please give them your blessing. I looked at them and smiled nonchalantly. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I didn't come here today to crash the party. Ji Haochen's eyes lit up. Then you. I took a ring from my pocket and gave it to Jiang Yueting. This is the token from our engagement 5 years ago that your Jiang family gave me. If you and Ji Haochin like each other, then our engagement ends here. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Jiang Yueting took the ring I offered, unable to believe it for a moment. She thought I would cling to her and not let go, or at worst, cause today's wedding to be unable to continue. But instead, I generously called off the engagement, and even returned the engagement token to her. Ji Haochin looked at me with a touched expression. Brother Ji Feng, thank you. Ji Rende beside them smiled fakely. Second uncle knew you were the most sensible one. Hurry up and take a seat. No rush. I interrupted Ji Rende and looked towards the Jiang family members sitting nearby. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, since the engagement between me and Jiang Yueting has been called off, then the previously agreed upon cooperation between our two families is no longer necessary to continue. Furthermore, at the time of the engagement, the $1 billion given to the Jiang family as a betrothal gift, I hope you can return it within a week. Jiang Yueting's father, Jiang Wenjian, heard this and shot to his feet. The cooperation between the Ji group and the Jiang group was decided by Old Master Ji. You have no right to cancel it. Mother Jiang also stood up, her gaze as sharp as a knife shooting towards me. No, that $1 billion was also voluntarily given to us by Old Master Ji. On what grounds are you demanding we return it? I looked coldly at Jiang Wenjian and his wife, still maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Mr. Jiang, you must be joking. As the heir to the JE family, I own 40% of the company's shares. Do I not have the right to cancel a contract? As for that $1 billion, it was originally my betrothal gift, and there was a note when the money was transferred. Now that my engagement with your daughter is cancelled, that money, by sentiment, reason, and law, must be returned. If Mrs. Jiang has any questions, you can consult a lawyer. Hearing that, Mother Jiang's eyes darted around, and she immediately and warmly grabbed my hand. Ji Feng? I know you're still angry with Yueting. Actually, she and Ji Haochin haven't registered their marriage yet, so this wedding. As soon as Ji Haochin heard Mother Jiang say this, he became anxious. Mother, what do you mean by that? Mother Jiang looked at Ji Haochin with a faint smile. Ji Haochin, you and Yueting aren't married yet. Isn't it a bit too early to be calling me mother? If there were no Ji Feng, Ji Haochin would later be the sole heir of the Ji family, and Yueting marrying him would bring the Jiang family 100 benefits and no harm. But now that Ji Feng is still alive, he is the true head of the Ji family. Ji Haochin cannot compare to Ji Feng at all. If that's the case, then it's better to let Yueting marry Ji Feng. Ji Haochin's face turned pale and then green as he looked at Mother Jiang. Mother Jiang pulled her daughter to her side. Yueting, I think you and Ji Feng are a match made in heaven. Hurry up and apologize to Ji Feng. Let's cancel today's wedding. Seeing this, Ji Rende was so angry, he almost cursed out loud. But at that moment, Jiang Wenjian leaned down and whispered a few words in his ear. The two exchanged a look of understanding, and then said no more. Mother Jiang gave Jiang Yueting a push. Yueting, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Ji Feng. Also, put this ring on Ji Feng. Jiang Yueting glanced at Ji Haochin, calculating her own schemes in her heart. Although she liked Ji Haochin, but if he wasn't the heir to the Ji family, then his appeal to her was no longer that great. Jiang Yueting weighed her options and quickly came to stand before me, looking at me with an expression of both apology and deep affection. Ji Feng, I'm sorry. I thought you were dead, so Actually, you've always been in my heart. Can our engagement still stand? Hearing this, the bouquet in Ji Haochin's hands fell to the ground, his face pale. We're about to get married, yet you can abandon me at this moment to choose him. Ji Feng, why didn't you just die? Ji Haochin glared at me, his eyes like a venomous snake spitting poison. I took in all the hatred in Ji Haochin's eyes. I wanted Ji Haochin to watch helplessly as his beautiful dream shattered. But this was only the beginning. A Feng. Jiang Yueting reached out to take my hand. Before she could touch it, I pushed it away. I took a step back, my eyes cold and full of disgust. Miss Jiang, I don't have a habit of picking up trash. Jiang Yueting froze. A mocking laugh rang out from the crowd. Young Master Ji was raised by old Master Ji as the heir since he was a child. He's very proud. How could he go back to his old flame? The Jiang family really is unsightly. If the two families' old matrons weren't close friends, how could Jiang Yueting have been able to climb so high as to reach young Master Ji? Jiang Yueting clenched her fists. The feeling of humiliation was like being slapped in the face. She was just called trash. Ji Haochen bit his lower lip hard. Seeing her daughter being humiliated, Mother Jiang flushed red and glared at me. How can you talk like that? You have no manners at all. I glanced at her and said, my manners are not for you to deserve. I couldn't be bothered to waste more words on them and gave a final reminder. $1 billion, transfer it to my account within a week. If a single cent is missing, we'll see each other in court. Of course, if the Jiang family is now so broke that you can even come up with a measly billion, then for the sake of my grandmother and Mrs. Jiang being close friends, I can also give you a few more days extension. Jiang Wenjian was stunned, and his hatred for me grew even more. If he admitted that the Jiang family couldn't produce $1 billion in less than 3 days, the companies still cooperating with the Jiang family would all withdraw their investments or cancel their partnerships. He absolutely couldn't let all his efforts go to waste over this. After some calculation, Jiang Wenjian spoke up. Our Jiang family has always been reasonable. We never take advantage of others. Don't worry, within a week, I will transfer the $1 billion to your account. I nodded in satisfaction. In front of so many people, I was sure Jiang Wenjian wouldn't dare to default on the debt. Then I won't disturb your wedding any longer, please continue. I glanced nonchalantly at Ji Rende. Second uncle, once you're done here, come back to the Ji family home soon. We still have family matters to settle. After saying that, I turned and left. Ji Haochen was so enraged that he fainted on the spot. I walked out of the church. A black sports car, both luxurious and low-key, stopped in front of me. The car window rolled down, revealing Xia Yunshu's cold and proud face. You're just letting them go like that? Although she didn't go in with me, she had watched what just happened inside, via a live stream online. I smiled and said, do I look like a kind person? Xia Yunshu liked this, confident and domineering side of me. Where are you going now? I'll take you. No need. I didn't want too many people to know about the relationship between me and Xia Yunshu. Just then, a domineering Land Rover rushed over like a whirlwind. With a screech, the car came to a steady stop in front of Xia Yunshu. The car door opened, and a man with resolute features and a buzz cut got out from the driver's seat. The man looked to be about 30 years old. Xia Yunshu looked at this familiar face, a flash of surprise in her eyes. This man, she knew him. The president of America's Earl Security Group, Shui Shiyi. He also had another identity, the leader of America's largest mercenary legion. 5 years ago in South Africa, she had met him once. Shui Shiyi got out of the car and stood straight in front of me, with a respectful expression. Boss, long time no see. Xia Yunshu's sharp gaze fell on Shui Shiyi, who actually called Ji Hui boss. I asked, why are you here? Ellie said you were here alone, and told me to come assist you. Shui Shiyi opened the car door for me. Just as I was about to get in, Xia Yunshu got out of her car and grabbed my hand. Seeing this, Shui Shiyi immediately rushed out to block my path, a murderous aura emanating from him. Let go. I patted Shui Shiyi's shoulder. Don't be tense, it's fine. Without a word, Shui Shiyi took 2 steps back. Xia Yunshu questioned me with a cold face. What is your relationship with him? My expression didn't change. As you can see, he is my subordinate and also my friend. Xia Yunshu's face grew even colder. She had just driven away an Ellie, and now a Shui Shiyi had appeared. I impatiently shook off Xia Yunshu's hand. Xia Yunshu, go do your own thing. Can you stop clinging to me all the time? These words sounded vaguely familiar to Xia Yunshu. It seemed that she had once said similar words to me. Fine, I won't cling to you, but you have to come back to my place tonight. Xia Yunshu suppressed the anger in her heart, trying to make her voice sound a little calmer. She was afraid that if she pushed too hard, it would instead make me want to escape from her even more. I glanced at her and said, well, see? After saying that, I got straight into Shui Shiyi's car. After I left, Xia Yunshu made a phone call, sending people to tail Ji Rende, and also sent a few people to keep an eye on the Ji family home. 2 years ago, Ji Rende wanted to drive me to my death. Now that I'm back, he will surely make a move behind the scenes. The wedding of Ji Haochen and Jiang Yueting, because of my appearance, ultimately could not continue. Ji Haochen fainted and was taken to the hospital, and he regained consciousness not long after. Ji Feng ruined my wedding. I'm definitely going to kill him. As soon as Ji Haochen woke up, he started cursing frantically. Ji Rende patted his son's shoulder. Haochen, have you forgotten what I usually teach you? The more critical the moment, the calmer you must be. Dad, how can you ask me to be calm? Today was my wedding. Ji Rende held his son's hand. It was his good luck that we didn't kill him 2 years ago. I don't believe his luck can be this good forever. A vicious glint flashed in Ji Rende's eyes. Haochen, don't worry. This time I will make sure Ji Feng dies without a complete corpse. After comforting his son, Ji Rende walked out of the hospital room. Jiang Wenjian's entire family was waiting for him outside. Ji Rende glanced at them. Brother Jiang, what exactly does your Jiang family mean by this? Jiang Wenjian narrowed his deep-set eyes. Brother Ji, you are an intelligent man. You must know that at the wedding, we let Yuting do that only as a temporary measure. We are now in the same boat. Betraying you would bring us no benefit either. Ji Rende raised an eyebrow. So, So now we should think carefully about how to eliminate our common enemy. Elsewhere, I brought a lawyer to the G Group and took over the company's power with lightning speed. In the 2 years I was gone, G Rende had replaced most of the employees in key positions within the company with his own confidants. So as soon as I took over the company, the first thing I did was fire these people, then I held a meeting and ceased all cooperation with the Jiang Group. After finishing my work, I drove back to the G family home. As soon as I entered, I saw G Rende sitting in the living room drinking tea. Second uncle, I've kept you waiting. G Rende sat cross-legged on the main sofa, his gloomy eyes staring at me. Xiaofeng, no matter what, I am still your second uncle. Yet as soon as you returned, you usurped my power and fired all my people. Isn't this a slap in my face? How do you expect me to maintain my standing in the G family after this? I let out a cold laugh. You still want to maintain your standing in the G family? G Rende was stunned, not yet understanding what I meant by that, and he heard me continue. G Rende, just for the fact that you hired He Sha to assassinate me, the G family cannot tolerate you. Not to mention you also poisoned grandfather, plotting to kill him. You deserve to die. G Rende was utterly terrified, his face instantly turning pale. I was so discreet. How could he possibly know? I looked at G Rende, the corner of my mouth twitching up slightly. Since I was young, grandfather taught me that as the eldest grandson of the G family, the future head of the G family, I must not be afraid of trouble, and I must not be too kind. Repay kindness and avenge grudges. G Rende stood up, pointing a trembling finger at me. The person who saved the old master that night was you. I sat down on the sofa nonchalantly. That's right, G Rende, I'll give you two paths to choose from. One is to go to the police station with Ji Haochin tomorrow morning and turn yourselves in, and you two can spend the rest of your lives repenting in prison. I paused for a moment and then continued. The second is for you to commit suicide in the Ji family's ancestral hall right now, and for Ji Haochin to cripple his own two hands. The Ji family has a rule against brothers harming each other. Otherwise, I wouldn't even give you a choice. G Rende glared at me fiercely, his expression changing constantly. Turn myself in? Commit suicide? Ridiculous. I choose the third path. Men! G Rende gave a command, expecting the bodyguards ambushed in the backyard to rush in immediately, but after waiting for a while, no one came in. G Rende shouted a few more times, Men, where are you? Seeing that still no one entered, he ran out to the backyard. The dozens of bodyguards he had arranged in the backyard were lying scattered on the ground, none of them alive. A man in a leather jacket stood amidst the corpses, looking at him expressionlessly, his eyes like those of a god of death from hell. G Rende looked at this scene, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his back. These were all elite bodyguards he had handpicked, yet they were all taken care of by this man without a sound. G Rende pointed at the standing man, his voice unconsciously trembling a little. Who are you? Shui Shiyai walked towards him without a word, a powerful killing intent rushing towards him. G Rende immediately reached into his coat to draw his gun, but before he could pull it out, he felt a strong gust of wind, and the gun in his coat had disappeared. G Rende couldn't see clearly how he had rushed in front of him, and by the time he reacted, the dark muzzle of a gun was already pointed at his forehead. What do you want? I walked out from the living room, my gaze, devoid of any warmth, swept across the corpses on the ground. Shui Shiyi asked, Boss, how should we deal with this person? I raised my hand, signaling for him to lower the gun. G Rende, it'll give you one night to think about it. Before noon tomorrow, if you can't make a decision, it'll help you. After saying that, I led Sui Shiyi away. G Rende slumped onto the sofa, watching my retreating back, clenching both his fists tightly. He had underestimated me. After all, I was the successor personally groomed by the old master. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I wouldn't have been able to survive the pursuit of He Sha 2 years ago. G Rende picked up his phone and called, Jiang Wenjian. Tonight's operation failed. He has a very powerful expert by his side. It will be a bit difficult to kill him silently. Brother G, don't worry. I've used my connections to contact an assassin from Yinmen. He's already on his way to Jincheng. He won't survive the night. G Rende breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. Yinmen is the world's #1 assassin organization. Not on the same level as He Sha at all. Not only do they charge high prices, but they also don't take on ordinary jobs. 2 years ago, G Rende had wanted to find an assassin from Yinmen to deal with me, but he had no way to make contact. Now it's different. Thinking of this, G Rende's heart completely relaxed. Ji Hui, today will be the anniversary of your death. Elsewhere, after leaving the Ji family home, Shui Shiyi spoke up. Boss, the people in the backyard were not dealt with by me. I was stunned. Not you? Shui Shiyi nodded. When I arrived, they had already been taken care of by someone else. I was about to say something and a car horn suddenly sounded not far away. I turned my head to look. It was Xia Yunshu's car. Shui Shiyi's eyes were full of hostility as he looked at Xia Yunshu. Why is it her again? It seems Ellie wasn't wrong at all. This woman is truly a lingering ghost. Xia Yunshu got out of the car and looked at me. Are you okay? I shook my head. Recalling what Shiyi had just said, I asked, did you take care of the people in the house? Xia Yunshu didn't deny it. She knew my fighting skills were very good, and that I also had an expert like Shui Shiyi by my side, so those people couldn't have hurt me. But to ensure absolute safety, she still had her people take care of them beforehand. If she wasn't worried that I would blame her for being nosy, she would have even wanted to deal with Jirende as well. Let's go home. This time, I didn't refuse. I had been tired all day, and at this moment, I was not in the mood to bicker with her. Shiyi, follow behind in your car. Xia Yunshu's face darkened. You want to let him stay at my place? I raised an eyebrow at her. You don't want to? Xia Yunshu frowned, her face clearly showing her unwillingness. I immediately went to open the car door. If you don't want to, then forget it. We'll stay at a hotel. Xia Yunshu slammed the car door shut. Drive. Yang Ting didn't dare to delay and stepped on the gas, speeding away. 20 minutes later, I returned to Xia Yunshu's villa and had the servants arrange a room for Shui Shiyi. After dinner, Shui Shiyi was training in the courtyard. I hadn't seen him in 3 years and wanted to test his skills, so I sparred a few rounds with him. Xia Yunshu finished her work upstairs, and as soon as she came down, she saw me and Shui Shiyi sparring. The match didn't last too long, and in the end, I defeated Shui Shiyi. Xia Yunshu handed me a glass of lemonade and looked teasingly at Shui Shiyi. I thought for a mercenary course, the boss's skills would be formidable, but it turns out they're just so-so. Shui Shiyi glanced coldly at Xia Yunshu. My skills were personally taught by the boss, so losing to him is no disgrace. Xia Yunshu was stunned. You taught him? I nodded with a smile while drinking my water. Xia Yunshu stared at me silently for 2 seconds, then suddenly spoke. Hubby, just how many more things about you are there that I don't know? I really couldn't hold it in, and spat out a mouthful of water. Xia Yunshu, are you sick? My eyes widened, a little horrified. This woman actually called me hubby. Did she take the wrong medicine, or did she forget to take her medicine? Xia Yunshu was very dissatisfied with my reaction. She took a tissue and wiped my mouth while asking, You don't like me calling you that? I nodded blankly. I don't? Xia Yunshu huffed, but I like it. Shui Shiyi, with a shocked expression, looked at me in astonishment. Boss, you two are married? Impossible. Ellie only told me that. Xia Yunshu was pursuing the boss. She didn't say they were married. Besides, that great young lady is so possessive. How could she allow the boss and another woman to get married? Xia Yunshu looked provocatively at Shui Shiyi. We've been married for 2 years. If you want to see the marriage certificate, I can show it to you. I glanced at Xia Yunshu and turned and left. The moment my back was turned, Xia Yunshu's expression turned cold. She looked at Shui Shiyi, not hiding her possessiveness towards me at all. Shui Shiyi, I'm warning you. Don't even think about having ideas about Ji Huai, and don't even think about making him leave me. Shui Shiyi gave a faint smile. Miss Xia, you're overthinking it. I only obey the boss. As for whether he leaves you or not, that depends on whether you have the ability to keep him. He said that, but in his heart, Shui Shiyi was sure that Xia Yunshu couldn't keep the boss. At the corner of the second floor, I leaned against the cold wall, listening to the conversation between Xia Yunshu and Shui Shiyi. I returned to the bedroom, washed my face with cold water, and stared at myself in the mirror, my gaze complex and troubled. What did Xia Yunshu mean just now? Could it be that she's really fallen in love with me? Then what about her moonlight? The more I thought, the more annoyed I became. Just as I finished washing my face, Xia Yunshu walked into the bedroom, holding a glass of milk. She handed the milk to me and took the hairdryer from my hand to help me dry my hair. Since she wanted to serve me, I was happy to enjoy it, sipping my milk while scrolling through my phone. This woman must be drying someone else's hair for the first time. Her movements were a bit stiff. My experience was extremely bad. Be a little gentler, don't just dry one spot. This side is still wet. I gave her a speechless look. Xia Yunshu huffed lightly and pinched my cheek. You're quite good at ordering people around. Although her tone was unhappy, her hand movements remained gentle. I said teasingly with a smile, It's your honor to be ordered around by me. Just then, Xia Yunshu's phone rang. While helping me dry my hair, she said, Answer it for me. I picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID and burst out laughing. Are you sure you want me to answer it for you? Xia Yunshu saw the caller's name and still nodded. Answer it. I pressed the answer button and also put it on speakerphone. Sister Yunshu. Song Mingyu's voice came from the phone, giving me goosebumps. Song Mingyu waited for 2 seconds, only hearing the whirring of the hairdryer. Sister Yunshu, are you drying your hair? I said with a laugh. Your sister Yunshu is drying my hair right now. Song Mingyu on the other end was clearly stunned. Ji Huai, why is it you? Are you with Sister Yunshu? I intentionally wanted to provoke Song Mingyu a little and said casually, Yeah, not only are we together now, we're going to sleep together later too. Song Mingyu didn't believe it. Sister Yunshu doesn't like you at all. How could she? A dark glint flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes, and she cut him off. Song Mingyu, who I like, is none of your business. Song Mingyu froze, his tone becoming panicked and astonished. Sister Yunshu, are you really with him? He actually followed Sister Yunshu all the way to Jincheng. It's so late, and they're still together. Sister Yunshu is even drying his hair. So does that mean they'll really sleep together later? Damn it, Xia Yunshu's cold voice sounded. If you have something to say, say it. Song Mingyu immediately spoke up. Sister Yunshu, I'm sorry for bothering you so late. I just wanted to ask, next Saturday, can you come to my birthday party? Xia Yunshu bluntly refused. Busy, no time. Song Mingyu didn't give up. You probably don't have to go to the company on Saturday, right? He had already bragged to his buddies that on his birthday, Xia Yunshu would definitely come to celebrate with him. If she didn't show up then, how embarrassing would that be for him? Xia Yunshu looked at me. I'm busy being with my husband. I rolled my eyes. This woman wants to use me to block her suitors. But on second thought, Song Mingyu must be dying of jealousy right now, so I was in a great mood and deliberately moved closer to Xia Yunshu and said, Wifey is the best, love you, give you a kiss. Xia Yunshu's expression stiffened. She clearly knew I was saying it deliberately to anger Song Mingyu, but her heart was beating very fast. Song Mingyu was hit hard and was speechless for a moment. Anything else? Xia Yunshu maintained her cold tone. Song Mingyu was furious, but he didn't dare to act out in front of Xia Yunshu, still maintaining the image of an obedient and understanding person. Nothing else, Sister Yunshu, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Yunshu hung up the phone. Song Mingyu looked at the phone so angry he gritted his teeth. That damn Jihuai, I must get revenge for him breaking my arm last time. The more Song Mingyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He had to take the initiative. He couldn't let Jihuai snatch Xia Yunshu away. After hanging up, I casually tossed the phone onto the coffee table, making a crisp sound. Xia Yunshu looked at me with a faint smile. Is hubby jealous? I pushed Xia Yunshu away. Get lost! Xia Yunshu pouted. You jerk, you just used me and then cast me aside. I glanced at her. As if you weren't just using me too. Xia Yunshu smiled and placed her hand on my shoulder. Let me give you a massage. I let out a groan of pure enjoyment, my body relaxing unconsciously. I didn't expect you to have this skill. It's a pity you're not a masseuse. Seeing my look of enjoyment, Xia Yunshu was silent for a moment before speaking. Considering how devotedly I'm serving you, shouldn't you answer my previous question? I opened my eyes, and my gaze unexpectedly met hers. My heart seemed to skip a beat. Xia Yunshu's features are very beautiful, especially these eyes. So beautiful they're dizzying, as if they could pull you in. Xia Yunshu's melodious voice rang out. Are you mesmerized? I awkwardly turned my face away. You narcissist? What did you just say? Xia Yunshu paused for a moment. Shui Shiyi is the CEO of Earl Security Group and also the boss of a mercenary legion, but he calls you boss. A glint flashed in my eyes. I didn't expect Xia Yunshu to know Shui Shiyi's identity. What do you want to ask? Xia Yunshu sat up straight, asking with a somewhat serious expression. What is your relationship with the mercenary legion? I didn't want to answer this question. There are many things about me I don't plan on telling Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu, can you mind your own business? Xia Yunshu frowned slightly. We're husband and wife. I saw she was about to press the issue and I let out a faint laugh. Then you answer my question first and I'll answer yours. Xia Yunshu nodded. Okay, go ahead and ask, I asked sarcastically. What's the deal with you and your moonlight Aki? Xia Yunshu's face darkened, her jaw tightening. I looked at Xia Yunshu's expression and sneered. I knew it. Whenever that person named Aki is mentioned, her expression changes. Xia Yunshu's face was cold. Ask another question. I put some distance between myself and Xia Yunshu, leaning on the other end of the sofa. See? You also have questions you don't want to answer. Since that's the case, I won't ask about your past with Aki, and you don't ask about my business. Xia Yunshu cut me off firmly. Besides the matter with Aki, you can ask me anything. I looked at Xia Yunshu with a sarcastic gaze. Can't be mentioned? Can't be asked? It seems he's not your moonlight, but the cinnabar mole on your heart. One touch, and your heart aches a little, as if it's going to kill her. Xia Yunshu's tone was displeased. Ji Huai, can you not be so prickly when you talk? I was already unhappy, and now my anger flared up. I shot up from the sofa with a whoosh. Xia Yunshu, I'm not just prickly when I talk. My whole body has thorns. If you can't forget a key, then don't come and mess with me, and don't even think of me as his substitute. After saying that, I stormed out and slammed the door. Shui Shiyi saw that I was not okay and quickly asked, Boss, what's wrong? I waved my hand. Go get the car. We're going back to the hotel. Xia Yunshu came to her senses and rushed downstairs. Jihuai, you stop right there. When did she ever use Jihuai as a substitute? Whenever things don't go his way, he just slaps such a huge label on her and even wants to run away from home. This misunderstanding was unbearable for Xia Yunshu, but I completely ignored her, and in a few steps I reached the car ready to get in. Jihuai, Xia Yunshu rushed forward, but right at this moment, a red light flashed before her eyes, and the next second, a red dot appeared on the back of my neck. Xia Yunshu's pupils contracted. She lunged towards me like a flash. Jihuai, be careful! Suddenly from behind came Xia Yunshu's tense scream. Before I could even turn my head, a figure rushed over and pushed me to the ground. The moment we fell to the ground, a gunshot ripped through the night. Shui Shiyi reacted quickly, jumping out of the car and drew his gun towards the source of the shot. Bang bang, the gunshots rang out again. Xia Yunshu and I rolled twice on the lawn, dodging the bullet. The villa's bodyguards heard the commotion, all rushed out, drawing their guns and aiming outwards, forming a circle, protecting us in the middle. Ambush on the roof of that building over there. Shui Shiyi pointed to the detached villa opposite. A group of bodyguards aimed in the direction Shui Shiyi indicated, and after a burst of intense gunfire, the rooftop fell silent. Let go! I pushed the woman hugging me tightly, but heard a soft groan. My heart skipped a beat. Xia Yunshu, are you hurt? Xia Yunshu looked up, her eyes fixed on me. Are you okay? I'm fine. I wanted to help her up, but as soon as I touched her shoulder, I felt a hot wetness on my hand. You've been shot. Fresh blood gushed from Xia Yunshu's back shoulder, soon staining her shirt red. Even my pajamas were stained with a patch of glaring blood. Xia Yunshu nodded slightly, yet a look of relief appeared on her face. Her head drooped weakly. As long as you're okay, that's good. I held her tightly, tense. Xia Yunshu, don't sleep. You'll be fine. I won't let you die. A sharp pain shot through my heart. I pressed hard on her bleeding wound and shouted in panic. Hurry! Drive to the hospital. A starry night at the hospital. Right now, in the operating room, a tense emergency surgery was underway. The patient was shot in the back of the shoulder. The bullet was lodged in the shoulder blade. It had to be removed quickly. The lead surgeon held the scalpel, his movements steady and precise as he cut open the patient's gunshot wound. 2 hours later, the surgery was over. The patient was moved to a VIP ward for observation. I stepped down from the operating table, immediately grabbing the wall, nearly falling. Having practiced medicine for so many years, I performed countless surgeries, many of them more difficult than this, but never have I been so nervous, trembling with fear, afraid of the slightest mistake. Seeing me come out, Yang Ting hurriedly asked, "Mr. G, how is the young miss?" I took off my mask. The bullet has been removed. Her life is not in danger. She is still in a coma and has been moved to the ward. Yang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that her life isn't in danger, thank you. When they brought Xia Yunshu to the hospital, the emergency room doctors were all busy. The only surgeon available couldn't arrive for another half hour. Just as they were preparing to transfer hospitals, I suddenly said I would be the lead surgeon. Knowing me for 2 years, Yang Ting had never heard that I knew medicine. But the truth proved that not only did I know medicine, my medical skills were excellent. Recalling the situation, a murderous glint flashed in my eyes. I could guess with my toes that the assassin just now was definitely sent by Jirende. This assassin could silently ambush outside the villa without being detected by him and Shui Shiyi. It seems he's an expert. I changed out of the sterile scrubs, went to the ward to check on Xia Yunshu for a bit, then called Shui Shiyi. Did you catch him? Caught him. Shui Shiyi paused for a moment and added, Boss, he's one of our own from Yin Men. I've never shown my true face in Yin Men, so besides a few trusted people by my side, no one has ever seen my face. I was stunned. What did you say? I've confirmed his identity. He is indeed one of ours from Yin Men. Your whereabouts were provided to him by Jirende. As for the person who hired him, the other party used a virtual account on the dark web to transact. I'm still investigating. I frowned. It wasn't Jirende. It wasn't. That's right. If Jirende had that kind of ability to be able to hire an assassin from Yin Men, he wouldn't have hired that trash from Heisha 2 years ago. But if it wasn't Jirende, then who could it be? Whoever it is, this person definitely knows Jirende and brought Jirende here. I hung up the phone, stood in the hallway for a while, waiting for my mood to calm down before returning to the ward. In the ward, Xia Yunshu was still unconscious. The last IV bag was almost finished. I sat by the bed, looking at Xia Yunshu's pale face. My heart felt both uncomfortable and pained. If she hadn't rushed over to push me down, she wouldn't have been injured. In all my life, this is the first time someone has risked their life to take a bullet for me. That bullet should have hit me. Xia Yunshu, are you stupid? Someone like you, shouldn't you cherish your life? How could you be so reckless, putting yourself in danger? I sorrowfully caressed her eyebrows, her eyes. This is the second time she has saved me. I bent down and gently kissed the back of her hand. Xia Yunshu, thank you for saving my life once again. I stayed in the ward watching over Xia Yunshu. Just before dawn, Shui Shiyi's phone call came. Boss, Jirende and Ji Heochin have disappeared. What? I checked the surveillance cameras outside the Ji residence. Jirende and Ji Heochin left at 1 a.m. yesterday, and they were carrying 2 large suitcases. I frowned and said, They know I'm not dead. They're afraid I'll take revenge, so they fled in the night. Send people to check the airport, even if they run to the ends of the earth. You must bring them back to me. Yes. After hanging up, soon after, Yang Ting knocked and entered. She looked at me, wanting to speak but hesitating. I raised an eyebrow. What is it? I just saw the news. Jiang Wenjian and his wife were in a car accident early this morning. Both passed away. I was stunned. Jirende and Ji Haochin just disappeared, and now Jiang Wenjian and his wife get into a car accident. It's too much of a coincidence. What about Jiang Tuan Yi? Yang Ting replied. She's missing. I narrowed my eyes slightly. She's missing too, then it's not a coincidence. Jirende and Jiang Wenjian had an unusual relationship. The Jiang family was most likely involved in last night's events. But whether it's the Jiang family or Jirende, neither has the ability to get Yin Men to accept an assassination mission against him. There must be someone else behind them. I let out a cold laugh. It seems there are quite a few people who want me dead. You stay at the hospital and watch over Xia Yunshu. I'm going back to the Ji residence for a bit. Call me if anything comes up. When I returned to the Ji residence, I discovered that the 2 large suitcases Jirende and Ji Heochin carried when they left didn't contain clothes, but items from Grandpa's safe room. They pried open Grandpa's safe room and took everything inside. Grandpa liked collecting, especially antiques and jade artifacts. Any single piece of jewelry or jade artifact in there was worth a fortune. Shui Shiyi couldn't find the flight information for Jirende and Ji Heochin, but through airport surveillance cameras he found they boarded a private foreign jet, but the owner of that plane and the plane's final landing destination are still unknown for now. At noon, I received a call from Yang Ting saying that Xia Yunshu had woken up. I rushed back to the hospital, and before I even reached the ward door, I saw two familiar people in the hallway. The lady carrying the Hermes Birkin bag rushed up without a word and raised her hand to slap me. "I'll beat you to death, you lingering jinx. How could I let someone slap me?" As she raised her hand, I grabbed her wrist. My eyes were extremely cold. "Mrs. Xia, do you not want this arm anymore?" Xia Yunshu's mother, Zhu Sui, was stunned for a moment. The anger on her face burned even brighter than before. "What? You want to fight me?" I snorted disdainfully and threw her hand off. Zhu Sui lost her footing and staggered back 2 steps, almost falling. "Fine, Ji Huai, you dare to push me." Song Mingyu quickly supported Zhu Sui. "Auntie, are you all right?" Last night, after hanging up on Xia Yunshu, he booked a flight to Jincheng for early this morning. Who would have thought it would be such a coincidence? He ran into Shen Qiuning and Xia Linger at the airport, and even eavesdropped on their conversation, learning that Xia Yunshu was injured while saving me. Such a good opportunity. How could Song Mingyu let it go? So he informed Zhu Sui and came to Jincheng with her. Zhu Sui towards me, this live-in son-in-law, was already 180% dissatisfied, and this time, knowing I had caused Xia Yunshu to get hurt again, she wished she could force us to divorce immediately. Song Mingyu deliberately acted as if he was protecting Zhu Sui. "Ji Huai, let me tell you, if anything happens to Auntie, I definitely won't let you off." I glanced coldly at Song Mingyu. The wound on his face had healed, with no visible scars, and his broken arm had also been reattached. "If you don't want anything to happen, then stay out of my way." Zhu Sui couldn't contain her anger. "Ji Huai, how dare you talk to me like that? He actually dared to tell me to stay out of his way. He's truly rebelling. He and Yunshu have been married for 2 years. Every time he was in front of me, he would bow his head and lower his eyes, very respectfully, not even daring to speak loudly. What's wrong with him today? Not only did I dare to talk back to her, I even laid a hand on her. If it weren't for Xia Yunshu's sake, do you think I would waste my breath on you? I have always followed the principle that if you can use your hands, don't talk too much to avoid wasting saliva." Zhu Sui pointed at my nose. "Fine, Ji Huai, you just wait." After saying that, she stormed off angrily towards Xia Yunshu's hospital room. Song Mingyu gave me a smug glance, smirking inwardly. Today I completely offended Auntie. There'll be a good show to watch later. In the hospital room, Xia Yunshu had just woken up not long ago. Her body was still a bit weak. The doctor was examining her. Xia Linger and Shen Qiuning stood by, their faces full of tension and worry. After the doctor finished the examination, knowing she wasn't hit in a vital spot and there were no lasting effects, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Yunshu, where is Ji Huai? You got hurt like this to save him? Why? Why isn't he here taking care of you?" "Tisk tisk, it seems he doesn't appreciate your gesture." Xia Linger nudged Shen Qiuning. "Stop trying to stir up trouble here. I just asked Yang Ting. Ji Huai had an emergency and left. He watched over my sister all night." A hint of a smile appeared in Xia Yunshu's eyes. This wound was worth it. Shen Qiuning had a teasing look on her face. "You're injured and still smiling so happily. It seems you've really fallen deep." Xia Yunshu didn't deny it. "The Ji Huai now is really attractive. He has fallen for Ji Huai." Xia Linger was so excited she jumped up. "Sister, you've finally come to your senses. Brother Ji Huai is so good. If you really divorce him, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life," Shen Qiuning suddenly asked. "But speaking of which, who exactly did Ji Huai offend to have someone hire assassins to kill him?" Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly, almost instantly thinking of Jirende. Just then, the door to the hospital room was slammed open. "Yunshu, Sister Yunshu, are you all right?" Zhu Sui and Song Mingyu rushed in, as if their feet were winged. "Mom, why are you two here?" Xia Yunshu frowned, looking sternly at Xia Linger. Xia Linger quickly waved her hands and shook her head. "I wasn't the one who told Mom you were injured." Zhu Sui glared at Xia Linger, her tone sharp and sarcastic. "Your sister is hurt this badly, and you didn't even tell me. If Mingyu hadn't informed me in time, I'd still be kept in the dark by you all." Xia Linger quickly explained. "Mom, I was just afraid you would worry. Are you afraid I'd worry, or afraid I'd blame that Ji Huai? It's not wrong to call you an ungrateful brat. All you do all day is defend that brat Ji Huai. Did he feed you, or did he clothe you?" I had just reached the door when I heard these words from Zhu Sui and instinctively stopped in my tracks. What did Zhu Sui mean by that? "Mom." Xia Linger bit her lip, her eyes red as she looked at Zhu Sui, her heart filled with grievance. Zhu Sui glanced at her. "Don't call me Mom. I've had enough of you." Xia Yunshu let out a cold laugh, cutting Zhu Sui off. Knowing the two sisters had a good relationship, Zhu Sui knew better than to continue. "Yunshu, I just met Ji Huai outside. Do you know how audacious he is? He actually dared to lay a hand on me." Zhu Sui immediately started listing my crimes. Song Mingyu at her side quickly chimed in. "That's right, Sister Yunshu. He is truly too arrogant. Just now he almost pushed Auntie over. After all, Auntie is an elder. For him to do that shows he has no respect for her at all." I crossed my arms, leisurely, leaning against the wall outside the hospital room. I didn't go in. I wanted to see what these two weirdos were planning to do. Just as I thought that, I heard from inside the room Xia Yunshu's unhurried voice. "Ji Huai has always been very well behaved in front of me. If you two hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have resorted to violence." I had a look of disbelief on my face since I recovered my memory. When have I ever been well behaved in front of her? Shen Qiuning let out a soft laugh. "Sister Yunshu is already defending him? It seems you're really going back to your old flame. Ju Sui glared at her. What do you mean by that? Are you saying it's my fault? Xia Yunshu said faintly. Mom, you are the elder. You should be more caring towards the younger generation. Ju Sui felt a lump in her throat and said bluntly, Yunshu, from the very beginning, I didn't approve of your marriage to Jihuai. He is fundamentally unworthy of you. Look this time, if it weren't for him, would you be injured like this? I think he's a jinx. Since you don't like him anyway, then hurry up and divorce him. Mingyu is a good kid. You have to learn to cherish him. Song Mingyu stood behind Ju Sui, happily bowing his head upon hearing this. In Auntie's heart, he was the #1 choice for the Xia family's son-in-law. As long as he had his mother-in-law's approval, he basically had one foot in the Xia family's door. Xia Yunshu leaned against the headboard, her hand under the blanket clenched into a fist. She didn't speak. Ju Sui's face darkened, her tone becoming more serious. Yunshu, are you listening? In being serious with you, you must divorce Jihuai immediately. Xia Yunshu said coldly. Impossible. Outside the room, I heard those 2 words, a glint in my eyes. Xia Yunshu looked at her mother sitting beside her. Mom, I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. I will not divorce Jihuai, and I certainly won't marry another man. Her tone was firm as steel. Ju Sui immediately stood up, her face pale with anger. What did you say? You. The sensible Song Mingyu beside her tried to placate her. Auntie, don't be angry. Sister Yunshu probably just said that in the heat of the moment. Xia Yunshu looked at them with cold eyes. It wasn't in the heat of the moment. I, Xia Yunshu, will definitely do what I say. In this lifetime, my husband can only be Jihuai. Song Mingyu was stunned, his hands clenched tightly. On what grounds? In what way am I inferior to Jihuai? Why does Sister Yunshu like him so much? Xia Yunshu's deep black eyes were as profound as a lake. Also, Jihuai is my husband. Even if you don't like him, Mom, I ask you to please respect him. Don't let me hear you use such insulting words to describe him again. Even though Xia Yunshu was wearing an ordinary hospital gown, her face pale, her expression weak, she still gave off a sense of pressure. She made Ju Sui so angry, her face turned pale and then green. In short, I'm telling you, your father and I will not acknowledge him. After saying that, Ju Sui turned and walked out. As soon as she left the room, she saw me leaning against the wall, with the air of someone watching a good show. Ju Sui warned coldly, Jihuai, if you have any self-awareness, then get away from Yunshu immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. She couldn't believe she couldn't control him. I laughed out loud, my tone disdainful. I'd like to see how you plan to be impolite with me. Ju Sui just thought I dared to provoke her because I had Xia Yunshu backing me up, so she didn't pay me any more mind and left arrogantly. Song Mingyu had intended to stay, but seeing Xia Yunshu's awful expression, he was afraid of becoming a punching bag if he stayed, so he said a few caring words and then hurried after Ju Sui. I walked into the hospital room. Xia Linger immediately rushed over. Brother Jihuai, are you okay? You've experienced how venomous Ju Sui's mouth can be. Xia Linger was really worried that Ju Sui, in order to separate me and her sister, would do something crazy. I looked at Xia Yunshu with a half smile. With your sister Yunshu protecting me, how could I not be okay? Xia Yunshu stared at me, her gaze as hot as fire. Xia Linger's eyes darted back and forth between me and Xia Yunshu, and she understood in a flash. Sister, brother Jihuai, Qiyuning and I rushed here early this morning, and we haven't eaten anything yet. We're going to grab a bite to eat first. You two can talk slowly. Shen Qiyuning didn't want to go. I ate on the plane. I'm not hungry. Xia Linger gave her a kick and dragged her outside. You are very hungry. As soon as the two left, the room became quiet and the atmosphere suddenly became indescribably awkward. I cleared my throat and walked to the bedside. Don't keep sitting up. Lie down and rest. Xia Yunshu sat still without moving. If you don't help me, how can I lie down and rest? I glanced at her. She's being dramatic, but considering she got hurt saving me, I couldn't really say anything and helped her lie down. I sat down by the bed, frowning at her wound. Does it hurt? Xia Yunshu's eyes flickered. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time someone had asked her if she was in pain. Even her mother, who always claimed to do everything for her, had never asked her that. For example, just now, from the moment she came in until she left, she didn't say a single word of concern about her wound. A ripple spread through Xia Yunshu's heart. She took my hand and nodded. It hurts. It hurts a lot. As soon as I heard her say that, I immediately became tense. It hurts a lot? Then I'll prescribe you some painkillers. No, I should check your wound first. It might have torn open. Don't move. I'll go get the equipment. I was about to go out to call a nurse, but Xia Yunshu held my hand tightly, not letting me go. The doctor already came to check just now. The wound didn't tear. Sit and talk with me for a bit. Distract me and it won't hurt in a while. Talking to her can also relieve pain? Xia Yunshu was very happy that I was so worried about her. Only then could she feel that she had a place in my heart. Even if she didn't before, after this incident, she should now. The things my mom said just now, don't take them to heart. She can't control me, and I won't allow her to hurt you in the slightest, Xia Yunshu said suddenly. I shrugged, looking unconcerned. Thank you, Sister Yunshu, for protecting me like that just now. Actually, you didn't have to do that. It's not worth fighting with your mother over me. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt Xia Yunshu tighten her grip on my hand. Jihuai, You're worth it, Xia Yunshu said, looking into my eyes. I pursed my lips and quietly turned my head to look out the window. Xia Yunshu, thank you for saving me again. Xia Yunshu played with my hand with a half smile. So this time, how are you planning to thank me? I thought about it seriously. Give her money? Xia Yunshu isn't short on it. Help her deal with enemies? No, that would easily expose my identity. Gift her a mine or a shipping route. Xia Yunshu might not have a use for it, and doing so would also expose my identity. I thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a suitable way. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, just ask anytime. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely agree. Xia Yunshu smiled. No need to wait for the future. Jihuai, let's not get a divorce, okay? I met Xia Yunshu's eyes, which were full of deep affection. My heart beat a little faster. Although this wasn't the first time she had said this to me, this time she was clearly more serious than the last. Xia Yunshu didn't wait for me to speak and continued. You don't have to answer me right now. I'll give you time to think it over. I'm not in a hurry. I felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to look into her eyes, silent for a moment. Xia Yunshu proactively changed the subject. Last night, the people ambushing outside the villa, the sniper was one of Jirende's men. My eyes flickered. If Xia Yunshu knew the assassin was from the hidden sect, she would definitely investigate further. Yes, it was an assassin he hired. This matter is aimed at me. I don't want to drag Xia Yunshu into it, nor do I want her to investigate the hidden sect. Xia Yunshu was angry. Where is Jirende? Has he been caught? Speaking of this made me angry. No, he and Ji Haochen escaped. Not only did they escape, they also stole the entire Ji family fortune. I looked at Xia Yunshu, my eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Xia Yunshu, now I only have one company left. Are you sure you don't want to divorce me? Xia Yunshu's face darkened. Do you think I'm after that bit of fortune from your Ji family? I was a bit helpless. Although the Jai family is a top family in Jincheng, it's still a bit lacking compared to the Xia family in Jingdu. Xia Yunshu frowned at me. Or are you worried I can't support you? I touched my nose just about to speak when my phone rang. I answered, Hello, who is this? Immediately after, from the phone came an extremely teasing voice. Who's this? I'm your grandma. My whole body stiffened and I stood up immediately. This voice was hers. What's wrong? Xia Yunshu saw my big reaction to the phone call and thought something had happened. I suddenly came back to my senses, concealing the panic in my eyes, and pretended to be relaxed. It's nothing. He'll take this call outside. After saying that, I took the phone and left the room. Xia Yunshu watched my hasty back and frowned. The moment I stepped out of the room, the woman's voice sounded from the phone again. Who was that woman who just spoke? Someone who has nothing to do with you, I said coldly, not knowing where this person got my number from. I was completely unprepared. When I heard her voice, I almost broke out in a cold sweat. Then what's your relationship with her? The woman relentlessly questioned. I paused for a moment. No relationship. If I let her know about my relationship with Xia Yunshu, I'm afraid she won't have any peace in the future. Are you sure? Clearly the woman on the other end didn't believe me. Did you sneak behind my back again, to flirt with other women outside? If I hadn't heard a while ago that Huan Yin had reappeared in the martial world, she still wouldn't know your whereabouts. This is the first time you've disappeared so quietly for so long. My mouth twitched and I changed the subject directly. Did you call me just to ask about this? The woman on the other end was silent for a moment, her tone a half smile. I just wanted to remind you, don't forget our agreement. I raised an eyebrow. I haven't been by your side for 2 years. Haven't you been just fine? Fine is fine, but I miss you dearly. My dearest husband. I got goosebumps all over. Speak properly. Who's your husband? You are my dearest husband. I get goosebumps hearing those words. Just as I was about to scold her, I heard her speak again. Oh right, I heard you almost got your head blown off last night. I gripped the phone tightly. How did you know? We're thousands of miles apart. How could she so quickly know what happened here? The other party didn't answer, just snorted coldly and uttered 3 words. Useless thing. I was a bit speechless. I was indeed too careless this time. I think the longer you live, the more you regress. Don't say you're my man when you go out in the future. I can't afford to lose face. I forced a laugh and replied, I was never your man to begin with. The woman snorted arrogantly. Do something for me. I knew she wouldn't be looking for me for anything good. Speak, what is it? Just got word Solomon will be auctioning an item soon. After she finished speaking, my brows furrowed even tighter. This item must have quite a few people eyeing it. The woman ordered. I don't care what method you use, you must get that item for me. Although I wasn't very willing, I still agreed. Who told me to owe her? After hanging up, I sent a message to Ellie, telling her to pay attention to Solomon's recent activities. Ellie first replied with an OK sticker, then sent a text message. Jihuai, I did you a big favor. How are you going to thank me? I asked, a bit puzzled. What big favor? Ellie immediately replied. I hacked into the Civil Affairs Bureau's system and changed your and Xia Yunshu's marital status to divorced. Starting today, you're single again. Praise me now. Praise me now. My mouth twitched violently, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm divorced from Xia Yunshu just like that? Just now, Xia Yunshu was saying that she didn't want a divorce, and in the blink of an eye, Ellie changed our marital status to divorced. Ellie waited for a long time without a reply and sent a voice message. Don't tell me you've really fallen in love with Xia Yunshu and can't bear to divorce her. Ellie tried her best to persuade. There are countless beauties in this world. Absolutely must not give up everything for Xia Yunshu alone. As a person, your vision must be broad, your gaze must be far-sighted. I gripped my phone tightly, not sure what I was thinking. A glint of determination flashed in my eyes. I typed 2 words in reply to Ellie. Thanks. Divorce is fine too, after all. I and Xia Yunshu have no future, and there will be no result. My mood was a bit chaotic. I really didn't want to go back to the hospital room and face Xia Yunshu. In the hospital room, Xia Yunshu was still waiting for me to finish my call and return. Recalling my tense appearance just now, she couldn't help but be a little curious about the person on the other end of the line. Just then, the door to the hospital room opened, but the person who walked in was not me, but Yang Ting. Yang Ting keenly noticed change in her gaze and explained, Miss Yunshu, Mr. G said he had to go to the company for a bit. He told me to come and take care of you. Xia Yunshu's expression immediately turned cold. This heartless man, she was still injured, yet he just left her. Was work at the company more important than her? Yang Ting asked. Miss Yunshu, would you like to eat something? Not hungry. Xia Yunshu coldly refused, sat up to send me a voice message. Ji Huai, when are you coming back? I'm hungry. I want to eat wonton noodles from Jin Cheng. Can you bring me a serving? Yang Ting thought to herself. She never expected Miss Yunshu to be so two-faced. Not long after Xia Yunshu sent the voice message, I replied with one word, okay. At this, Xia Yunshu's expression finally softened a little. She knew she was still in my heart. Putting down her phone, Xia Yunshu looked towards Yang Ting, her tone becoming serious. Send people to investigate the whereabouts of Ji Rende and Ji Haochen. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, you must find them for me. Anyone who dares to harm Ji Huai, she will absolutely not let them go. Besides, Ji Rende had something she wanted. Xia Yunshu continued to ask, have you investigated the assassin's background? The bodyguards at the villa are no ordinary people. For that assassin to be able to ambush quietly outside, he must not be an ordinary person. Yang Ting nodded. I've already sent people to investigate. He's from Yin Men. Xia Yunshu froze, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. Yin Men again. This feud is really getting bigger and bigger. Sooner or later, there will be a day when she will round them all up. After talking, Xia Yunshu waited in the hospital room for my return. She waited for an hour, but I didn't appear. Instead, Xia Linger and Shen Quning returned. As soon as Xia Linger entered, she placed the takeout in her hands on the table. Ji Huai said you wanted to eat wonton noodles, so I bought some for you. Xia Yunshu's face darkened as she looked at the bowl of wonton noodles in front of her, wanting to flip the table. Xia Linger handed her chopsticks. Xia Yunshu's tone was icy. Not eating. Take it away. Xia Linger was stunned. Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Why? Xia Yunshu cut her off with a cold face and ordered Yang Ting to handle the procedures. I want to be discharged. To keep myself from having the energy to think about other things, I went to the company and buried myself in work. I was busy until 11 p.m. Shuishi reminded me several times that it was too late before I finally left the company. By this time, Xia Yunshu must be resting. I planned to go back to the hospital to see her. But before I even reached the hospital, I received a call from Xia Linger. Ji Huai, it's bad. My sister fainted. She's also running a fever. Boo-hoo. What should I do? Is she going to die? My heart tightened. How did that happen? Have you called a doctor to check on her? We called, but the doctor hasn't arrived. My sister was discharged this afternoon. She's at home now. I rushed back to the villa, feeling both anxious and angry. Has this Xia Yunshu been kicked in the head by a donkey? Getting discharged right after surgery? Is she joking? Back at the villa, before the car had even come to a complete stop, I jumped out. Ji Huai, you're back? After calling me, Xia Linger had been waiting at the door. How is Xia Yunshu? Hasn't the doctor arrived yet? I asked as I ran upstairs. Xia Linger didn't dare to look at me, pretending to be serious. The doctor hasn't arrived. We just called to urge him. He said he's stuck in traffic. I burst into the bedroom and saw Xia Yunshu's face was flushed, unconscious on the bed. Shen Quning stood by the bed, the expression on her face a little stiff. I went to the bedside and touched her forehead. It was indeed very hot. Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu. I called her twice with no response. There's a medical kit downstairs, go get it. Shen Quning quickly ran downstairs and brought the medical kit up very quickly. I took Xia Yunshu's temperature, 38.7 degrees. There was fever-reducing medicine in the medical kit. I gave her 2 pills. I also used alcohol to physically cool her down. She still has a wound on her shoulder. If her fever doesn't go down soon, the wound will get infected and inflamed, and it will be even more serious by then. When I left the hospital, wasn't she fine? How did she get a fever? I asked while physically cooling her down. Shen Quning and Xia Linger looked at each other. It's probably because Miss Yunshu's health is a bit weak. If I knew that Xia Yunshu took a cold shower right after being discharged, just to give herself a fever, I wonder how I would feel. I frowned and said, she just had surgery. She should have been observed in the hospital for at least 3 days. How could you let her be so reckless? Xia Linger looked aggrieved. Ji Huai, we tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. I sighed. It's true that once Xia Yunshu decides on something, no one can persuade her otherwise. You two go and rest. I'll watch over her tonight. Xia Linger looked at me with some guilt. Ji Huai, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't want to lie to you either. It was my sister who forced me. Sorry. This must be hard on you, Jihuai. I'm right in the next room. Just call me if you need anything. After speaking, Xia Linger pulled Shen Quning, this third wheel, and they left the bedroom together. Walking out of the bedroom, Shen Quning teased with a smile. For the sake of love, Miss Yunshu is really willing to do anything. Xia Linger pouted. I never thought my sister could be so scheming. As the two were talking, they looked up and saw Shui Shiyi standing not far away with a blank expression. Xia Linger gave a forced laugh. Jihuai is taking care of my sister. You should go back to your room and rest. Shui Shiyi glanced at the tightly closed bedroom door. Ellie told him to be wary of Xia Yunshu, but didn't specify what to do in this situation. What an awkward situation. Shen Quning glanced and saw through his thoughts, saying with a smile, Don't worry. Xia Yunshu is so sick right now. Even if she wanted to do something, she wouldn't have the strength. Shui Shiyi glanced at her. What if she's faking it? Shen Quning was speechless. No way, my sister isn't that kind of person. Xia Linger lied with a straight face, not blinking an eye. Shui Shiyi said nothing, still standing in the hallway, not leaving. Xia Linger had to give in to him. If he wants to stand outside, then let him stand outside, as long as he doesn't enter the room and disturb them. Busy all night, it wasn't until almost 3 a.m. that Xia Yunshu's temperature finally returned to normal. I breathed a sigh of relief and checked the wound on her shoulder again. Fortunately, the wound showed no signs of infection or inflammation. I helped her button her pajama top again. My eyes accidentally fell on the scar, which vaguely resembled the number 7 on her back. I lowered my head to look closely a few times. This wasn't a tattoo. When I first married Xia Yunshu, there was one time, without her permission, I barged into her bedroom. At that time, she had just finished showering and her upper body was bare. I caught a glimpse and noticed this number on her back. I didn't look closely at the time and thought it was a tattoo. Later, from Xia Linger, I learned that her moonlight was named a key, and I always thought she had tattooed her moonlight's name on herself. Now it seems I was mistaken. This wasn't a tattoo, it was clearly a scar. I gently caressed the scar, shaped like a 7 on Xia Yunshu's back. I wonder if this scar has anything to do with a key. While I was lost in thought, my hand was suddenly grabbed. I came back to my senses and immediately met Xia Yunshu's gaze. Jihuai, you're back. My heart skipped a beat and I nodded. You're awake? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? As I spoke, I emotionlessly pulled my hand away from her grasp, helped button her shirt, and covered her with the blanket. Xia Yunshu looked at me, her eyes filled with disappointment, a little dizzy, and my throat hurts. Her tone was very weak and her voice was a bit dry and hoarse. Open your mouth, let me see. I lifted her chin and looked at her throat. Her tonsils were inflamed. The medicine in the medical kit was limited, so I had to send a message to Shui Shiyi, telling him to go buy medicine. After sending the message, I poured her a glass of water. Xia Yunshu took one sip and then stopped drinking. Why were you discharged? I questioned her with a cold face. Xia Yunshu said nonchalantly, I don't really like the smell of the hospital. I was furious with nowhere to vent. Xia Yunshu, how old are you? Don't you know your own condition? You were shot by a gun. It's not a minor scrape. Xia Yunshu grabbed my hand again. Jihuai, are you worried about me? I looked at her seriously and said, You were injured because you saved me. If you die, I will feel very guilty. Xia Yunshu frowned. Is it just guilt? I didn't answer and changed the subject with a straight face. If your throat hurts, don't talk. Xia Yunshu indeed stopped talking. Not long after, Shui Shi came back with the medicine. I gave Xia Yunshu a dose of medicine, afraid her condition might relapse in the middle of the night, so I planned to stay by her bedside and watch her all night. Xia Yunshu moved to the other side of the bed and patted the empty space next to her. I waved my hand, saying it wasn't necessary. It'll just lie on the sofa for a while. This time, Xia Yunshu didn't listen to me and spoke directly. If you dare to sleep on the sofa, then I'll sleep on the floor. I knew she wasn't joking. After being busy all night, I didn't have the energy to argue with her anymore. So I compromised and lay down. As soon as I lay down, Xia Yunshu turned and hugged me. I stiffened a little and let her hug me. I closed my eyes but couldn't fall asleep. Xia Yunshu pressed against my back. I could almost feel her heartbeat. Xia Yunshu seemed to have found a sense of security and quickly fell asleep. The next morning when I woke up, Xia Yunshu was sitting up against the headboard, holding a tablet and looking at documents. Seeing me awake, Xia Yunshu very naturally said good morning. I came to my senses, said good morning, hurriedly got out of bed to wash up. Breakfast was brought up by Xia Linger. After Xia Yunshu finished eating, I took her pulse and checked her wound again. You need to rest well in bed for the next 2 days. Don't be reckless anymore. After changing the dressing later, I will give you another IV drip. Xia Yunshu's eyes were full of scrutiny as she looked at me. Jihuai, do you know medicine? If Yang Ting hadn't mentioned it yesterday, she wouldn't have known that the surgery on her was done by me. I nodded and said casually, I've studied a bit of both Eastern and Western medicine. Xia Yunshu looked at me with even more astonishment. No wonder his technique for treating wounds was so skillful. It turns out he had studied medicine and was proficient in both Eastern and Western medicine. For the next few days, I took care of Xia Yunshu, while also busy cleaning up the mess left by Ji Rende. The father and son, Ji Rende, had been missing for 3 days, and I still had no news of them. I finally decided to use the power of yin men. I don't believe they could have vanished from the face of the earth. 3 days later, after finishing my work, I returned to Xia Yunshu's villa. It was already 9:30 p.m. When I got to the bedroom, I found that Xia Yunshu wasn't there. She was probably in the study. I went to the study door. Through the slightly ajar door, I saw Shen Qiuning inside. I was just about to knock when Shen Quning's voice came out. Are you really not going to divorce Jihuai anymore? My raised hand froze. Not divorcing anymore. It was Xia Yunshu's voice. Then are you still looking for a key? Looking. As long as I'm alive for a day, I will continue to search. My heart ached, and I reflexively took a step back. Shen Qiuning asked again, then if you find a key in the future, what about Jihuai? This time, Xia Yunshu said nothing. I stood at the door, my eyes gradually turning cold. Her silence gave me the answer. In Xia Yunshu's heart, perhaps I was just a spare tire, to kill time, to relieve her loneliness before finding a key. I bit my lower lip hard. She took a bullet for me. I really thought she had fallen in love with me, that she had feelings for me. How could that be? I let out a self-deprecating laugh. Jihuai, stop daydreaming. You two are divorced anyway. I quietly turned around and went back to the bedroom. As soon as I closed the bedroom door, my phone rang. It was a call from Ellie. Hello, Jihuai. Solomon's auction list is out. The thing you need is on it. The auction time is in 3 days. Ellie paused for a moment, her tone hard to read. Also, I found something else on the auction list that you've always been looking for. In the study, Xia Yunshu was silent for a long time. Even if I find a key, I won't divorce Jihuai. Shen Qiuning was stunned. So you're not going to marry a key anymore? No. Xia Yunshu answered decisively. A key was a thorn in her heart. Before, she thought it was because of what happened 5 years ago that she felt extremely guilty towards him. Before meeting someone she truly loved, she thought that if she could really find him, she would be willing to marry him. But now things are different. She has me in her heart now. There's no room for anyone else. The guilt towards a key, she will find another way to compensate him. This time Shen Qiuning understood clearly. It seemed Xia Yunshu had really fallen in love with Jihuai. Then Jihuai's identity. Aren't you going to investigate? Even people like Ellie and Shui Shiyi are willing to be his underlings and bodyguards. It's clear that his identity is not just as simple as the young master of the Ji family. Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes. No need to investigate. Jihuai has many secrets. The reason he doesn't want to tell me is because he still doesn't trust me enough, and he hasn't completely accepted me. I can't be hasty, and I certainly can't force him. When Jihuai completely accepts me, he will be willing to tell me. Shen Qiuning clicked her tongue, gloating at her misfortune. With Jihuai's current personality, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a long time. Who told you to torture him like that before? It serves you right. Xia Yunshu smiled bitterly, then suddenly remembered something important. Oh right, have someone go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and withdraw our divorce application. Their divorce application was submitted almost a month ago. If we don't withdraw it, we will really be divorced then. We'll call someone in Jingdu to handle it later. After talking, Xia Yunshu returned to the bedroom. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Jihuai was back and showering. Thinking this, Xia Yunshu was eager to see me and immediately went into the bedroom to wait for me. I came out after my shower, seeming not to expect Xia Yunshu to be in the bedroom. I was stunned for a moment, then sat on the sofa, smiled, and waved at her. Xia Yunshu walked to the bed and sat down, taking off her outer shirt. I removed the damp gauze from her shoulder and applied medicine with a cotton swab, bit by bit. While applying the medicine, I said, I formulated this medicine myself. Apply it once a day before sleeping, apply it continuously for a week, and it will have a miraculous effect on healing the wound. It also won't leave a scar. The corners of Xia Yunshu's mouth curved up, her eyes filled with tenderness. You've had to worry, husband. I pressed my lips together and said nothing. It wasn't until I finished applying the medicine that I suddenly spoke. Xia Yunshu, thank you. Why the sudden thank you? At this moment, I suddenly looked up and kissed her on the lips. Xia Yunshu suddenly felt her neck being pierced by something sharp. A sharp pain shot through her, and then she immediately lost consciousness. As soon as Xia Yunshu fainted, I packed my luggage and finally sent a message to Shui Shiyi, telling him we could depart. I walked to the bedside, staring at the unconscious Xia Yunshu, the corner of my mouth curving into a bitter smile. I caressed her cold, beautiful face. Xia Yunshu, goodbye. No, it should be farewell forever. After speaking, I turned and left the bedroom. A few minutes later, a black Land Rover quietly left the villa. The next day, when Shen Qiuning went downstairs for breakfast, she found only Xia Linger in the dining room. Isn't Miss Yunshu awake yet? Xia Linger glanced upstairs suggestively, smiling very cheerfully. It's not that my sister isn't awake, it's that both my sister and Jihuai are not awake. Xia Linger emphasized the last few words. Shen Qiuning raised her eyebrows, understanding immediately. This progress is too fast. She thought Xia Yunshu would have to chase her husband until she was exhausted. Who knew she would succeed so quickly? After finishing breakfast, Xia Linger went for a walk in the garden and asked the patrolling bodyguard, isn't Shui Shiyi up for his morning exercise today? For the past few days, every morning she woke up, she would see Shui Shiyi exercising in the garden. Even on rainy days, it didn't change. Not seeing him today felt a little strange. The bodyguard shook his head. Mr. Shui and Mr. Ji have gone out. They haven't returned yet. As soon as Xia Linger heard this, her eyes widened. They went out? When did that happen? 2:30 in the morning. The bodyguard paused for a moment and then added, "The gentleman was also carrying luggage." Xia Linger's heart skipped a beat, suddenly thinking of something. She started running into the house. "Sister, I've knocked several times. There's no answer from the room." Shen Qiuning heard the commotion and ran up. "What's wrong?" Xia Linger said worriedly. The bodyguard said that early yesterday morning Ji Huai and Shui Shiyi left, and they were carrying luggage. Shen Qiuning also realized something was wrong. She knocked hard on the door a few times. Still no one answered. "Sister Yunshu, I'm coming in." After saying that, Shen Qiuning kicked the bedroom door open. The bedroom was dead silent. Jia Yunshu was lying alone quietly on the large bed. Her breathing was even. "Sister." Shen Qiuning immediately sent someone to call a doctor. After an examination by the doctor, the final conclusion was that Xia Yunshu had been injected with a high concentration of anesthetic, which was not harmful to the body. It would just cause someone to fall into a coma. The family doctor gave Xia Yunshu an injection, and she woke up shortly after. Xia Linger quickly helped her sit up. "Sister, you're awake. Are you okay?" Xia Yunshu rubbed her head. Her head was still a bit dizzy. After a while, she reacted. "What happened to me?" Xia Linger explained. "You were injected with a high concentration of anesthetic. You've been unconscious until now." Shen Qiuning glanced at the obvious love marks left on her body and smiled wryly. "Sister Yunshu, you really let your guard down this time." Xia Yunshu suddenly remembered what happened last night. Her eyes swept around the bedroom. "Where's Ji Huai?" Xia Ling looked at her sister with a pained expression. "Ji Huai and Shui Shiyi left early yesterday morning. I just checked the wardrobe. All of Ji Huai's things are gone. He's left." Xia Yunshu's mind went blank with a buzz. She immediately grabbed her phone to call me, but my phone was turned off. Xia Yunshu clenched her phone. "Ji Huai, you dare." Xia Yunshu only now realized that this was all my plan. This was the second time I had knocked her out after we were done, and then disappeared without a trace. This scumbag. Recalling everything from last night, Xia Yunshu's whole body was filled with a dark coldness. Qiuning, immediately take people to the airport and the high-speed rail station to investigate. "Ji Huai, you better not let me find you, or you'll see if I don't break your legs." Shen Qiuning immediately took people to the airport and the high-speed rail station. "Sister, did you make Ji Huai angry again? Otherwise, why would Ji Huai leave so quietly?" Xia Yunshu clenched her fists, knuckles cracking. "He practically worships me like an ancestor. How would he dare to make me unhappy?" Xia Linger looked at her sister's hurt expression. Her nose tingled. "Sister, is it possible that Ji Huai will never come back?" Xia Yunshu's heart ached. She knew that when he had just left the capital, he had no intention of coming back. If he hadn't kidnapped old Master Ji halfway and used him to threaten me, and perhaps during this time I basically wouldn't have been with him. She thought that I would, because of her risking her life to save me. Even if she didn't quickly accept and forgive me, at least I wouldn't leave again. Unexpectedly, he still left in the end, and in this way, no less. This man was even more heartless than she had imagined. Xia Yunshu picked up her phone and called her close friend far away in the capital. "Go to the nursing home immediately. The moment I'm back in the capital, you're ordering me around. I owe you a favor." 2 hours later, Shen Qiuning returned. "How did it go? Did you find out where Ji Huai went?" Xia Yunshu asked hurriedly. "I found it." Shen Qiuning was a bit tense, looking at Xia Yunshu's ice-cold face. "Sister Yunshu, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Xia Yunshu was stunned. "Is there any news worse than Ji Huai running away?" "The good news." Shen Qiuning spoke. "The good news is, I found out that last night he and Shui Shiyi took a plane to the US. A dark glint flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. "Then what's the bad news?" Shen Qiuning quietly took a step back, afraid that Sister Yunshu's anger would soon spread to her. "A friend from the capital's Civil Affairs Bureau just called me, saying that the marital status of you and Ji Huai is now divorced." Xia Yunshu froze completely. Her expression changed. "What did you say?" Xia Ling asked in a daze. "Isn't the cooling-off period for a divorce 1 month? That time shouldn't be up yet." Shen Qiuning was also confused. "I'm not sure what's going on either." Just then, the maid came in from outside holding a box. "Miss Yunshu, there's a package for you. The sender is addressed to Madam." As soon as Xia Yunshu heard that, she immediately took it and opened it. After seeing clearly what was in the box, Xia Yunshu's already ugly expression turned even more bone-chillingly cold. The pressure in the air dropped sharply. Xia Ling and Shen Qiuning leaned over to look and were both stunned. "Sister, are you and Ji Huai really divorced?" "It's over. Her sister this time has been completely abandoned by Ji Huai." Xia Yunshu took out the red booklet from the box which read, "Divorce certificate," and clenched it in her palm, wishing she could crush it to pieces, slept with him and then ran away, and he even wants to sever all ties with you. "Ji Huai, you really are a scumbag. Get the car. We're going to the airport." Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth. "Even if I have to turn America upside down, I must find this scumbag Ji Huai, then break his legs and tie him to my side." The capital of the United States. As soon as I got off the plane, I sneezed several times in a row. I guess Xia Yunshu must be awake by now. She must be wishing she could kill me right now. Ellie was already waiting outside the airport. As soon as she met me, she presented a treasure, handing me a small red booklet. "Ji Huai, a gift for you." I took it and saw it was the divorce certificate between me and Xia Yunshu. Ellie said, taking credit. "I've already sent the other copy to Xia Yunshu. This time you can finally be free of her. Are you happy? Are you thrilled?" I stared at the 3 words, Xia Yunshu on the divorce certificate, feeling a bit dazed. No matter how this relationship began, it was all over now. Ellie saw my cold expression and said nothing, so she teased, "Looking at your expression, it seems you're quite reluctant." I hid the emotion in my eyes, put the divorce certificate in my pocket, and changed the subject. "How are the arrangements in the capital?" "Don't worry, the people I sent are all experts. They can definitely bring old Master G back safely." As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Ellie looked at the phone number and said with a smile, "They must have succeeded." She answered the phone as she spoke, putting it on speaker. The next second, the tense voice of a subordinate came through the phone. "Boss, we've been completely wiped out." My expression darkened. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The nursing home was already prepared. Our people were discovered as soon as they got close. Ellie was furious. "Xia Yunshu, that woman reacts way too fast. She's in Jincheng right now, yet she could still quickly arrange things in the capital like that." Ellie said through gritted teeth. "Ji Huai, why don't you reconsider my suggestion and just get rid of her?" I just gave her a sideways glance. "You think Xia Yunshu is that easy to deal with?" Ellie looked like she saw through me and mumbled, "I can clearly see you can't bear to do it." I ignored her, thought for a moment. In my contacts, I found the number noted as Kio and sent her a message. Arriving at Ellie's place, I went to my room to sleep off the jet lag. This sleep plunged me into a nightmare. In the dream, I returned to 5 years ago, the night I pushed her into the abyss. I suddenly woke up from the dream, drenched in sweat. Waves of uncomfortable pain came from my heart. I panted heavily, trying to suppress this painful feeling, but it only grew more unbearable. I gave up and resolutely took a few painkillers. It was now past 11 p.m. I got out of bed, changed my clothes, and headed out the door, planning to go out. Ellie was watching TV in the living room and asked when she saw me come down. I didn't say anything, just grabbed the car keys and walked straight out. Ellie froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly reacted to something and chased after me. "Ji Huai looks like this. His condition must be acting up." When Xia Yunshu's group arrived at the U.S. capital's airport, it was already early morning. Just as she got off the plane, Xia Yunshu received a call from her friend. "What's the background of this old man in the nursing home? He can actually hire American mercenaries. If I hadn't been fully prepared, I'm afraid I would have died there today." Xia Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly. "How many people came?" "More than 20 people, each one of them an expert. They injured quite a few of my men. But don't worry, I still have people watching him for you. They couldn't take him away. The capital is our turf after all. Even a mighty dragon can't crush a local snake. Thank you for your hard work." Xia Yunshu gave a few more instructions before hanging up. After getting in the car, Xia Yunshu immediately told the driver to go to Ellie's place first. Because I had come here, I would most likely be staying at Ellie's house. Shen Qiuning sat in the passenger seat and turned to look at Xia Yunshu. "Sister Yunshu, why don't you eat something and rest for a bit?" From the moment I left until now, more than 20 hours had passed. She hadn't slept or eaten. At this rate, even the strongest body couldn't take it. Xia Yunshu looked out the car window. Her expression was terrifyingly grim. Shen Qiuning shrugged. Knowing that she couldn't persuade her, she didn't say anything more. She took out her phone, logged into a social media app, and started scrolling, when suddenly a popular live stream popped up. Shen Qiuning immediately became excited. "Damn, Huan Yin is actually back in the game. 1 against 10, that's awesome." Hearing the 2 words, Huan Yin, Xia Yunshu's back stiffened. "Who did you say?" "Huan Yin, the king of Europe's underground boxing." Shen Qiuning shook her phone. "Tonight he's fighting a 1-on-10 match at the Leo Underground Arena." Before she could finish, the phone was snatched away by Xia Yunshu. Shen Qiuning rarely saw her so agitated. "Sister Yunshu, are you also a fan of Huan Yin?" On the phone right now, a boxing match was being live-streamed. The man in the golden mask stood in the middle of the ring, his entire body exuding a powerful and ruthless aura, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. His eyes revealed a ruthless sharpness. At his feet, 3 boxers had already fallen. The staff dragged them off the ring, signaling for the match to continue. The remaining 7 fighters attacked him simultaneously. Huan Yin leaped into the air, dodging the attacks, his moves sharp and vicious, showing no mercy at all. After a few rounds, 2 more fighters fell. The remaining fighters were all fighting with bloodshot eyes, charging at Huan Yin like wild beasts. Huan Yin couldn't dodge in time and took a heavy punch to the stomach. Xia Yunshu clenched the phone. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out, daring to fight 1 against 10 at Leo. Does he have a death wish? The driver was startled and immediately turned the car around. Shen Qiuning looked at Xia Yunshu in a daze. "What's wrong? Aren't you looking for him anymore?" On the other side, the camera gave me a close-up. The eyes under my mask were even colder than the time at the Jincheng Underground Arena, like an emotionless machine. Xia Yunshu stared at me in the video. Her heart ached so much she could barely breathe. Meanwhile, the Leo Underground Arena was hosting a match unprecedented in its history. The boxing king Huan Yin returned, his debut match a 1-on-10. The live audience was packed, and the live stream, due to the massive number of viewers, had at one point crashed the internet. This 1-on-10 boxing match, from start to finish, took less than half an hour. When it ended, the only person left standing in the ring was the man in the mask. Cheers and screams echoed throughout the arena. The air was filled with the exhilarating smell of blood. When he retired, he was the king here. Now that he's back, he is still the faith in their hearts, an undefeated myth. I stood in the middle of the ring, head slightly bowed, looking at my blood-covered hands. My heart finally felt a little better. As expected, only this kind of release could suppress the frantic mood. Just then, Shui Shiyi's voice came through, Ellie's earpiece. "Ellie, Xia Yunshu is here. What? They're already inside the arena. Ellie cursed under her breath and pulled my hand as she ran towards the back door. Run. On the way to the arena, Xia Yunshu only managed to watch half of the live stream, then the network crashed and she couldn't get back in. But seeing people comment online that Huan Yin had won, her heart, which had been hanging by a thread, was finally put at ease. When she finally arrived, Xia Yunshu rushed into the arena, searching everywhere, but couldn't find any trace of me. Xia Yunshu grabbed a staff member, gave him a small tip and asked, "When did Huan Yin leave?" "Not long ago." Seeing such a generous tip, the staff member added another sentence. "He left through the east exit." Xia Yunshu broke into a run towards the east exit. Shen Qiuning followed her. "Sister Yunshu, this Huan Yin has always been mysterious. Like a divine dragon, showing its head but not its tail. It's not easy for you to meet him." Xia Yunshu didn't say anything. She ran out of the east exit. On the empty lot outside, a helicopter was slowly taking off. Through the helicopter window, she saw me and Ellie sitting inside. Her call of Jihuai was drowned out by the huge roar of the rotor blades vanishing in the wind. In the helicopter, I took off my mask, looking at the woman shouting my name below. It felt like something had pierced my heart, and it started to hurt again. I had really underestimated Xia Yunshu to be able to find me so quickly. It seems we can't stay here any longer. Let's go straight to Fulin Island. Solomon's auction this time is located there. If we go a day early, we can gather some information. I answered, closing my eyes. Xia Yunshu watched the helicopter gradually disappear into the night sky. A huge sense of helplessness and failure washed over her, almost drowning her. The night wind was bleak and utterly desolate. Just now, Shen Qiuning heard Xia Yunshu shout my name, and besides being surprised, she belatedly realized that Jihuai is Huan Yin. Otherwise, Sister Yunshu wouldn't have been in such a rush after seeing him fight. Unfortunately, he managed to get away again. Xia Yunshu turned to leave, her cold voice giving an order. "Immediately investigate the information of that helicopter. Jihuai, that heartless man, you better not let me catch you." Xia Yunshu returned to the hotel and sat in the study all night. Shen Qiuning went to find her early in the morning. Pushing open the door, she looked at Xia Yunshu with some helplessness. We could only track the helicopter flying north. We couldn't find out its specific destination. Xia Yunshu picked up her phone and called Luna. "Miss Luna, there's something I need your help with." The woman on the other end of the line said with a laugh, "Miss Xia, it's my honor to be of service to you." Xia Yunshu said, "I want to know your sister's whereabouts." Luna hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Miss Xia, did Ellie offend you in some way?" Last time Xia Yunshu called, she said Ellie was harassing her husband, so with one phone call, she had her called back to the US. Could it be that this girl ran off to bother people again? Xia Yunshu said unhurriedly, "Your sister has seduced my husband away." Luna froze, her expression changing. "Miss Xia, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Rest assured, I'll call Ellie right away." Xia Yunshu paused for a moment. "Just tell me her location. Don't let her know I'm looking for her. As a thank you, regarding the cooperation with the Emil family, I agree to it." Upon hearing this, Luna immediately laughed. Okay, Miss Xia, please wait a moment. I'll call Ellie right now." After hanging up less than 5 minutes later, Luna's call came through. "Miss Xia, Ellie is on Fulin Island right now." Xia Yunshu frowned. As far as she knew, tonight Solomon would be holding an auction on Fulin Island. They went there. Was it to buy something? Fulin Island is a place frequented by the 3 major organizations of the European and American underworld. Ranked first and second are Yin Men and Xing Men, respectively, and in third place is Solomon. On the surface, Solomon is a trading company, but it also operates underground, circulating goods for the black market. Every so often, Solomon will hold a large auction, the location changing randomly, and the items in the auction, every single one is rare and priceless. There's some conflict between Yin Men and Solomon. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, I decisively used the identity of Huan Yin to participate in this auction. At 8 p.m., the auction was officially held at the most luxurious hotel on the island. The first auction item was an ancient jade sculpture. The object was not large, but the color of the jade and the carving technique were extremely rare. As the saying goes, in times of prosperity, collect antiques, in times of chaos, buy gold. Now is considered a peaceful and prosperous era, so this kind of exquisite antique passed down from 1,000 years ago naturally became a hot item. I had no interest in these things. Bored, I cracked open sunflower seeds. I was only interested in the last 2 items of tonight's auction. One is the Bing Yu Hua that can cure 100 poisons. The other is the A117 reagent. I must obtain these 2 things. The auction proceeded with great excitement. Very quickly, the staff brought the 5th item to the display stand. It was an oil painting. I stared at that painting and immediately frowned. Ellie next to me rubbed her eyes, confirming again and again that she wasn't seeing things. "Jihuai, why is the person in this painting you?" I was also very surprised to actually see a portrait of myself here. "Who painted this?" Without a second thought, I raised my paddle. Ellie teased, "Could it be that someone who has a secret crush on you painted it?" The host didn't give much of an introduction for this painting, not even mentioning whose work it was. But from the details magnified on the projector, one could see that this painting was perfectly rendered. The character's eyes and expression were incredibly realistic and vivid. I originally thought no one would compete with me for this painting. Who knew the owner of the opposite room would also raise their paddle? The windows of each room here are one-way glass. The person inside can see outside, but the person outside cannot see the person inside. I raised my paddle to increase the price again, and the other party followed suit. Ellie glanced at the opposite room a few times. I bet the person sitting in the room opposite is definitely an admirer of yours, otherwise they wouldn't spend so much money to buy this painting. After all, this painting is not by a famous artist, so its value isn't high. After a few rounds, a painting worth 3 million had already reached an 8-figure price. The person in the opposite room directly placed their numbered paddle on the table. The meaning was very clear. No matter how much I raised the price, he would follow. I hesitated for a moment, then gave up on bidding. Seeing me put down the paddle, Ellie urged me, "Keep raising the price. I'm not short on money." I paused for a moment. This painting is useless to me. Since the other party likes it, I'll just let him have it. After the auction ends, I'll go ask where this painting came from. This was my real intention for raising the paddle. All right then. Ellie didn't say any more. In the end, this painting was bought by the person opposite us for 13 million. I wasn't interested in the subsequent auction items. The person in the room opposite us didn't raise their paddle again either. Next up is the final item of the night, the Pharaoh's scepter. I shot up and asked the staff beside me, "Why is this the last item? Aren't there 2 more items on the list?" The staff member shook his head, indicating he didn't know. "I came here tonight specifically for the last 2 items. I've already prepared all the money. I absolutely cannot return empty-handed." Besides me, there were others who also came for the last 2 items, and now, upon hearing the host's words, they all began to cause a commotion. Finally, Solomon's second-in-command came out to explain. "Apologies, everyone. The last 2 items of this auction, the Bing Yuhua and the A117 reagent, were bought by someone else before the auction began. Selling items before the auction even starts, isn't Solomon breaking the rules by doing this? Apologies, this client's identity is a bit special." Ellie looked at me and asked worriedly, "What do we do now? We've been searching for the Bing Yuhua for so many years, it was just within our grasp, and yet someone had to throw a wrench in the works. And there's also the A117 reagent. That person would absolutely not allow something they've set their eyes on to be snatched away by someone else." I warmed up my wrists a bit, my gaze turning cold. If I can't buy it, he'll steal it. In short, no matter what, I must obtain these 2 items. The auction ended, and I was about to find someone to ask who had bought those 2 items, but Solomon's second-in-command beat me to it. "Mr. Huan Yin, this is the contact information of the person who bought those 2 items. If you really like them, you can contact him. If the price is right, perhaps he will sell them to you." I looked at him in surprise. Solomon has always been absolutely confidential with buyer information, unless the other party actively requested disclosure. I took the business card, and as soon as I saw the name and phone number on it, I was immediately stunned. Ellie glanced at the other person and lowered her voice. "Perhaps these 2 items are still in Solomon's hand. They haven't been sold at all. They're doing this to deliberately drive up the auction price." "Ji Huai?" At this point, she looked at the business card in my hand, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "It's just someone with the same name, right?" "No, it's her." I clenched the business card, gritting my teeth. I know Xia Yunshu's phone number even backwards. This is indeed her phone number. She was the one who bought the Bing Yuhua and the A117 reagent. Ellie couldn't help but complain. Good heavens, this woman just won't go away. I frowned, not understanding how she knew we were here, and even knew what I wanted to buy. Ellie rested her chin on her hand. Could she have planted a tracking device or a listening bug on you? Impossible. If that were the case, she would have caught me at the boxing ring last night. Suppressing the annoyance in my heart, I took out my phone to call her, but the phone played a notification sound. Her phone was turned off, telling someone to give me her number, then turning her phone off. This person is deliberately messing with me. Suppressing my anger, I called Yang Ting instead. As Xia Yunshu's assistant, Yang Ting's phone is always on 24/7. "Hello?" I tried to keep my voice calm. "Tell Xia Yunshu to answer the phone." Yang Ting's voice immediately came through. "Miss is already resting. She asked me to relay a message to you. At 6 a.m. tomorrow, she will be waiting for you at the airport." After saying that, Yang Ting hung up. I called again, but the other party didn't pick up. This time, I understood. Xia Yunshu wants me to deliver myself to her doorstep. I have to admit, she played this move very well. With these 2 items in her hands, I will definitely go find her. The presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Xia Yunshu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the distant waves crash onto the sandy shore. Her thin, pale lips curved into a mocking smile. If she couldn't catch Ji Huai, then she would find a way for him to deliver himself to her doorstep. Shen Qiuning entered from outside and recounted the situation at the auction to her. Interestingly, a painting also appeared at the auction. The person in the painting looked a lot like Ji Huai. In the end, that painting was bought for 13 million. Moreover, they probably only came for that painting as they left right after buying it. The cold, beautiful face of Xia Yunshu was shrouded in a layer of gloom. What is the other party's identity? Solomon is tight-lipped about the buyer's information, refusing to disclose it. But I found out that the helicopter the other party took had a military license plate from country F. Xia Yunshu's frown deepened, a sour feeling in her heart. The other party must be a pursuer of Ji Huai, otherwise they wouldn't have spent over 10 million to buy his portrait. This damn man, why are there people chasing after him everywhere he goes? Shen Qiuning deliberately fanned her hand in front of her nose, teasing, "It's just a painting? Is it worth getting so jealous over?" Xia Yunshu shot her a glance and turned to walk into the bedroom. On Fulin Island, the days are long and the nights are short. Just past 5 o'clock, the sky was already bright. I didn't wear a mask, calculated the time, and arrived at the only airport on the island right on time. At this moment, a white helicopter was undergoing its final inspection, scheduled to take off in 10 minutes. Xia Yunshu looked at me, trying her best to restrain her emotions. I stopped at a distance, 5 or 6 steps from Xia Yunshu. The moment Xia Yunshu opened her mouth, she knew she had lost. She couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed forward to embrace me tightly. We had clearly only been apart for 3 short days, but to her, it felt like we had been separated for 3 years. She missed me to the point of madness. No one had ever made her lose control like this. I looked at her, just about to open my mouth to speak, when Xia Yunshu's kiss came crashing down. A sharp pain shot through my lips, and soon I tasted the metallic tang of blood. Xia Yunshu punishingly bit and sucked my lip. "I really want to kill you." Her voice was both vicious and gloomy. I lifted my head and smiled arrogantly. "Would you have the heart to?" Xia Yunshu's eyes darkened. This man knew for sure that she wouldn't have the heart to do it, which is why he dared to be so presumptuous. Then she lowered her head and bit my neck. It hurt so much I was about to cry. For some reason, my vision began to blur. Then my vision went black and I passed out. On the rooftop of a distant building, Ellie held binoculars and watched me get onto Xia Yunshu's helicopter, shaking her head repeatedly. "I have a feeling this time Ji Huai is going to be eaten alive, down to the very last bone." Shui Shiyi, however, wasn't too worried. "Don't worry, Xia Yunshu probably won't harm the boss, otherwise she wouldn't have risked her life to take a bullet for him." Ellie snorted coldly. "Relax? Yeah, right. What kind of identity does Ji Huai have? It's not like you don't know. If that person knew he was so entangled with Xia Yunshu, would she let it slide?" Shui Shiyi rested his chin on his hand, his face full of contemplation. "It wouldn't go that far, would it?" Hearing this, Ellie patted Shui Shiyi's shoulder. "Humph. Their relationship is much more complicated than you think." After saying that, they turned and went inside. "Let's go. Don't forget what Ji Huai entrusted you with." When I woke up, I found myself lying on a bed. A voice came from above my head, a woman's voice. "You're awake?" I instinctively responded. Suddenly feeling something was wrong, I shot up. Only then did I realize I was on a plane. "Xia Yunshu, where are you taking me?" I glared at her fiercely. "You dare to knock me out." Xia Yunshu spoke calmly. "In a few more hours we will arrive in Jingdu." Back to Jingdu. I looked at her coldly and reminded her, "Xia Yunshu, we are already divorced." At the mention of divorce, Xia Yunshu's stomach churned with anger. "One moment you were sleeping with me, the next you used a piece of paper to send me away. Ji Huai, you are such a scumbag." I laughed out of anger. "Xia Yunshu, don't act all innocent after getting what you wanted. Don't forget that you were the one who proposed the divorce." Xia Yunshu frowned. "Ji Huai, I've already told you seriously, I don't want a divorce anymore." I forced out a laugh, my gaze growing even colder. "Xia Yunshu, two people who don't love each other being together is just mutual torture. I have already let you go. Why won't you let me go?" Xia Yunshu was stunned. "Ji Huai, didn't you love me very much before?" I looked at the white clouds drifting outside the plane window. "I don't love you anymore. Loving someone who doesn't love you back is a very painful thing. I'm afraid of pain, so I don't want to torture myself like that." Xia Yunshu suppressed her anger. "Don't love me anymore." For a moment no one said anything, and the surroundings became quiet. Just when I thought Xia Yunshu would get angry, I heard her gentle voice. "It's okay, if you don't love me, that's fine. As long as you stay by my side obediently, that's enough." The corner of my lips curved into a teasing smile. "Xia Yunshu, did you take the wrong medicine?" Xia Yunshu took my hand. "Ji Huai, I told you, I have enough time and patience. I'll wait for you to fall in love with me again. When you love me again, we'll get remarried, okay?" The corner of my mouth twitched. "Unless I lose my memory again, or in the next life." The corners of Xia Yunshu's lips forced a smile. "If you want to lose your memory again, I can help you." I glanced at her. "I guess I figured it out. Xia Yunshu has really taken an interest in me now. This is very dangerous." I decided to change the subject. "The 2 items you bought from Solomon, you'll pay triple the price. Sell them to me. These 2 items are very important to me. I must have them." Xia Yunshu glared at me coldly. "I'm not short on money. Then what do you want?" Xia Yunshu snorted arrogantly. "What I want? Don't you know in your heart? Marry me, and what's mine is yours." I couldn't refute that. It seemed very reasonable. But if after remarrying I took the items and ran away again, Xia Yunshu would definitely not let it go. At this moment, Xia Yunshu spoke again. "Ji Huai, how about we make a deal?" I was immediately interested. "What deal?" Xia Yunshu smiled. "Stay by my side obediently for 1 year, regardless of whether you love me or not. I will give you the Bing Yu Hua." I shook my head. "A year is too long. 3 months." Xia Yunshu's face turned cold. "Half a year. This is my final concession." I thought for a moment. "Half a year it is. I can wait. I also want the A117 reagent," I added. Xia Yunshu shook her head, her tone very firm. "I can't give you the A117. I frowned and looked at Xia Yunshu puzzledly. "Why?" Xia Yunshu pinched my chin. "Ji Huai, one can't be too greedy." I shook my head nonchalantly. As long as the item is with her, he'll find a way to get it. 3 hours later, the plane arrived at Jingdu International Airport. Returning once again to the Yujing Villa where I had lived for 2 years, I felt an indescribable feeling in my heart. My room, all the furniture was still the same as when I left, except that the walk-in closet had many new designer watches, clothes, and shoes. The butler stood beside me, smiling, and said, "Young master, all of these things were prepared a few days ago on Mrs. orders when she called. If you don't like them, we can schedule a designer to come to the house tomorrow to have them custom-made for you." I clicked my tongue. It seems Xia Yunshu had long planned to bring me back. No matter how much I ran, I couldn't escape the palm of her hand. After I finished showering, I made a phone call. After the call connected, I dialed a series of numbers. After 2 transfers, the call finally went through. "Have you obtained the item you needed? There was a small incident. I haven't gotten it yet." The woman on the other end of the line was clearly a little displeased. "A small incident? And you can't even handle it?" I replied calmly, "I can handle it. Give me some time. After all, you don't need it urgently." The woman responded, "I heard that in this Solomon auction, there was also a Bing Yuhua. Did you get it?" I said awkwardly, "Not yet." The woman on the other end was clearly a little displeased. So useless. I retorted without courtesy, "If you're so capable, why don't you come yourself?" If Xia Yunshu hadn't interfered, I would have had both items in my hands long ago. The woman on the other end was silent for a moment, then said gloomily, "My dear husband, let me remind you, your time is running out. It can wait, but I can't." My eyes flashed, and I gripped the phone tightly. "I know." At the same time, on the other side of the ocean, in an ancient castle beneath the Lindes mountain range, a tall, slender woman was standing on a vast balcony. The night wind blew gently, carrying a hint of chill. The moonlight scattered over her body, enveloping her in a warm glow. Noble and elegant. The woman put down her phone, recalling what I had just said. Her ruby-colored eyes glinted with a cold light. He had always been decisive in his actions. How could a small problem trouble him? Something's not right. "Bing Ling, send someone to investigate. I want to know what has happened around Jihuai in the past 2 years. Bing Ling hesitated slightly. "If he finds out you're investigating him, he won't be happy." The woman turned her head, her exquisitely beautiful features filled with mockery. "So you want to make me unhappy?" Bing Ling immediately shook her head. "It'll go right away. You can anger anyone, but not her, because you can't afford to provoke her." Returning to Xia Yunshu's Yujing villa, before even entering the house, the maid said a guest had arrived. Xia Yunshu and I walked into the house and saw Jiang Xinru sitting on the sofa drinking tea. "Miss Jiang, why aren't you at the hospital looking after my grandfather?" "Be careful, someone might take advantage of your absence to snatch him away," I teased sarcastically. Jiang Xinru stood up. "Mr. Ji, my people have all withdrawn from the hospital." Xia Yunshu looked at me, her eyes filled with tenderness. "I never thought of harming your grandfather, let alone actually using him to threaten you." She knew very well the place Grandfather Ji held in my heart. Using him to threaten me would only make Jihuai hate her. With the Bing Yuhua in hand, Xia Yunshu wasn't afraid of me leaving her again. I couldn't stand this look from Xia Yunshu anymore, so I looked away. Jiang Xinru looked towards Xia Yunshu. "I'm here to pick up the item." Xia Yunshu nodded. "Follow me to the study upstairs." Xia Yunshu from a secret compartment behind the bookshelf took out a silver briefcase. Opening it revealed 3 test tubes inside, containing 3 different liquids, red, blue, and colorless transparent. Jiang Xinru asked, "Has it been checked?" "This thing has appeared on the black market before, but they were all fakes." Xia Yunshu nodded. "Items auctioned by Solomon can't be fake." Only then was Jiang Xinru reassured, closing the lid. "Then he'll be taking this." Xia Yunshu asked, "When is the soonest we can get the results?" "That can't be estimated. I'll let you know as soon as there are results." As she was about to leave, Jiang Xinru suddenly asked, "What's the situation between you and Jihuai now?" Xia Yunshu replied nonchalantly, "I'm pursuing him." The corner of Jiang Xinru's mouth twitched. I was in the living room with my laptop handling documents when I heard footsteps upstairs. Turning my head to look, I saw Jiang Xinru coming down with a briefcase. "Miss Jiang, what are you carrying?" I was a little curious. Jiang Xinru maintained her standard fake smile, like a fox. "Nothing, just some documents." I nonchalantly said, "Oh," and went back to looking at my computer. It wasn't until Jiang Xinru had left that I looked up, my eyes filled with suspicion. Documents that need to be carried in a shockproof case? Unless it's something fragile, like the A117 reagent, for example. If what Jiang Xinru just had in her hands was indeed the A117 reagent, then this is difficult. I had originally planned to wait for Xia Yunshu to let her guard down and then steal it from her. Now that the item is in Jiang Xinru's hands, it will be inconvenient for me to act. It seems I'll have to find someone to help. I thought for a moment and opened my email to send a message to Qiao Qiao. The other party replied quickly. Okay, only then did I feel at ease. I hadn't logged into my email in a long time and saw that quite a few emails had accumulated in my inbox, so I opened it to take a look. Among them, one email caught my attention. The email was from a Doctors Without Borders colleague I had worked with, sent to me asking for my help with a patient's surgery. I thought for a moment and then sent my phone number to them. After all, I have to stay in Jingdu for a while, so it's good to find something to do. I soon received a call from the other party. It wasn't convenient to discuss the patient's condition over the phone, so they scheduled a meeting with me tomorrow to talk. The next day, the person I was meeting was named Huang Ling. She is a famous surgeon in Huaxia, specializing in neurosurgery, currently the head of the neurosurgery department at Jingdu Medical College. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop near Huang Lingling's hospital. When I arrived, I got out of the car and ran into a despicable person, Song Mingyu. He had just come out of the mall and greeted me. I was in no mood to waste time on him, so I went straight into the mall. How dare you ignore me? Song Mingju looked at me with hateful eyes, then suddenly had an idea and followed me. Before long, he saw me enter a coffee shop to meet a woman. Song Mingju was secretly delighted and hurriedly took out his phone to take pictures of us. To get the desired effect, he deliberately found a few angles to shoot from, getting several very ambiguous-looking photos. Yesterday, he heard Auntie Jo say that Xia Yunshu had actually argued with Uncle Xia because of me, and even warned Uncle Xia not to touch me. It seemed Ji Huai's importance in Xia Yunshu's heart was much greater than he had imagined. This was something he would absolutely not allow. He had liked Xia Yunshu since childhood, and had liked her for so many years. On what basis could Ji Huai compete with him? I wonder what expression Sister Yunshu will have when she sees these photos. Song Mingyu let out a cold laugh and sent the photos he had just taken to Xia Yunshu. After sending the photos, he sent a voice message. Sister Yunshu, I just saw Ji Huai walking around with a woman in the mall. They look very intimate. At the Xia group, Xia Yunshu was sitting behind her desk, facing the computer and handling her work, when her phone buzzed several times. She thought it was a message from me, but when she picked it up, she saw it was from Song Mingyu. When she saw the message he sent clearly, Xia Yunshu immediately radiated a cold aura. After driving away Ellie and Shui Shiyi, he goes and flirts with another woman, this damned man. At the coffee shop, after Huang Lingling and I met and exchanged a few greetings, we got down to business. The patient Huang Lingling was in charge of was named Teng Heng, a retired soldier. While participating in a peacekeeping mission abroad, his spine was hit by a bullet. Although the bullet was successfully removed, his spinal nerves were damaged, leading to paralysis of the lower limbs. Half a month ago, the patient could still walk by holding onto the wall, but now even standing has become difficult. I looked through the patient's medical records. His situation wasn't too difficult for me. I was 90% confident I could complete the surgery, so I said, send another copy of the medical records to my inbox. I'll be the lead surgeon for this operation. Huang Lingling looked grateful. Professor Ji, I thank you on behalf of the patient. Towards this teacher and good friend of mine, Huang Lingling was extremely respectful. With me as the lead surgeon for this operation, she was completely at ease. I smiled faintly. No need to thank me. I have to charge a consultation fee anyway. After talking, Huang Lingling treated me to a friendly meal. After the meal, I returned to the Yujing villa, and as soon as I entered the house, I saw Xia Yunshu sitting on the sofa in the living room. You're back. Didn't she say this morning when she left that she had to work overtime today and would be home late? Xia Yunshu looked up, her gloomy eyes staring at me. Where did you go? I blurted out, I met a friend. Xia Yunshu spoke slowly. A woman? I raised an eyebrow and nodded, keenly aware that Xia Yunshu's mood tonight wasn't very good. Her eyes held a cold glint as she looked at me, making me feel very uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Xia Yunshu stepped forward and hugged me tightly. Ji Huai, you promised me that for these 6 months you would only be by my side. I pushed her away directly. I promised to stay by your side for 6 months, not to be your punching bag. Xia Yunshu gripped my hand tightly. Ji Huai, you're the one who provoked me first. Xia Yunshu had been driven mad by jealousy. Now just the thought of me being with another woman drove her mad with jealousy. We've been married for 2 years, and you pursued me for 2 years. After saying that, she bit my lip. The metallic taste of blood spread between our lips and tongues. I came to my senses, unable to bear it any longer, and forcefully threw Xia Yunshu's hand off. Xia Yunshu, what right do you have to treat me like this? Xia Yunshu was stunned for a moment. Yes, I pursued you for 2 years, but how did you treat me during those 2 years? Just to see you once. I waited for you all night downstairs at your company in the freezing cold, but you didn't even spare me a glance. To make you a loving lunch, I forgot to eat and sleep to learn how to cook for a whole month. My 10 fingers were either burned or cut, but in the end, the meal I cooked was thrown into the trash by you. I heard on TV that women all like obedient boys, so as long as it was something you said, no matter how much I didn't want to in my heart, I would still listen. To win your favor, even when you scolded me, or when the maids at the old house bullied me until I was hospitalized, I never complained to you once. Xia Yunshu, I used to love you that much. I only wish I could have ripped out my heart and offered it to you, but you repeatedly trampled my sincere feelings under your feet. I pushed Xia Yunshu away, pointed at her and said loudly, where do you get the nerve now to ask me to continue loving you? On what grounds? Xia Yunshu was stunned, recalling everything I had said. He used to love me so much. Why doesn't he love me anymore? She reached out and caressed my face. Ji Huai, you've piqued my interest, so you have to take responsibility to the end. I frowned immediately. I knew it. Xia Yunshu couldn't possibly love me. To her, I'm just an interest. Because after I regained my memory, my personality was no longer the same, which made her find me interesting, so she's clinging to me. Suppressing the sharp pain in my chest, I gritted my teeth and said, don't even think about it in this lifetime. After saying that, I turned to leave. Ji Huai. Xia Yunshu stepped forward to stop me. I glared at her and roared loudly, get out! Get out of my sight! The woman stood there foolishly, watching my retreating back. She had just sensed a murderous glint in my eyes. Xia Yunshu felt as if a huge hole had been torn in her heart and endless emotions surged within her. On the other side, I went to a deserted corner, clutching my chest, I collapsed to the ground. My heart ached so much, it hurt to the point of suffocation. The heart-wrenching pain made life worse than death. The sky suddenly poured down with rain, with thunder and lightning. I curled up, kneeling on the ground, an intense pain radiating from my heart, causing it to convulse uncontrollably. I knew that the thing in my blood was acting up again. This time the flare-up was even more violent and painful than the last. It was an indescribable pain, spreading bit by bit from my heart, stimulating every one of my nerves. It was more unbearable than being flayed alive. I wanted to call for help, but I realized I had just run out without my phone. With a crash, thunder roared, and in an instant, the rain poured down. The pain was still intensifying, but ironically, my consciousness was incredibly clear. This is the characteristic of this poison. The more it hurts, the clearer your consciousness becomes, torturing you even more. Beep beep, a car approached from a distance, stopping more than 10 meters away from me. Professor G, are you all right? It was Huang Lingling. Just one look at me, and it was clear I was not okay. Huang Lingling immediately helped me up. They'll take you to the hospital. I struggled to raise my hand and grab her arm, my lips trembling. It's useless to go to the hospital. This poison has no antidote. Huang Lingling looked at me with a complicated expression, but in the end, she respected my wishes and didn't go to the hospital. She took me home, and as soon as we got there, Huang Lingling wrapped me in a dry towel. She took out a first aid kit and was about to examine me when I suddenly opened my eyes. Professor, you. The things in Huang Lingling's hand fell to the ground with a thud. My eyes were full of blood vessels. Both of them had turned red. Sorry. I closed my eyes. I knew my appearance was a bit frightening. I curled up, my lower lip bitten until it bled. Do you have tramadol hydrochloride? Give me 2 shots. Huang Lingling looked at me in shock. Tramadol hydrochloride is an extremely strong painkiller, usually only used for cancer patients, and moreover, the maximum dose is 1 shot at a time. Yet I wanted 2 shots. Professor G, they'll give you 1 shot first. Although she knew I was also a doctor and knew the dosage, she still wasn't at ease in the end, and found the medicine. Huang Lingling gave me 1 shot. A moment later, at my strong request, she gave me another shot. After 2 shots of the extremely strong painkiller, I didn't feel much better. The pain continued, but I was no longer convulsing. Huang Lingling took my temperature. It was only 34 degrees. This was very abnormal. My blood pressure was normal, but my heart rate was abnormally fast. Seeing my pale face, enduring the torment of pain, Huang Lingling grew even more worried. Professor G, I really should take you to the hospital. As soon as she finished speaking, the maid from downstairs rushed up. Miss, the eldest miss of the Xia family is here. I furrowed my brow. Why is Xia Yunshu here? Huang Lingling frowned. She and Xia Yunshu had no relationship. What was she doing here so late at night? Just as Huang Lingling was about to get up, I grabbed her hand. Help me hide this from her. With Xia Yunshu's personality, if she finds out I've been poisoned, she will definitely question it to the end, and might even investigate what happened 5 years ago. I don't want her to know about that nightmare. Just say I have a cold. I'm begging you. With every word I spoke, I was tormented by more pain. Huang Lingling nodded. Okay. After getting her answer, I let my hand fall weakly. Those few sentences had used up all my strength. Just as Huang Lingling was about to go downstairs, the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside, and the next second, radiating a cold aura, Xia Yunshu walked in. It started raining, and I didn't have my phone. She was worried about me, so she followed, and then saw a woman helping me into a car. It was the woman I had met in the afternoon. Xia Yunshu tried to suppress the urge to hit someone, her gaze bypassing Huang Lingling to look at the man lying on the bed. I was soaked to the bone, my face as pale as paper, my body trembling slightly, as if enduring extreme pain. Seeing me like this, Xia Yunshu completely disregarded, the anger surging within her, and rushed straight over. Jihuai, as soon as she grabbed my hand, I immediately convulsed. It hurt so much. Huang Lingling wanted to stop her, but was pushed away. Xia Yunshu glanced at her. How dare you touch my man? Huang Lingling clenched her fists. Miss Xia, I didn't harm him. He got caught in the rain and has a cold. Xia Yunshu helped me up, looking at Huang Lingling with wary eyes. Stay away from him. After saying that, she took me away from the Huang family's house. Upon returning to the Yujing villa, Xia Yunshu immediately sent for the family doctor. I stopped her with a hoarse voice. There's no need. Dr. Huang already examined me. It's nothing. You'll be fine after a night's rest. Xia Yunshu didn't listen to me and still had someone call the doctor. Why is your body as cold as ice? Xia Yunshu took off my wet clothes, filled a tub with hot water, and helped me soak in it. She hugged me from behind. Although my consciousness was very clear, I kept my eyes closed. I was afraid my bloodshot eyes would scare Xia Yunshu, so I didn't dare to open them. I don't know if it was because the 2 shots painkiller had started to take effect. I felt the pain in my heart gradually subsiding, but Xia Yunshu, behind me, suddenly had a change of expression. A familiar feeling arose, a boiling sensation that took her breath away, rising from her limbs and bones, making her heart beat faster and her breath quicken. Thump, thump, her heart beat faster and faster. It's this feeling again. Half an hour later, after dressing me in pajamas, Xia Yunshu took a cold shower, and only then let the family doctor in. After an examination, the family doctor said, "Miss Xia, Mr. Ji is not in any danger. If you're not at ease, I will draw his blood for testing." Xia Yunshu sat by the bed, her brow furrowed tightly. Then why is his face so pale? But she still nodded. "Do it." My condition tonight was abnormal. She was a little worried, so a clear checkup would also put her at ease. When I woke up again, it was the next morning. I sat up and checked the time. It was 9:30 in the morning, only a little over 10 hours since the poison acted up last night. Previously, whenever the poison acted up, even after being injected with painkillers, that heart-wrenching pain would torment me for 24 hours, and only then would the pain gradually subside until it disappeared completely. Why did I recover so quickly this time? It must be because the painkiller Huang Lingling used last night had a relatively high concentration. I didn't think much of it, went into the bathroom to wash my face, and saw that my eyes had returned to their normal color. I sighed in relief. It seems I've gotten through it this time. I went downstairs for breakfast. Only the housekeeper, Auntie Zhang, was in the living room. I heard her say that last night. Xia Yunshu stayed up all night watching over me. I only remember Xia Yunshu helping me into the bathroom to soak in hot water and kissing me. After that, I fell asleep and don't remember anything else. While I was eating breakfast, I suddenly noticed on my left hand there was a small needle mark on the vein of my elbow. A needle mark here is usually from drawing blood. Thinking of this, my nerves immediately tensed up. "Auntie Zhang, did the family doctor draw my blood last night?" Auntie Zhang nodded. "Yes." Miss Xia was worried and said to have the doctor give you a full checkup. I put down my chopsticks and ran upstairs. Xia Yunshu's family doctor is named Chen Zhou, the dean of the Capital Medical College. He drew my blood last night, so he would definitely take it to the academy's lab for testing. I searched my contacts for Huang Lingling's number and called. After the call connected, before I could even speak, Huang Lingling asked anxiously, "Professor Ji, are you still okay?" I immediately replied, "I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you last night. Dr. Huang, I need to ask you for a favor." Huang Lingling on the other end of the line didn't hesitate. "Go ahead." I gripped the phone tightly, my palms sweaty. "Dean Chen Zhou from your hospital drew my blood for testing last night. Huang Lingling is a doctor at the medical academy. She can freely enter and exit the lab, so if she was willing to help, she could probably swap my blood test results." After I finished speaking, Huang Lingling was silent for a moment. "Okay, I'll help you. Thank you, Dr. Huang." Hanging up, I sat weakly on the sofa, hoping that the hospital's lab department didn't have anyone working the night shift last night. The thing in my blood must absolutely not be discovered by Xia Yunshu. What if the results are already out and have been sent to Xia Yunshu? I still wasn't at ease, so I went to the company to find Xia Yunshu. Xia Group. Xia Yunshu was in a meeting, so I couldn't see her, but instead, I ran into Song Mingyu in her office. "What are you doing here?" Song Mingyu looked at me with venomous eyes, not hiding his hatred for me at all. Early this morning, Yang Ting had called him to say Xia Yunshu wanted to see him, and he had been happy for a long time, but he didn't expect me to come as well. I glanced at him and said, "Of course I'm here to see Xia Yunshu. You think I came to see you?" Song Mingyu snorted coldly. "Sister Yunshu doesn't love you at all. Pestering her like this will only make her hate you more." I gave a faint smile. "She doesn't love me, and she doesn't love you either. What are you so proud of?" Song Mingyu's face turned pale with anger. "If it weren't for you, Sister Yunshu would definitely love me. If I hadn't suddenly appeared, he would be the Xia family's son-in-law by now." Song Mingyu calmed down, looked at me and said, "Sister Yunshu and I have known each other for over 10 years. She still has feelings for me." Today, Sister Yunshu herself told me to come to the company to see her. She said she had something very important to tell me. Sister Yunshu must have seen the photos he sent yesterday, realized Ji Huai's true colors, and is preparing to listen to her parents and marry me. Thinking of this, the smile on Song Mingyu's face grew wider. "Believe it or not, with just one word from me, Sister Yunshu will kick you out." I looked at him calmly, as if looking at an idiot. "Then go ahead and try." Not long after, Xia Yunshu returned to the office after her meeting. She clearly didn't expect me to come to the company. She was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Not missing the expression on her face, she must still be angry about last night. I stood up before I could speak. Xia Yunshu pointed to the door and said coldly, "Get out." Song Mingyu was ecstatic. He hadn't even said anything, and Sister Yunshu was already telling him to get out. I stared into Xia Yunshu's cold eyes and suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. I turned and left, walking out without any hesitation. As soon as I left the office, I received a message from Huang Lingling saying she had gotten the item. Watching me walk out of the office, Xia Yunshu felt a bit irritated. "Tell him to wait for me in the lounge and bring a portion of breakfast over," she said to Yang Ting. Recalling my pale face, Xia Yunshu's heart ached. Just now, Auntie Zhang called to tell her that I had gone out without eating breakfast after waking up. After the meeting, Xia Yunshu was about to call me when she heard from Yang Ting that I was waiting for her in the office. Couldn't it have waited until after he ate? He was so unwell last night. I wonder if he's feeling any better today. Sister Yunshu. Song Mingyu looked at Xia Yunshu with a hurt expression. Just now, Sister Yunshu told Ji Huai to get out, but it was just to tell him to go eat breakfast? Only then did Xia Yunshu look directly at Song Mingyu. Her cold eyes narrowed dangerously. She sat down in the director's chair and gently tapped her index finger on the desk. Did you take the photos from yesterday? Song Mingyu hurriedly stepped forward, took out his phone, and opened the photo album to show her. Yes, Sister Yunshu. I saw him with my own eyes. On a private date with another woman, and they were being extremely intimate. They even kissed. I just couldn't snap a picture in time. Oh, that's right. I remember paparazzi took a picture before of him spending the night at a hotel with a foreign girl. He didn't come back all night. This kind of person is fundamentally unworthy of you. It's a good thing you've already divorced him. Xia Yunshu scrolled through the photos on Song Mingyu's phone, selected all of them, and pressed delete. Then she formatted the phone. Such a tricky camera angle. You can tell it was intentionally shot from a misleading angle. You were blinded by anger to believe these photos were real. Sister Yunshu, why did you? Song Mingyu saw Xia Yunshu delete the photos on his phone. Xia Yunshu threw his phone on the table, her eyes as cold as ice. Song Mingyu, who gave you the nerve to dare scheme against my man? Song Mingyu froze. I didn't, Sister Yunshu. Xia Yunshu glanced at him and said coldly, if you did it, then you'll bear the consequences. At that moment, Song Mingyu's phone rang. It was his father calling. As soon as he answered, his father's piercing roar came through the phone. What on earth did you do to anger Miss Xia? She has already halted all cooperation with us. The other businesses that work with us have also pulled their investments one by one. Hearing his father's furious roar, Song Mingyu felt as if his whole body had been plunged into an ice cellar. His legs went weak, and he dropped to his knees with a thud. Sister Yunshu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xia Yunshu gave him no chance to beg for forgiveness, directly calling the internal line and told security to drag him out. After that, Yang Ting walked in. Miss Xia, young Master Ji has left. Xia Yunshu chased after him and saw that I had already entered the elevator. She frowned and took out her phone to call me, but the voice that came from the phone told her that I was already on a call. I left the Xia group, called Huang Lingling, to arrange a meeting with her. Arriving at the appointed coffee shop, Huang Lingling handed me a file folder. I've prepared a fake blood test report. Everything shows you're very healthy, and I've already swapped it with your real blood test. No one will find out. I took the file. Thank you. Huang Lingling waved her hand. No need to be polite. After saying that, she looked at the file in my hand. Professor G, when I swapped the blood test reports, I looked at your report. I looked at Huang Lingling very seriously. Dr. Huang, please keep this a secret for me. Huang Lingling frowned slightly and asked with a puzzled look, Professor G, I don't understand. Anemia is just a minor issue. Why do you have to hide it from Miss Xia? I stared blankly at Huang Lingling. Anemia. I opened the file folder and took out the blood test report inside to look at it. Finally, my eyes landed on the few lines of test data at the bottom. My eyes widened. This is wrong. I know my body's condition very well. Apart from that thing in my blood, my body is perfectly healthy in all other aspects. Anemia simply doesn't exist. Therefore, there's a problem with this blood test report. Are you sure you didn't grab the wrong report? I looked towards Huang Lingling. Huang Lingling shook her head. It can't be a mistake. The submission time and name information all match. Moreover, because it was Director Chen who personally brought it to the blood lab, the report was even specially marked. I looked at the report, my brow furrowed tightly. This is definitely not my blood sample. If it wasn't a mistake, then could it be that someone in the lab mixed up the blood samples from the very beginning? If that's the case, then this accidental error has actually helped me. Huang Lingling looked at me. Professor G, is there a problem with this blood test report? I put the report back into the folder. It's nothing. I just didn't expect to be anemic. Huang Lingling was silent for a moment. Professor G, when you have time, you should come to the hospital for a full checkup. As a doctor, she knew very well that my condition last night was not a minor issue. I smiled in relief. Dr. Huang, don't worry, I'm fine. Don't forget that I'm a doctor too. Huang Lingling wanted to say something but held back. My expression last night really didn't look like nothing was wrong. But since I didn't want to talk about it, Huang Lingling didn't press further. Just then, my phone rang. It was Xia Yunshu calling. I rejected the call. Huang Lingling saw the caller's name, and after a moment's hesitation, she asked, Professor G, you and Miss Xia are? I said nonchalantly, she's my ex-wife. Realization dawned on Huang Lingling. So you're the husband from Miss Xia's secret 2-year marriage. She had heard people mention Xia Yunshu's secret marriage before. At the time, the high society of the capital all gossiped that Xia Yunshu's secret husband was nothing more than a tool for her to deal with, her family's pressure to get married. I gave a faint smile. Huang Lingling had things to do in the afternoon, so she returned to the hospital first. I sat alone in the coffee shop for a while. I stared at that test report, and the more I thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Could it have been Ellie? Thinking this, I immediately called Ellie. A few seconds later, the call connected. Huai, don't you know there's a 12-hour difference between China and the US? I just fell asleep. I cleared my throat. Sorry, I have something urgent to ask you. Ellie yawned. What's so urgent? I briefly explained the situation to her, and after listening, Ellie was silent for a moment. Her voice was very serious. I don't know anything about this. I didn't do it. I frowned immediately. If it wasn't Ellie, then who was it? Huai, didn't you say last time that that thing hasn't acted up in 2 years? Why did it flare up so violently this time? Compared to who switched the blood test report, Ellie was more concerned about my health. I rubbed my forehead. Maybe I've been too tired lately. I also don't really understand why it suddenly flared up last night, and it acted up so strongly that I had absolutely no strength to resist it. Ellie said with some concern, Ahuai, you must learn to control your emotions. The flare-up of this thing is heavily related to a person's emotions. The greater the emotional fluctuation, the easier it is for it to act up. I paused for a moment and then asked, is there any news on Ji Rende? Still investigating, no news for now. Oh, that's right. I found out that Xia Yunshu's people are also looking for Ji Rende. I was stunned. Is Xia Yunshu looking for Ji Rende to avenge me? I understand. Regarding Ji Rende, send more people to investigate. After hanging up, I borrowed a lighter from the waiter and burned the blood test report that Huang Lingling gave me. In the afternoon, I went to the nursing home to visit my grandfather. I wasn't there for long before Xia Yunshu arrived, holding a bouquet of flowers. I glanced at her indifferently. What are you doing here? Xia Yunshu smiled. To visit Grandpa, of course. I gave her a speechless look. Who's your grandpa? Xia Yunshu placed the flowers on the table, walked straight over to my side, and took my hand. Why didn't you answer my call? I shook her hand off. I was busy. Xia Yunshu asked again. Busy with what? I replied coolly. None of your business. Xia Yunshu stared at me, silently for a few seconds, and then said, someone offered 200 million, wanting to buy the ice jade flower. Should I sell it or not? I froze and turned my head to look at her. I'll pay 300 million? Sell it to me. Xia Yunshu crossed her legs, looking at me with a half smile. I'm not short on money. I glared at her. Xia Yunshu, you promised to give me the ice jade flower. Xia Yunshu smiled. Our deal was that you'd obediently stay by my side for half a year, and after half a year, I'd give you the ice jade flower. But right now, you're not being obedient at all. I stiffened, laughing coldly. This morning in your office, you told me to get out, so I got out. Wasn't I obedient enough? Xia Yunshu frowned and took my hand again. I told you to go out, meaning for you to wait for me in the lounge. Auntie Zhang said you hadn't eaten breakfast, so I had Yangting prepare some for you. But you just left, and you wouldn't answer my calls. My eyes flickered. Is that so? I thought she told me to get out because I was bothering her and Song Mingju while they were alone. Xia Yunshu stepped forward and held my hand. Darling, as long as you obediently stay by my side, no matter what you want, I will give it to you. I looked at the suddenly gentle Xia Yunshu, momentarily a bit flustered. Xia Yunshu has been a bit erratic lately, making it impossible for people to see through what she really wants to do. I looked at her suspiciously and asked, anything I want? Xia Yunshu nodded. Anything at all. I pursed my lips and said nothing. What I want is actually very simple. It's not the ice jade flower, but just then, Xia Yunshu's phone rang. She took out her phone and saw the caller ID, and her expression turned cold. The call was from Xia Zemin. He told Xia Yunshu to return to the old house immediately. If there's something to say it on the phone. Xia Yunshu didn't want to go back. Ever since her grandfather passed away, she only went back to the old house once a year during the holidays. She, just like me, had no affection for that place. Xia Zemin couldn't contain his anger. I'm asking you, did you cut off cooperation with the Song group? Who gave you permission to do that? The Xia family and the Song family have had friendly relations for decades. We've also collaborated a lot in business. What's worse is, the other companies that cooperate with the Song Group, seeing that Xia Yunshu cut off cooperation with them, have also terminated their partnerships one after another. In just one short day, the Song Group has fallen into a critical situation. Xia Yunshu held her phone, her voice cold. Do I need anyone's permission to do my work? Xia Zemin slammed the table on the other end of the line in anger. Xia Yunshu, I see you have no regard for me, your father at all. In any case, the Song family and us have had a friendship for decades. Even if they offended you, you can't be so ruthless. Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. You don't understand me, father. If I were truly ruthless, the Song family would no longer exist in the capital now. After saying that, Xia Yunshu hung up the phone directly. I looked at her, a little surprised. You've already made a move against the Song family? Just a small warning. Xia Yunshu put her phone away and took my hand. It's getting late. Let's go home. After getting in the car, Yang Ting started driving. I noticed a folder from the medical school on the seat. It must be the fake report that Huang Lingling swapped. What's this? I asked, even though I already knew. Xia Yunshu replied, last night, I had the doctor draw your blood and sent it for testing. These are the results. She had already seen the test results. I opened it and looked. All the test items were very normal. There were no problems. Do you and Huang Lingling know each other? Xia Yunshu suddenly asked. I nodded. We worked together for a while abroad before. Xia Yunshu lay in my arms. Ahuai, I don't want you to get too close to other girls. I smiled, thinking to myself, is Xia Yunshu jealous? But I also understood that Xia Yunshu's jealousy had nothing to do with love, but was just her innate possessiveness. Arriving back at the Yujing villa, Xia Linger was also there. You two are back? As soon as she saw me, Xia Linger greeted me. Brother Jihuai, I bought a lot of food. I looked at her with a helpless expression. Here to freeload again? Hey, Brother Jihuai is the best. I haven't eaten your cooking in so long, I miss it so much. I didn't know how to cook before. After losing my memory, I learned to cook for Xia Yunshu, and I became very good at it. Unfortunately, Xia Yunshu never appreciated it. On the contrary, this little foodie Xia Linger would come over to freeload every few days and talk to me. I helplessly patted her head. All right. After saying that, I went into the kitchen. Just as I was about to start, a pair of hands wrapped around my waist. I'll help you. I stiffened. I could clearly feel Xia Yunshu tying an apron behind my back. An ambiguous atmosphere slowly spread through the air. What are you planning to do with this fish? Suddenly, by my ear came the woman's charming voice. My ears turned bright red. I looked at the sea bass that had already been cleaned and said, "Steam it." Click, the sound of a camera shutter went off. Wow, I took such a good picture. Xia Yunshu and I looked towards the kitchen door at the same time and saw Xia Linger holding her phone, a wide grin on her face. Brother Ji Huai, you too? Look at this. Isn't this picture so heartwarming? Xia Linger ran in, holding up her phone. Xia Yunshu glanced at it. It's nice, send it to me. I hurriedly pushed Xia Yunshu away and glared at Xia Linger. Xia Linger, do you still want to eat? Yes, of course I want to eat. It'll help you wash the vegetables. Xia Linger quickly sent the photo to her sister, then obediently went to wash the vegetables. Although Xia Linger didn't know how to cook or stir-fry, she was a very quick helper and soon had all the vegetables that needed washing cleaned. An hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were ready and the meal was served. Xia Linger took her phone and snapped a series of pictures. My social feed eats first. Xia Yunshu looked at the appetizing dishes on the table and suddenly recalled my words from last night. Last year, for a period of time, I prepared 3 meals a day for her almost every day. For lunch, I would use an exquisite lunchbox to pack it and bring it to her company. In the evening, I would also cook a table of sumptuous food and wait for her to come home. But she never ate it. There were even a few times when she threw those dishes into the trash can right in front of me. Xia Yunshu clenched her fists and for the first time felt like a real jerk. Back then, Ji Huai must have been so heartbroken. Sis, what are you spacing out for? Let's eat. After Xia Linger finished taking pictures, she noticed Xia Yunshu standing beside her with a cold expression. I glanced at her and said casually, "If you don't want to eat my cooking, you can ask Auntie Jiang to cook for you." Xia Yunshu sat down beside me. No, it's not that I don't want to eat. Xia Linger quickly passed her bowl over and served me a bowl of soup. Xia Yunshu glared at her. Don't you have hands? Xia Linger gave a helpless smile. All right. She's being shunned. Xia Yunshu tasted each dish. It had to be said that my cooking skills were truly excellent. Even ordinary home-cooked meals were this delicious. For this meal, Xia Yunshu ate 3 bowls of rice. When she put down her chopsticks, every plate on the table was empty. I looked at Xia Yunshu's still unsatisfied expression and my mouth twitched. You ate so much tonight. Be careful not to get indigestion. Xia Yunshu smiled ambiguously. It's fine. Later we can do some exercise to digest it. I glanced at her. Then why don't you go do the dishes? Xia Yunshu nodded. Sure. It's just washing dishes. It can't be that hard. Xia Linger's mouth twitched. Her sister actually knows how to wash dishes. What a rare sight. I was just saying it casually. I didn't expect Xia Yunshu to actually agree. Miss Xia, young Master Song is here. Auntie Jiang came over and said, "What is he doing here?" Xia Linger had no favorable impression of Song Mingyu. Don't see him. Xia Yunshu cleared the dishes without even raising her eyes. Auntie Jiang acknowledged and went out. Not long after Auntie Jiang returned, Miss Xia, young Master Song is kneeling at the door and refuses to leave, saying he must see you today. Sister Yunshu, please spare the Song family. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. From outside came the sound of Song Mingyu's crying and wailing. A cold glint flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. Have the guards drag him out for me? Outside, Song Mingyu was directly picked up by 2 guards and thrown onto the street. Sister Yunshu, how could you treat me like this? It must be because of that Ji Huai. Song Mingyu fell and sat miserably on the ground staring at the main gate of the villa. It's all Ji Huai's fault. I absolutely cannot let Ji Huai get away with this. Song Mingyu got up and into his car and took out his phone to make a call. Didn't you say you would help me? I need you now. After Xia Yunshu finished washing the dishes, she also cut a plate of fruit. In the living room, Xia Linger and I were dominating in a game. A piece of watermelon was suddenly brought to my mouth. Without thinking, I took a bite. As soon as I turned my head, I saw Xia Yunshu sitting next to me with a fork, her expression gentle. Is it good? I shifted to the side. It's all right. Xia Yunshu speared another piece of watermelon and fed it to me. Have another piece. Being treated so gently by her, I was momentarily a bit unused to it. Let me do it myself. The cool, delicious piece of watermelon was already in my mouth. Xia Linger looked at us, stopped playing the game, and wailed. Can you two have a little compassion? Spare a thought for this single person. This public display of affection is going to make me burst. Xia Yunshu glanced at the annoying Xia Linger. You haven't gone home yet? I'm going right now. Xia Linger put down the game controller, preparing to flee. Wait, go wait in my study. I have something to tell you. Xia Linger swiftly went upstairs. Xia Yunshu placed the plate of fruit in my lap. Eat more fruit. I'll come down later to walk in the garden with you. After saying that, she also went upstairs. I looked at the plate of fruit in my lap, wanting to smile but couldn't. Before, I used to dream of having a meal or taking a walk with Xia Yunshu. Now that it has become a reality, it doesn't seem to be that joyful. After all, to her, I'm just an interesting pet. In the study, Xia Yunshu looked at Xia Linger and asked, "What are Ji Huai's hobbies?" Xia Linger looked at her with an expression that said, "You're a lost cause. You two have been married for 2 years, and you don't even know his hobbies?" Xia Linger slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten? Her sister used to be a total scumbag, treating Ji Huai like he was invisible, so of course she wouldn't want to get to know him. Sis, you really didn't pay any attention to Ji Hui at all. No wonder he wanted to leave you back in Jincheng. It seems like you really did break his heart back then. Now that you want to win him back, it's not going to be easy. Xia Yunshu of course knew this. Wouldn't be easy. Now she had half a year to make it up. Xia Linger looked at her sister's perpetually icy face and said with a smile, "I know quite a bit about Ji Huai's hobbies." She cleared her throat. "I'll tell you, so make sure you remember." Xia Yunshu immediately opened the Notes app on her phone. Ji Huai likes to eat hot pot, and he likes strongly flavored foods. Ji Huai likes to drink a glass of warm milk before bed, and he only drinks lattes. Xia Linger rattled on and on. By the time she finished, Xia Yunshu's notes already had over 1,000 words. Xia Yunshu put her phone away, nodding with satisfaction. "You can go." "Okay." Xia Linger walked to the door of the study, then suddenly remembered something and stopped. "Is there something else?" Xia Yunshu watched Xia Linger turn back. Xia Linger said, "Yesterday I had dinner with Shen Chuning, and she asked me to remind you, it's time for your health checkup." Xia Yunshu was stunned. She had been so busy lately, she had forgotten about it. "I know my own condition. What's there to be afraid of? I'm only 24 this year." Xia Yunshu's tone was cold. Xia Linger frowned. "You still can't take it lightly." "I know." After Xia Linger left, Xia Yunshu sat in the study for a while longer, then went downstairs. I was already strolling in the garden. Xia Yunshu stopped at that moment. "Huai, I'm sorry." I tilted my head to look at her. Xia Yunshu looked at my hands, and when she thought about how I had injured all 10 of my fingers while learning to cook for her, her heart ached. "It was my fault before. I hurt you and broke your heart. I won't be like that anymore." I stared blankly at Xia Yunshu, my heart pounding. For her to actually humble herself and apologize to me, it was truly unexpected. I moved my lips, too stunned to say a word. Hurt is hurt. Simple apology can't fix it. Not every apology can earn forgiveness. I don't blame her for treating me the way she did before. In a way, I brought it upon myself for insisting on loving someone who didn't love me back. I rubbed the bridge of my stinging nose. "Xia Yunshu, I don't want to bring up what happened in the past." Xia Yunshu stepped forward and hugged me, her palm gently patting my back. "Okay, whatever you say." That Friday, Xia Yunshu had nothing important in the morning. Remembering Xia Linger's reminder from the other day, she decided to go to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, just as she stepped out of the elevator, she heard from the other end of the hallway a series of noisy footsteps. Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow and looked over, only to see a group of doctors surrounding, a person in a white coat, a male doctor wearing a mask, walking towards her. The face of the man in the lead was hidden by a mask. He held a medical chart, looking at it while saying something to the doctors and nurses beside him, his expression stern, like a general about to go into battle. And the group of doctors following him, the way they all looked at him, was filled with reverence and admiration, and the pens in their hands were even recording his every word. Xia Yunshu looked in shock at the man walking towards her. Although he was wearing a mask, she still recognized him instantly. "Ji Huai," I looked up. The moment I met Xia Yunshu's gaze, I was also a bit stunned. "Xia Yunshu, what is she doing at the hospital?" Just then a doctor behind me answered a call, then said to me, "Professor Ji, the blood bank has replied, saying that they don't have that much O-type blood at the moment." "Professor?" Xia Yunshu froze, staring at me in amazement. Last time she asked me if I knew medicine, I said I knew a little. She thought when I said I knew a little, it really meant just a little. Now it seems I was being modest. Knowing a little gets you to the level of a professor. I ignored Xia Yunshu and led everyone towards the patient's room while saying, "Then transfer it from another hospital. The patient is a discharged military veteran. He has priority. The rest of you go prepare. We'll start the surgery as soon as we have enough blood." "Yes, Professor Ji." Everyone answered in unison, their attitude extremely respectful. Yang Ting was dumbfounded, staring at my back for a long time without reacting. "Miss Xia, was that Mr. Ji just now?" Since when was he so amazing? He became a medical professor at such a young age? Is he a genius? The corner of Xia Yunshu's mouth curved into a proud smile, as expected of my Xia Yunshu's husband. Yang Ting reminded her in a low voice, "Miss Xia, have you forgotten that you two are divorced?" The dean's office. Chen Zhou looked at Xia Yunshu's test reports, his brows furrowed tightly. "Miss Xia, have you been working too hard lately, under too much pressure? I see that your test report has several indicators that are a bit high. How have your sleep and appetite been recently?" Xia Yunshu rubbed the spot between her eyebrows. "My appetite is fine, but I have a little insomnia." She almost never had insomnia before, but last time in Jincheng when I left you went looking for me. She didn't sleep a wink for those 3 days, and she's had slight insomnia ever since. Chen Zhou thought for a moment and then asked again, "What about your mental state? Do you often lose focus or get flustered?" "No, not that." Chen Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then. Miss Xia, although your family's hereditary disease usually manifests after the age of 40, we can't rule out special cases. So you should still pay attention to getting more rest, maintain a cheerful mood, and ensure you get enough sleep every day. He'll prescribe you some sleep aids, take them for a while, and then come back for a follow-up. Xia Yunshu nodded. The Xia family has a family history of hereditary mental illness. This disease is only passed down to females, and moreover, it's usually only the firstborn daughter who inherits it. This disease doesn't shorten one's lifespan, it's just that after it manifests, one's mental state will become extremely poor, and they become irritable, grumpy, and moody, even doing some extreme things. Xia Yunshu picked up the medicine but didn't leave the hospital right away, instead waiting for me outside the operating room. In the operating room, the surgery lasted for 5 hours, and was finally completed with the last stitch. I let out a sigh of relief. I left the rest to Huang Lingling. After giving some post-op instructions, I left the operating room through another exit. As soon as I walked out, I saw Xia Yunshu standing outside. "Why are you here?" "Waiting for you." Xia Yunshu twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it to me. I didn't stand on ceremony. I took it and drank half the bottle in one go. "Are you free tonight? Kuning is hosting a get-together. Let's go eat." "Not going." I handed the water bottle back to her and walked towards the office. "I'm very tired right now. I just want to go home and rest." Xia Yunshu knew I was tired, so she didn't force me, planning to text Shen Kuning later to say they weren't going anymore. I changed out of my surgical scrubs, took out my phone to check the time, and discovered that Li Jie had sent me a message 2 hours ago. I tapped on it and raised an eyebrow slightly. He sure acts fast. After thinking for a moment, I replied to his message. I asked Xia Yunshu, who was waiting for me outside, "Who's going to be at Shen Kuning's get-together?" Xia Yunshu said, "Me, Linger, and Jiang Xinru." A smile flashed across my eyes. Jiang Xinru is going too. It seems even the heavens are on my side. I touched my nose. I suddenly feel like going now. An hour later, the rooftop of the Beiyuan clubhouse, the Tianzihao private room. When Xia Yunshu led me into the private room, Shen Kuning and Jiang Xinru were already there. Jiang Xinru watched the two of them walk in hand and said softly, "You're here." They were all acquaintances, so I didn't act formally, nodded a greeting to them, and sat down. Shen Kuning's gaze was suggestive, darting back and forth between us. "Miss Xia, when are you two planning to remarry?" I shot her a cold glance. "Who told you I want to remarry her?" The corner of Shen Kuning's mouth twitched. "Aren't you two already going in and out hand in hand together? Could it be that you haven't made up yet?" Xia Yunshu glanced at Shen Kuning, then turned back to grip my hand tightly. "I'm still pursuing a Huai right now. I haven't even won him over yet, so the whole remarriage thing will have to wait." Jiang Xinru looked at Xia Yunshu with a meaningful expression. "I ran into Miss Wen a few days ago. It seems she's still very much hung up on Mr. Ji." Xia Yunshu's face darkened. "I see her as a wolf who can't change her ways, daring to covet my man. She's simply looking for death." Shen Kuning laughed without a care for her image. "Miss Xia, you have your day too. Don't they say what goes around comes around? The heavens spare no one. Miss Xia's path to winning back her husband, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. Xia Linger arrived late, carrying several shopping bags. "Sorry, traffic jam. I'm late. Looks like everyone's here." Soon the waiter began to serve the dishes. I glanced at Jiang Xinru beside me, and picked up my glass and stood up. "Mr. Ji, I'd like to toast you." Jiang Xinru was stunned for a moment, then picked up her wine glass and stood up. "Mr. Ji, you're too kind. You can just call me by my name." The two of them clinked glasses and drank. I picked up the wine bottle and poured her another glass, and while doing so, my fingertip paused for a moment on the rim of the glass. "I hear Mr. Ji is very skilled in combat. If there's a chance, I'd like to have a friendly match with you." Her smile was bold and natural. Jiang Xinru glanced at Xia Yunshu next to me and gave a faint smile. "Never mind. If I hurt you, I'm afraid Miss Xia would kill me." Xia Yunshu took a sip of wine and said seriously, "You can't hurt him." Shen Kuning patted Jiang Xinru's shoulder. "Xinru, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but his strength is really formidable. After all, he is Huan Yin who swept the fighting arena 1 against 10. Jiang Xinru looked at me in surprise. "Then I'd really like to ask for a few pointers when I have the chance." "Sure." We clinked glasses again, drank it all in one go. I saw Jiang Xinru drink the wine I poured for her, and the corner of my mouth curled up. After the party ended, on the way back, my stomach felt unwell, so I stopped at a roadside pharmacy to buy medicine. At that moment, a car sped towards me, but luckily my reflexes are quick and I narrowly avoided it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Xinru had already returned home. She didn't drink much tonight, but after getting home, she felt extremely dizzy. After a quick shower, Jiang Xinru collapsed onto her bed. In the darkness, a figure quietly snuck in. On a dark and windy night, a man with nimble movements climbed over the fence and quietly snuck into the villa. Having staked out the place for 2 days, he was already familiar with the security situation of the villa. Plus, with Little Seven's help, tonight was the best opportunity to strike. At this hour, the maids in the villa were all asleep, and the main building was silent. Dressed in black night gear, the man entered the living room through the French window and slowly made his way upstairs. 10 minutes later, a piercing alarm rang out from the second-floor study. In the bedroom, Jiang Xinru's eyes snapped open. She rolled out of bed, her vision blurred, and she almost fell. "My head is so dizzy, is anyone there?" Realizing something was wrong, Jiang Xinru called for help while trying to make her way out of the bedroom. A black shadow flashed before her eyes. Stop the man, let out a light huff, leapt out of the second-floor window, and jumped down to the first floor. Zhang Xinru lunged forward, her fingers only brushing against the man's clothes. Seeing the study door open, Zhang Xinru knew something was wrong, and without bothering to chase the man in black, she immediately ran inside. The secret room door in the study was wide open. The box was still inside. Zhang Xinru opened the box. The contents were gone. Damn it! A vicious glint flashed in Zhang Xinru's eyes. Yujing Villa. My stomach wasn't feeling well, so after soaking my feet, I went to bed. Xia Yunshu didn't go back to her own room, shamelessly sleeping with me. In the middle of the night, while I was sound asleep, Xia Yunshu's phone rang, waking me up, and I burrowed deeper into the blanket. Xia Yunshu picked up her phone and answered, then put the phone to her ear. Hello? I don't know what the person on the other end said, but Xia Yunshu got out of bed and went to the study. I turned over and picked up my phone to check the time. The call Jia Yunshu just received was probably from Jiang Xinru. After all, when Li Jie makes a move, he never fails. The study. Xia Yunshu stood in front of the window, exuding a sharp, cold aura. Since when did you become so careless? You didn't even know a thief broke in. It was my carelessness. To this moment, Jiang Xinru still didn't understand how she was drugged. Could it be that the thief was already in her room beforehand and lit some incense that makes people fall into a deep sleep? It's not that you were careless, but that someone has been targeting 117 for a long time. This item, when it was still in Solomon's hands, many people had their eyes on it. It didn't appear at the last auction, so many people have been secretly asking about it. Solomon wouldn't easily reveal the buyer's identity unless the other party is some big shot. It seems this thief is no small fry. Have you found out the other party's identity? Jiang Xinru shook her head. I've checked the cameras, couldn't get a face. All I know is that it was a man. Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow. A man? Interesting. Don't worry, I'll catch him as soon as possible and get the item back. Okay, because of my stomach ache, I was listless all day the next day. Seeing me so uncomfortable, Xia Yunshu felt heartbroken, but couldn't do anything to help, so she went online to watch videos on how to cook porridge. I was lying on the sofa watching a movie, hugging a pillow, but my mind wasn't on the movie. I stared blankly at the back of Xia Yunshu bustling in the kitchen. If anyone had told me before that Xia Yunshu would cook in the kitchen, I would definitely think that person was dreaming. I wouldn't have dared to even think about it before. Xia Yunshu seemed to have noticed me and turned around. Our eyes suddenly met. I looked into Xia Yunshu's cold, clear, beautiful eyes, and my heart immediately skipped a beat. I instinctively looked away, feeling like I'd been caught doing something wrong. After Xia Yunshu finished cooking the porridge, she came out carrying a bowl. They said online that if your stomach feels bad, drinking some porridge will make you feel better. I took the bowl, the warmth spreading through my palms, and took a sip. Xia Yunshu sat next to me. Don't be polite. I'll cook for you every day from now on. After a pause, she added another sentence. I'll only cook for you. My eyes flickered, a faint smile on my lips. Xia Yunshu, you're suddenly so gentle. I'm a little not used to it. Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Is it not good to be a little gentle? Or do you hope I'm like before, so cold to you? I shook my head. That's not it. Of course I like her being gentle with me, nice to me, but I always feel empty inside. Her gentleness towards me, her kindness towards me, I don't know how long it will last. Suddenly, Xia Yunshu moved forward and hugged me tightly. Jihuai, if I didn't have the Bing Yuhua, would you not even spare me a glance? I shook my head. It's not that serious. Although I'm staying by her side now is indeed because of the Bing Yuhua, but even without the Bing Yuhua, my feelings for her wouldn't change. I just wouldn't be entangled with her like I am now. With red-rimmed eyes, Xia Yunshu continued to ask, Jihuai, then tell me, what do I have to do to make you love me again? I stiffened, my voice bitter. Xia Yunshu, is my love that important? Very important. Xia Yunshu buried her head in my chest and took a deep breath. There's nothing happier in this world than mutual love. I didn't answer Xia Yunshu's question, but asked her instead, then what about you? Xia Yunshu, do you love me? Hearing that, Xia Yunshu frowned. Do you even have to ask? When I saw Xia Yunshu frown, my heart turned half cold. Forget it. I shouldn't have asked, bringing this humiliation upon myself. Why did I have to do that? Xia Yunshu caressed my cheek. Jihuai. The ringing of a phone cut Xia Yunshu off. She annoyedly picked up her phone to look. I don't know what the person on the other end said, but Xia Yunshu was clearly stunned for a moment, then immediately said, tell him to answer the phone. I looked at Xia Yunshu and faintly heard a few words. We've found a trace of a key. Xia Yunshu hung up and immediately called Yang Ting, prepare the helicopter. I sat on the sofa, my gaze fixed on Xia Yunshu who was making a call by the window, my heart filled with sorrow. If I'm not mistaken, that phone call just now must have been about a key. Without a moment's delay, after telling Yang Ting to prepare the helicopter, she immediately went back to her bedroom to change clothes. She seemed to suddenly remember that I was still in the study and came back to tell me, I have to go out for a bit. You be good and stay home. Call me if anything happens. I nodded stiffly and was just about to speak. Xia Yunshu's phone rang again. She answered the phone and immediately turned to go downstairs. I watched her retreating figure disappear, and a stinging sensation welled up in my nose. I was suddenly so jealous of a key, jealous that he was missed and loved so deeply by Xia Yunshu. Jihuai, where did my sister go? Xia Linger came out of the room. Watching the helicopter fly away, I smiled bitterly. Besides a key, who else could make her rush off like that? Xia Linger was stunned. There's news about a key again? I said nothing. Just as I was about to be alone for a while, I received a call from Tai Ship Nat. Boss, we've found Ji Rende. As soon as I heard that, I became fully alert. You found him? Where is he? But we were a step too late. He's in the hands of Xia Yunshu's people now. Huh? So Xia Yunshu left in such a hurry just now. Could it be because of Ji Rende? I recalled what Ellie said last time, that Xia Yunshu's people were also looking for Ji Rende. Perhaps I misheard just now. Xia Yunshu left in such a hurry, not because of a key, but because Ji Rende had been captured. Saint-Denis, France. Miss Xia, long time no see. Ji Rende looked at Xia Yunshu with the smile of an old fox. Xia Yunshu got straight to the point. What do you want? Miss Xia is indeed a straightforward person. In that case, I'll be blunt as well. I want Ji Huai dead. Yang Ting, standing beside her, stiffened. How dare Ji Rende make such a suggestion? Isn't he afraid that Miss Xia will kill him right now? Ji Rende chuckled and spoke sinisterly. Only when he's dead can I rightfully become the head of the Ji family. A murderous glint flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. Her gaze was unreadable. What makes you think you'll agree to your terms, Miss Xia? Don't you want to know where the person you've been looking for all these years is? Ji Rende chuckled lightly, then took a photo from his pocket and handed it to her. This thing in the photo, I'm sure Miss Xia is very familiar with it, right? Xia Yunshu took it and looked, her eyes suddenly constricted, her beautiful eyes as cold as a bottomless abyss. In the photo was an antique bronze black diamond ring, identical to the black diamond ring she had taken off Aki's hand 5 years ago. So, Miss Xia, do we have a deal? Ji Rende looked at Xia Yunshu with a smirk, his face full of cunning calculation. Xia Yunshu had been looking for the man named Aki for 5 years, even offering a handsome reward in places like the dark web and the black market, which showed how important this man was to her. You know his whereabouts? Ji Rende nodded. Miss Xia, when you bring Ji Huai's corpse before me, I will tell you Aki's whereabouts. He paused for a moment and added, Miss Xia, in this world besides me, no one knows his whereabouts. If I die, you'll never find him in this lifetime. Xia Yunshu stared at the gauze wrapped around the back of her left hand, remaining silent for a long time before speaking. Fine, I agree to your terms. Ji Rende breathed a sigh of relief and then burst into loud laughter. I knew it. Miss Xia, I'll be waiting for your good news then. Xia Yunshu clenched the photo in her hand and turned to leave the room. Yang Ting followed her out, hesitating to speak. Miss Xia, are you really going to? Xia Yunshu turned her head to look at her. Go do something. After giving her instructions, Xia Yunshu returned to her room. In the middle of the night, in the hotel, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Xia Yunshu ran out of the room, only to see the room where Ji Rende was held, billowing with black smoke and fire. Ji Xiu ran out of the sea of fire, clutching his injured arm. Miss Xia, Tai family's people have taken Ji Rende, Jingdu. I lay in bed thinking all night and finally decided to take a trip to France. With Xia Yunshu's personality, she most likely wouldn't let Ji Rende return alive. Before he dies, I have to ask him some things. After booking a flight early in the morning, I hastily packed a few things and was about to head to the airport when I heard the whirring sound of a helicopter's rotors outside. I went out to the balcony to look. It was Xia Yunshu. She came back so quickly. I immediately ran downstairs. Xia Yunshu, why are you? Xia Yunshu walked in with a cold expression and grabbed my hand. Where is Ji Rende? I was stunned. Ji Rende? Wasn't he captured by your people? Last night, Tai Ship Nat took him away. How is that possible? Yesterday, when I called Tai Ship Nat, I made it very clear not to let him take Ji Rende. I fought with Tai Ship Nat. He was the one who took him away. I didn't see it wrong. At this moment, Ji Xiu, standing behind Xia Yunshu, spoke up. I'll call him. I was also confused, shook off Xia Yunshu's hand, and immediately called Tai Ship Nhat. The phone rang for a long time before someone answered. Ship Nhat. A cold, queen-like female voice cut me off. It's me. At the same time, on the balcony of an ancient castle, a stunningly beautiful woman leaned against the railing, her eyes glinting with a cold light. I was the one who told Tai Ship Nhat to take him. With every word Jiling Shuang spoke, killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. I asked from the other end of the line, why? Jiling Shuang chuckled and said, no reason. I just didn't like the sight of him, wanted to kill him. He's already dead, I killed him myself. The woman's tone was full of pride. If she hadn't sent someone to investigate, she still wouldn't have known that. I was assassinated 2 years ago, got injured, and lost my memory. The person she had painstakingly trained could only be bullied by her alone. Jiling Shuang gripped the phone tightly, her cold gaze looking out. Anyone who dares to harm you, I will make them regret ever being born into this world. I replied coldly. My business is none of your concern. The arrogant woman snorted coldly. I insist on getting involved. Your business is my business. I couldn't stand it anymore and hung up. Jiling Shuang gazed into the distance with a cold look. Haven't seen you in 2 years, and you've gotten quite bold. She tossed the phone onto the coffee table beside her, her expression extremely cold. Duan, who was waiting nearby, answered and stepped forward. Send someone to Huaxia, investigate Ji Huai thoroughly for me, see what on earth he's doing. He clearly knows how important A117 is to him, yet he still dares not to retrieve it. Duan nodded in acknowledgement and went out. The young lady is awake. Suddenly, the maid's voice came from behind. Jiling Shuang turned her head and saw a little girl about 2 years old, rubbing her eyes as she ran into her room. The little girl ran up to the woman, pointed at the phone on the table, then pointed at her ruby-like eyes full of accusation. Jiling Shuang raised an eyebrow. What? The little girl moved her lips, but no sound came from her throat. The woman could read lips, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Xiao Qiwei, how did you know it was him? Could this be the legendary bond of blood? Jiling Shuang walked over and stroked the little girl's soft hair. Do you want to see him? As soon as Xiao Qiwei heard this, she nodded with expectant eyes. Jiling Shuang smiled faintly, but your appearance will make him sad. Xiao Qiwei stiffened, pointing at her phone again, her childish face showing clear anger. You want to call him? Xiao Qiwei nodded. No, you can't. Xiao Qiwei pouted, looking at her pitifully, her eyes instantly welling up with tears, looking extremely pathetic. Jiling Shuang wasn't fooled by the little girl's trick. She snorted lightly. Crying is useless. Xiao Qiwei was stunned for a moment and immediately did a 360-degree turn, turning around and kicking an antique vase, worth an 8-figure sum. Jiling Shuang didn't feel any regret, ordering the maid beside her to go and bring all the vases here, letting her kick them to her heart's content. Just as Duan was about to comfort the little girl, Xiao Qiwei angrily ran out of the room. Duan was helpless and hurriedly told the maid to follow and check on the situation. When Xiao Qiwei got angry, she was just like Jiling Shuang. Jiling Shuang glanced at the antique vase that had just been shattered by Xiao Qiwei without a hint of pity. She snorted coldly. I wonder who she learned this bad temper from. Duan was silent for a few seconds before asking, when are you going to let them meet? Jiling Shuang coldly glanced at Duan. It's not necessary. Xiao Qiwei's life doesn't need a father, and Ji Huai's life doesn't need a child. Xiao Qiwei angrily returned to her bedroom and locked the door. The worst evil demon, always preventing me from seeing Dad. No matter what, I must find a way to see Dad. As soon as Jia Yunshu saw me hang up, she asked, where is Ji Rende? I helplessly spread my hands. He's dead. Jia Yunshu looked at me with an ugly expression and grabbed my wrist. Who allowed you to kill him? Ji Rende was the only one who knew the clue to a key. Now that he's dead, the clue is gone. I looked at Xia Yunshu, frowning slightly. Ji Rende poisoned my grandfather and tried to kill me several times and almost killed you too. Doesn't a person like that deserve to die? Ji Shu had never met me before and didn't know my identity, so hearing me say that, he explained, Ji Rende knew the whereabouts of Mr. A Key. Now that he's dead, the clue that Miss Xia has been searching for is gone. I looked at Xia Yunshu with a slightly dazed expression. So you were so eager to find Ji Rende because he knew the whereabouts of a key. I always thought Xia Yunshu was looking for Ji Rende to help me get revenge. It seems I was being sentimental again. Xia Yunshu suppressed the rage in her heart, shook my hand off, and turned to leave. Very quickly, the sound of an engine was heard outside. I stood there stunned, unable to describe my current mood. In short, all the emotions that could make a person sad flooded my heart. I clutched my heart and fell onto the sofa. Damn it, the thing in my blood is acting up again. At this moment, footsteps were heard upstairs. Brother Huai, Xia Linger was awakened by the noise downstairs. Brother Huai, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Xia Linger quickly ran downstairs, and the moment she touched me, she was startled by my ice-cold body temperature. Brother Huai, hang in there. I'll take you to the hospital right away. I gripped Xia Linger's hand tightly and managed to say no hospital. Xia Linger was so worried she was about to cry. But you're like this. Help me to my room. Xia Linger had no choice. I refused to go to the hospital, so she could only help me back to my room first. Back in the room, phone. I tremblingly pointed at the phone on the nightstand. Xia Linger looked at my bloodless face, pacing back and forth worriedly. Brother Huai, I'll call my sister right now. No. Call Huang Lingling. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Huang Lingling arrived. As soon as she saw my condition, Huang Lingling knew I was just like last time. She quickly took a syringe of tramadol hydrochloride from her medical kit. Meanwhile, after receiving Xia Linger's call, Xia Yunshu didn't rest and rushed back to the Yujing villa. The housekeeper, Auntie Zhang, as soon as she saw her, couldn't stop wiping her tears. Miss Xia, you're finally back. Go check on Mr. Ji. He's not doing well. Xia Yunshu's heart tightened, almost wanting to leap out of her chest. She rushed upstairs, and as soon as she pushed open the bedroom door, she saw me lying on the bed, my face pale, my whole body convulsing. At this moment, Huang Lingling was holding a syringe, about to give me another shot of painkillers. Ji Huai Xia Yunshu rushed to the bedside, her eyes filled with worry and heartache. This morning when she left, wasn't he fine? It's only been a few hours. What on earth happened? What's wrong with him? Xia Yunshu looked towards Xia Linger and Huang Lingling beside her with red-rimmed eyes. Xia Linger wiped the tears from her face and said, I don't know. This morning when I came downstairs, I saw Brother Huai collapsed on the sofa. He kept saying he was in pain. I said I'd take him to the hospital, but he refused to go. Xia Yunshu looked at Huang Lingling again. Huang Lingling paused for a moment and was about to speak when my weak voice sounded out, I'm fine. It's just an old ailment acting up. You'll be fine in a moment. Although my eyes were closed, my consciousness was very clear. I knew Xia Yunshu was sitting beside me. Xia Yunshu heartbreakingly wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, her voice trembling slightly. Ji Huai, let's go to the hospital. No. As soon as I heard the word hospital, my emotions became agitated and my body convulsed uncontrollably again. Xia Yunshu was startled and immediately grabbed my hand to soothe me. "We won't go to the hospital. Miss Xia, let me give him another shot of painkillers," Huang Lingling said. She had already given me 2 shots of painkillers. The pain in my body hadn't subsided at all. Very quickly, Huang Lingling injected me with another shot of painkillers. The damn pain in my body still didn't subside. It hurts so much. It really hurts. Jihuai, how are you feeling?" Xia Yunshu kept calling my name in my ear, her voice full of anxiety. I heard her voice, my nose stung, and tears uncontrollably slid down from the corners of my eyes. "Xia Yunshu, I'm here. Jihuai, I'm here." Xia Yunshu gripped my hand tightly, not realizing her own voice was trembling too. "Can you hold me? Hold me." Perhaps because of the pain, I became weak. At this moment, I just wanted to be held in her arms, even though I knew this woman didn't love me, but I like her. 2 years ago, the first person I saw when I opened my eyes was her. At that time, I remembered nothing. My mind was a blank slate. She became my only support. From that moment on, I fell in love with her. My heart was filled with her image. Xia Yunshu had no reason to refuse this request, nor did she want to. In fact, she had wanted to hold me in her arms as soon as she entered, but was afraid of hurting me. Now hearing my words, Xia Yunshu immediately hugged me tightly. I was like a fish out of water, gasping for big breaths. Beads of sweat poured down my forehead. My clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Huang Lingling knew my condition. Medicine was ineffective. 3 shots of painkillers was the limit. If the pain still didn't subside, I could only rely on myself to endure it. "Let's go outside," Huang Lingling said to Xia Linger, then turned to Xia Yunshu and said, "I won't be leaving for now. If there's any situation, you can call me." Xia Linger and Huang Lingling left the bedroom, leaving only me and Xia Yunshu in the room. Xia Yunshu looked down at me, her fingers gently caressing my pale face, wiping the sweat from my forehead, her eyes filled with self-blame and regret. "Jihuai, how are you feeling?" I leaned weakly against her shoulder. "Xia Yunshu, it hurts so much. It hurts so much I'm about to die. It really hurts. It hurts. It's torture." "Where does it hurt?" "Jihuai, tell me." A hint of panic flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. I opened my mouth but couldn't say a word. "Jihuai." Seeing me in so much pain, Xia Yunshu's heart felt like it was breaking. I struggled to turn over. As if completely exhausted, I buried my head in her neck. "Have you been drinking?" She smelled strongly of alcohol. Xia Yunshu nodded. "Yes, a little." I said nothing. Drinking so much in broad daylight, she must be in a bad mood. Thinking about it, it made sense. The clue to a key was gone. It would be strange if she were in a good mood. The bridge of my nose stung, and tears flowed uncontrollably. I've never been one to cry. Since I was a child, my grandfather told me that in the future I would be the head of the family, whether in front of others or behind their backs. I must be strong, not weak, and especially not cry. But when the person I like is by my side, caring for me, the tears I had held back for so long burst forth in an instant. The hot tears fell one by one onto Xia Yunshu's skin, so hot that they made her heart ache. "Jihuai." Xia Yunshu hugged me tightly. I also hugged Xia Yunshu tighter. She was very warm, which helped to relieve my ice-cold body. I felt my body also, gradually warming up, and I came to. I let out a sigh of relief. Xia Yunshu covered me with a blanket, gently caressing my slightly flushed cheeks. "Shall I let the doctor come in and see you?" "No need, I'm fine now. The worst of the pain is over. Now I just need to rest a bit." I took Xia Yunshu's hand. "Xia Yunshu, lie with me for a while." Xia Yunshu lay down on her side next to me and held me. Xia Yunshu looked at me silently for a while and asked, "Jihuai, why didn't I hear you mention that you had an old ailment before?" I thought for a moment and made something up. "I was injured abroad before. It's just an old ailment. It's not a big deal." Xia Yunshu looked at me with heartache. "It hurts this much and you say it's not a big deal? Then what is a big deal? If it doesn't kill you, it's not a big deal." "Jihuai." I suddenly covered Xia Yunshu's eyes with my hand. The next second, I opened my eyes and kissed Xia Yunshu's lips. Xia Yunshu stiffened. I gently kissed Xia Yunshu's lips, tasting the lingering scent of alcohol. Xia Yunshu keenly sensed that something was off with me and wanted to remove my hand covering her eyes. "Jihuai, what's wrong?" My deep, hoarse voice sounded. "Instead of talking so much, I'd rather kiss you." Xia Yunshu immediately kissed back. "As you wish." There was no movement upstairs for a long time, so they waited downstairs. It wasn't until after 6 p.m. that Xia Yunshu came downstairs. "Where's Brother Huai?" Xia Linger immediately ran up. "He's asleep." "Everyone." Xia Linger stared at the hickey on her sister's neck, the corner of her mouth twitching violently. "Brother Huai, is he all right? He should be fine." Xia Yunshu looked at Huang Lingling beside her. "Dr. Huang, can you tell me about his condition?" "Miss Xia." Xia Linger just asked me as well. "I'm very sorry. I don't know much about Professor Ji's condition." When Xia Yunshu heard this, her face immediately darkened. "Didn't you give him an injection? How could you not know about his condition?" It was Professor Ji's request. What Huang Lingling was most worried about now was that she had injected him with such a large dose, whether the tramadol hydrochloride would have side effects. "Miss Xia, if you're really worried about Professor Ji, then wait until he's a little better and take him to the hospital for a full-body checkup." Xia Linger heard a hint of hostility in Huang Lingling's words and said irritably, "What do you mean by that?" "Of course my sister cares about brother Huai. Anyway, thank you for today." Xia Yunshu looked at Huang Lingling, rarely not showing an annoyed expression. "You're too polite, Miss Xia." Huang Lingling nodded politely. "Since Professor Ji is out of danger now, I'll take my leave." After Huang Lingling left, Xia Linger wanted to go upstairs to visit me, but was stopped by Xia Yunshu. "Brother Huai needs to rest, don't disturb him." Xia Linger sighed. "All right then." Xia Yunshu returned to the bedroom. I was still sleeping. My whole body was curled up like a shrimp, my eyebrows slightly furrowed, sleeping very restlessly. Xia Yunshu leaned over and gently kissed my forehead. Her long, slender fingers gently smoothed my furrowed brows. Suddenly thinking of something, Xia Yunshu looked towards the trash can in the room. Inside were 3 empty glass vials, left behind by Huang Lingling. Xia Yunshu picked up an intact glass vial. Based on the English label on it, Xia Yunshu quickly looked up online what kind of medicine it was. A very strong painkiller, mostly used for severe, acute, and chronic pain, like cancer pain. Cancer? Xia Yunshu held her breath. Her whole body's blood seemed to freeze. I slept until the next day. When I woke up early in the morning, I saw Xia Yunshu sitting by the bed, staring at me without blinking. She hadn't slept all night. Her beautiful, usually cold eyes were a little bloodshot, and the dark circles under her eyes were very pronounced. "You're awake!" Her voice was particularly dry and hoarse. Xia Yunshu helped me sit up and handed me a glass of warm water. "Thanks." I drank half a glass of water, and just as I put the glass down, Xia Yunshu suddenly hugged me tightly. "Brother Huai." Xia Yunshu called my name in a hoarse voice. "I won't let anything happen to you." "Absolutely not." I gently patted her shoulder. "I'm fine now." Xia Yunshu nodded. "You haven't eaten for a day and a night. What do you want to eat?" I looked at her and said, "Anything is fine. Something light, okay? I'll go have someone prepare it." I watched Xia Yunshu retreating back, wondering if I was overthinking it. I felt that the way Xia Yunshu looked at me was a bit hurt. I went into the bathroom to wash up, stood in front of the mirror looking at the hickey on my collarbone, and couldn't help but recall yesterday's absurdity. If being with her is this painful, then I should just leave. I have to go sooner or later anyway. A bitter smile formed on my lips. After leaving the bathroom, I called Shui Shiyi. "Bring some men to the capital. I want to move Grandpa to the hospital in Jincheng. Ji Haochin is not in the capital right now. The nursing home only has a few bodyguards protecting Grandpa's safety, so Shui Shiyi can easily take Grandpa away." Shui Shiyi on the other end of the line was stunned. "All right, I'll set off right now. I'll arrive in the capital by tonight at the latest." I hung up and went downstairs. "Brother Huai, you." "I'm fine now." Xia Linger hurriedly stepped forward to support me. I smiled and waved my hand. "Don't be so tense. I'm very healthy now, nothing's wrong." Xia Linger's eyes were red as she gently punched my shoulder. "You really scared me to death yesterday. I thought you were about to die. Sorry, I didn't tell you before. It's just an old ailment. It hurts a little sometimes, and I'm afraid of pain, so my reaction was a bit intense. It's fine now." "Why did you come down without putting on a jacket?" Xia Yunshu came from behind, draping a shawl over me. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's summer, I'm not cold." Xia Yunshu took my hands. "You were very cold yesterday, and you were sweating a lot. You should still be careful." The smile on my face stiffened. Lowered body temperature, cold sweats, are normal symptoms when the poison acts up. "Come and eat." Xia Yunshu led me to the dining room. I had no appetite, didn't eat much, and quickly put down my chopsticks. "Not eating anymore?" Xia Yunshu asked with a slight frown. "I'm full." Xia Yunshu looked at me, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I'll go with you to the hospital later for a detailed health checkup." I was stunned and waved my hand in refusal. "My health is fine, there's no need to go to the hospital," Xia Linger advised. "Brother Huai, why don't you just go for a full checkup? That way, we'll be more at ease." I refused. "I'm not going. I know my own health condition very well, I'm fine." Seeing my determination, Xia Yunshu didn't force me. "All right, I'll listen to you. We won't go to the hospital," says Xia Linger's. Lips were about to pout to the sky. "How can you listen to Brother Huai on this? There's definitely something wrong with his health." I was a little surprised that Xia Yunshu was so agreeable today. The next second I heard her say, "If you don't want to go to the hospital, then I'll invite a medical team to our home to check on you later." I stiffened. It seemed Xia Yunshu was determined to have me examined. I sighed helplessly. "Xia Yunshu, you don't need to be so tense. I'm really fine." Xia Yunshu took my hand. "Even if you're fine, just get a checkup. Consider it a routine physical." I pulled my hand away from Xia Yunshu's grasp. I said I'm not getting a checkup. "Xia Yunshu, don't force me." "Brother Huai." Xia Yunshu looked at me with a conflicted expression. The more I refused the checkup, the more worried she became about my condition. I took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation in my heart. "Sorry. I know you both care about me. I'm a doctor myself. I know my own situation very well. There's no need for a checkup. Brother Huai." Xia Yunshu was about to say something, but I cut her off as soon as she opened her mouth. "Xia Yunshu, actually, I don't like sweets at all, nor do I like strawberries, and I especially don't like the luxury goods and cars you gave me. Do you know that? The things you've been doing lately have put a lot of pressure on me." Xia Linger immediately said, "How can that be? Brother Huai, you clearly liked them before." I cut Xia Linger off. That's because I was often unhappy before, so I wanted to eat something sweet, to feel a little better. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. I'm sorry. Xia Yunshu looked at me, her eyes filled with self-blame. She thought that the things she had been doing lately were all things I liked. She never expected that not only did I not like them, but I also felt immense pressure. Brother Huai, Xia Yunshu tried to take my hand, but I forcefully pushed it away. Xia Yunshu, you should know very well in your heart, the reason I came back with you, the reason I'm staying here again, is entirely for the ice jade flower. So no matter what you do, no matter how well you treat me, I can't love you again. Absolutely not. My gaze turned cold. Xia Yunshu, stop wasting your efforts on me. Xia Yunshu was shaken. She had never seen me so stern and harsh. My eyes, which were gentle and affectionate just moments ago, were now filled with a cold gloom. Ji Huai, nothing in this world is absolute. Xia Yunshu, don't force me. I uttered a cruel sentence and turned back to my room. Xia Linger looked at the expression on Xia Yunshu's face, and her heart skipped a beat. It's over. Her sister is really angry now. I returned to my room and immediately started packing my things. Just then, Ellie called. As soon as I answered, Ellie cheerfully said on the other end, I heard from Shui Shiyi that you're preparing to leave the capital. You're acting so quickly this time, getting the ice jade flower so fast. No, I don't need the ice jade flower anymore. I just want to get away from Xia Yunshu as soon as possible, even if it means giving up the ice jade flower. Since returning to the capital, it's been less than a month and my illness has acted up twice. This frequency is really too high. If this continues, even if I'm not tortured to death, I'll go crazy. When Ellie heard this, she asked agitatedly, You don't need the ice jade flower anymore? So you don't want your life anymore? Ellie heard the determination in my voice and knew she couldn't persuade me anymore. All right then, it'll wait for you in Jincheng. I hung up. I've decided to leave. No one can stop me this time. In the study, Xia Yunshu stood before the French window, watching me drag my suitcase out of the villa. She wanted to bring me back, as long as she could keep me by her side. Xia Yunshu picked up her phone, about to make a call, when her phone rang. The call connected and Ellie spoke first. I know the Xia group is preparing to expand into the Eastern European market. I happen to have 2 vacant private oil fields. I wonder if Xia is interested. As she said this, Ellie's heart was bleeding. She didn't believe Xia Yunshu wouldn't be tempted. As expected, Xia Yunshu asked directly, What do you want? Ellie didn't beat around the bush with her. I want the ice jade flower. It was because of what Ellie said that Xia Yunshu suddenly realized she had been overlooking something important. The ice jade flower is a medicinal herb that can cure 100 poisons. Ji Huai is poisoned. Ellie on the other end of the line said nothing. Ellie's silence only made Xia Yunshu more certain of her guess. I can give the ice jade flower to Ji Huai, but you have to answer a question for me. Ellie said, Huh? She didn't expect Xia Yunshu to be so agreeable this time. What does Xia want to know? Who is the person Ji Huai likes the most? Ellie originally wanted to say that Ji Huai obviously liked her the most, but Xia Yunshu's tone was so murderous she could feel it through the phone. After a moment's thought, she changed her tune. Ji Huai, the person he likes the most is named Junling Shuang. Xia, I've answered your question. I'll hold up my end of the deal. Xia Yunshu hung up, her face a mask of an impending storm. On the other side, I was preparing to board the plane when several black sports cars zipped over. Yang Ting got out of the passenger seat of a Maybach, took a rectangular box from a bodyguard, and walked straight towards me. I looked at Yang Ting and gave a faint smile. Assistant Yang, you can't stop me. Mr. Ji, you've misunderstood. We're not here to stop you. Yang Ting handed over the box. This is what Miss asked me to give to you. I helplessly signaled for Shui Shiyi to take it. The thing had to be accepted. Thank Miss Xia for me. After saying that, I turned and boarded the plane. It was already 11 p.m. when we arrived in Jincheng. After settling Grandpa in, Shui Shiyi brought the item Xia Yunshu had sent. Boss, what should we do with this? His expression was a bit conflicted. The box alone looked expensive, so the contents must be very valuable. I don't know what's inside. I hesitated for a moment, but finally opened the box. But when I saw clearly what was in the box, I was instantly stunned. I couldn't understand what she was trying to do. Did she think that by doing this, I would change my mind and go back to her? I smiled bitterly, speechless in my heart. Ellie arrived in Jincheng at noon. During lunch, she wanted to ask about the ice jade flower, but was afraid I'd find out she had called Xia Yunshu and think she was being nosy. She's already given me the ice jade flower. I suddenly spoke up. Ellie was overjoyed. Really? I put down my chopsticks, my expression melancholic. Ellie, am I a terrible person? Ellie forced a laugh. You're only realizing it now? You've treated me badly for so many years, I'm already used to it. I shot her a glare. Ellie knew what I was struggling with. Ji Huai, there's nothing in this world that money can't solve. Don't feel like you owe Xia Yunshu anything. At worst, you'll give her 2 private oil fields as payment for the ice jade flower. I nodded. Fine, it'll pay for it. I was about to say something else, but Ellie cut me off. The ice jade flower, hurry up and go brew the medicine. In the evening, I started brewing the medicine. Ellie secretly went to the garden and called Xia Yunshu. Xia, I'll have someone contact you about the oil fields later. It's not necessary anymore. From the phone came Xia Yunshu's cold voice. Ellie was stunned. Xia, what do you mean by this? She's not trying to go back on her word, is she? Humph. It's too late to go back on her word. Ji Huai is already brewing the medicine. As she was thinking, she heard Xia Yunshu's voice, coming from the phone. I gave the ice jade flower to Ji Huai, not for the oil fields. Ellie raised an eyebrow. Could it be she still cares about Ji Huai? Xia Yunshu's cold voice came through. I want him to be safe. Ellie was speechless. As expected, she still hasn't given up on Ji Huai. Don't worry, away from you, Ji Huai will definitely be safe. After saying that, Ellie immediately hung up. Just as she hung up, the phone rang again. She saw it was my number. I'm clearly in the room next door, why call? Ellie knew something must have happened. She rushed out of her room, burst into mine, and saw me hunched over the toilet, vomiting nonstop. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Ellie's face turned pale with fear. I raised my head to speak, but my stomach convulsed again, and I vomited another mouthful of black blood. The ice jade flower is fake, my weak voice sounded. Ellie rushed me to the hospital to have my stomach pumped. Ellie looked at my weak and pained state, her eyes turning red with anger. Take good care of Ji Huai. She patted Shui Shi's shoulder and turned to leave. I immediately guessed she was definitely going to find Xia Yunshu. Shi, send someone to call her back. She's too impulsive. I'm worried something will happen to her. Shui Shi acknowledged and left the bedroom. He stood in the hallway and sent a text to Ellie. Take my men. Kill Xia Yunshu. After standing outside for a moment, Shui Shi returned to the bedroom. She's already on the plane. She's unreachable. The office door of the Xia group was suddenly pushed open, and Yang Ting rushed in, saying, Miss, a private helicopter is landing on the company's rooftop. A cold glint flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. Shen Qiuning chuckled, her tone full of mockery. Oh my, who's so bold as to trespass on the territory of our Miss Xia? Before Yang Ting could speak, a series of footsteps came from outside, along with the miserable cries of the building's security guards. Yang Ting thought to herself that this was bad. As she turned, she saw Ellie approaching with a group of bodyguards. Yang Ting blocked the office door. Ellie, what do you want? Move aside, let her in. Xia Yunshu's voice came from inside the office. Ellie entered the office and without a word, directly pulled out a gun. Shen Qiuning was startled and moved to shield Xia Yunshu, advising, Ellie, calm down, let's talk this out. Xia Yunshu glanced at Ellie with arrogant, cold eyes and stepped out from behind Shen Qiuning. Kill me? Can your emo family bear the consequences? The surrounding temperature clearly dropped. Ellie laughed. Xia Yunshu, you fucking dared to give Ji Huai a fake ice jade flower. Do you think I really don't dare to kill you? Xia Yunshu's back stiffened. What did you say? The ice jade flower is fake. Ji Huai is lying in bed right now, on the brink of death. All because of you. Xia Yunshu, you deserve to die. Ellie pulled the trigger without hesitation. Miss, Shen Qiuning's pupils contracted. Xia Yunshu quickly dodged and the bullet hit the computer behind her. Just as Ellie was about to pull the trigger again, a group of fully armed bodyguards suddenly rushed in from outside. Ellie had only brought 7 or 8 men in total, and although they were all experts, they couldn't stand against Xia Yunshu's larger numbers. They were quickly subdued. Xia Yunshu stared coldly at Ellie. How is Ji Huai now? Ellie laughed coldly. How is he? If you go now, maybe you can still see him one last time. Jincheng. Xia Yunshu, her heart burning with anxiety, rushed to the Ji family home. As soon as she got off the helicopter, she was surrounded by Shui Shi and his men. Xia Yunshu glanced at him. Where is Ji Huai? Shui Shi suppressed a surge of anger in his chest. Who do you think my boss is? Do you think you can see him just because you want to? Get lost. How could Xia Yunshu leave? Her heart was pounding with such anxiety, it felt like it would leap out of her chest. Shui Shi pointed the gun directly at Xia Yunshu's head. If you dare take another step, don't blame me for being impolite. Just as the words fell, a gunshot suddenly rang out. A bullet accurately hit the grip of the gun in Shui Shi's hand. Shui Shi only felt the web of his thumb go numb, and the gun in his hand was immediately knocked away. With this sudden turn of events, the surrounding bodyguards immediately pointed their guns at Xia Yunshu. Seeing this, Xia Yunshu's men also moved to protect her from behind, drawing their guns in a standoff. In an instant, both sides were at a tense standoff. Shui Shi, stop! My voice suddenly came from inside the house. My voice was very soft, but it struck Xia Yunshu and Shui Shi outside like a lightning bolt, and they turned their heads in astonishment to look at me. I was helped out by a servant, my complexion very poor. What are you all trying to do? I looked outside, where... A conflict between the two groups could break out at any moment. I just felt a headache coming on. Seeing me, Xia Yunshu was like a gust of wind running in front of me and hugged me tightly. A familiar scent. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a sting in my nose. She asked in a hoarse voice, What are you doing out here? Ji Huai, I missed you so much, I'm sorry. I didn't know the Bing Yuhua was fake. I nodded slightly. I knew this had nothing to do with her. With her personality, she either wouldn't give it at all, or if she did, she definitely wouldn't intentionally give me a fake Bing Yuhua. I was too weak being held by her like that. Very quickly, my vision started to blur. Ji Huai, I really missed you. Before I fainted, in my ear was still this woman's sentence. It sounded so affectionate. After taking me to the bedroom, Xia Yunshu left. Shui Shi and Ellie were like 2 daughter gods standing in the hallway outside. Seeing Xia Yunshu come out, their eyes were filled with hostility. Ji Huai is asleep. Please take care of him for me these next few days. After saying that, she went downstairs. Downstairs, Yang Ting had been waiting for a long time. In the car, Yang Ting handed her a tablet. This is Solomon's second-in-command, who provided information on the origin of the Bing Yuhua. Before the item reached them, it only passed through 2 people's hands. At this point, Yang Ting hesitated. This person is Isaac from the Middle East. He's in Wei Cheng. Xia Yunshu said nonchalantly, to the airport. Yang Ting was a little hesitant, she said with a serious expression. Miss, Wei Cheng is Isaac's territory. If we go there so abruptly, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage. Besides, he holds a grudge against you. There are no what-ifs. She had to go. She had to bring the real Bing Yuhua back. As soon as Xia Yunshu's group arrived in Wei Cheng, Isaac knew. Very quickly, he received a call from Xia Yunshu. As soon as the call connected, he heard Xia Yunshu's unwavering voice come through. Isaac, the Bing Yuhua is in your hands, isn't it? Isaac was stunned, and only then did he understand that Xia Yunshu came here for the Bing Yuhua. 2 months ago, one of his clueless subordinates had seized a shipment from Solomon. Solomon's boss came to demand the goods in person. Isaac couldn't afford to offend him. Not only did he return all the goods, he also paid a considerable compensation to settle the matter, but in that Solomon's shipment was the Bing Yuhua he had been searching for years. He certainly couldn't afford to buy it, so he used a fake Bing Yuhua to swap it. Solomon's people were completely unaware of this. Later, he heard that the Bing Yuhua had been auctioned off a month ago. Now that Xia Yunshu had come to his door demanding the Bing Yuhua, it meant that she was the one who bought the Bing Yuhua back then, and she had discovered the flower was fake. Isaac laughed out loud. Miss Xia, you must be joking. How could I possibly have such a thing? Xia Yunshu didn't waste any time with him, she said directly. Give me the Bing Yuhua. You can name the price. Isaac let out a cold laugh. If that's the case, then let's meet and talk it over. Xia Yunshu hung up. Just as she left the hotel, she ran into Shen Qiuning, who had just arrived. Miss Xia, I'll go meet Isaac for you. This Isaac guy holds a significant grudge against Miss Xia. If she goes in person, she will definitely be at a disadvantage. Xia Yunshu shook her head. The Bing Yuhua is in his hands. If I don't go, he won't give it. After saying that, she got in the car immediately. Upon arrival, as soon as Xia Yunshu got out of the car, she was led into a bar. The bar was very large with 2 floors in total. The entire first-floor hall was filled with Isaac's men. Yang Ting followed Xia Yunshu inside, feeling the extremely tense atmosphere around them. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Yang Ting looked at Shen Qiuning beside her and whispered, Miss Shen, if they try to set a trap for us now, what are our chances of getting out of here in one piece? Shen Qiuning glanced at her. Miss Xia never fights a battle. She's not sure of winning. Xia Yunshu walked up to Isaac and got straight to the point. Where is the Bing Yuhua? Isaac let out a few hearty laughs. Miss Xia wants the Bing Yuhua, right? I can give it to you. But you must agree to 3 conditions. Xia Yunshu glanced at him. Speak. Isaac continued. First, the maritime transport route in the Eastland Bay Strait will henceforth belong to me. Fine. Xia Yunshu didn't even blink and agreed immediately. Isaac raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile flashing in his eyes. I heard Miss Xia is a sharpshooter. I don't have any other hobbies. I also like to play with guns. I consider my marksmanship to be better than yours. So for the second condition, I want to invite Miss Xia to be my live target for once. As Isaac spoke, he drew the gun from his hip and pointed it at Xia Yunshu. Yang Ting's face changed, and she rushed forward. Isaac, you dare! Isaac laughed heartily, his gloomy eyes staring at Xia Yunshu. Well, that depends on whether Miss Xia wants the Bing Yuhua or not. Xia Yunshu pushed Yang Ting away and stood up straight. Fine, Yang Ting called out nervously. Miss Xia? Xia Yunshu glanced at her. Shut up. Yang Ting was helpless. What her miss wanted to do, no one could stop. Shen Qiuning stared at Xia Yunshu, her brows furrowed tightly. For Jihuai, Miss Xia is really risking her life. Isaac clapped. Miss Xia truly has guts. After saying that, he raised his gun, aimed at Xia Yunshu's heart with a faint smile on his face. Miss Xia, aren't you worried that this shot of mine will take your life? Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow coldly, her whole body exuding an extremely powerful and oppressive aura. Do you dare? Isaac's gun-holding hand paused, intimidated by her aura. He really didn't dare. If Xia Yunshu died on his territory in less than 2 hours, this place would be razed to the ground. He wouldn't poke this hornet's nest. But that didn't mean he would let her off easily. Miss Xia really knows how to joke. I still have a third condition. How could I let you die so easily? What's fun about dying? The most fun is a life worse than death. A flash of excitement appeared in Isaac's eyes, the muzzle aimed at Xia Yunshu's right arm. He pulled the trigger, fresh blood splattered. Xia Yunshu still stood straight on the spot, not dodging or avoiding, without a sound. The dazzling fresh blood slowly trickled down her arm. Yang Ting and Shen Qiuning breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Luckily, the shot didn't hit a vital spot. Xia Yunshu paid no attention to her wounded arm and asked directly, what is the third condition? Isaac smiled, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. The person behind him immediately brought an orange cocktail and placed it in front of Xia Yunshu. Since you've come to my territory, I must naturally fulfill my duties as a host. Isaac made a gesture of invitation. Beside her, Yang Ting asked warily, what kind of poison is this? Isaac admitted frankly, his face full of a mocking smile. The Bing Yuhua can cure 100 poisons. Xia Yunshu must want it to cure someone important, but if she drinks this glass of poison, she will have to use the Bing Yuhua to cure herself. Isaac opened the box in front of him, showing her the Bing Yuhua inside. Miss Xia, as long as you drink this glass of poison, I will give you the Bing Yuhua. He wanted to see how Xia Yunshu would choose, to save herself or save someone else. Miss Xia, don't drink it, Yang Ting advised anxiously. Shen Qiuning came forward. I'll drink it for her. Before she finished speaking, Xia Yunshu had already picked up the glass, without any hesitation, tilted her head back and drained the liquid in the glass, not a single drop left. Xia Yunshu placed the empty glass upside down on the table, her cold eyes showing no emotion. The Bing Yuhua. Isaac squinted, his eyes reassessing Xia Yunshu, his eyes filled with disbelief. He directly threw the box containing the Bing Yuhua to her. Xia Yunshu caught the box, opened it to look. Its appearance was almost identical to the previous flower. The only difference was that this Bing Yuhua had a faint fragrance. Don't worry, this one is real. Pausing for a moment, Isaac didn't forget to add a reminder. Miss Xia, don't forget the first thing you promised me. Xia Yunshu said nothing, took the box and left coldly. Just let Xia Yunshu go like that? Isaac glanced at his subordinate. What else? Keep them for dinner? The subordinate was unwilling. Why don't we take this opportunity to deal with Xia Yunshu? Isaac snorted coldly. Who do you think Xia Yunshu is? The chairman of the Xia group? That's just her identity on the surface. Her background is very deep. I'm afraid before I could kill her, I would be killed first. Isaac stared in the direction Xia Yunshu left, a sinister smile playing on his lips. But this time, it's not without a significant gain. Xia Yunshu's weakness has been exposed. Leaving the bar, Xia Yunshu felt a violent dizziness as soon as she got in the car. Shen Qiuning and Yang Ting immediately took her to the hospital. Her wounded arm was still bleeding incessantly. She needed surgery to remove the bullet first. Before entering the operating room, Xia Yunshu gave the Bing Yuhua to Shen Qiuning. Qiuning, get the Bing Yuhua to Ji Huai. Shen Qiuning looked at the Bing Yuhua in her hand, a little hesitant. If you give the Bing Yuhua to him, what about you? The glass of poison you just drank, Xia Yunshu said softly. Isaac wouldn't dare to poison me to death, don't worry. You know that poison isn't fatal. At most it just causes some pain. It's no big deal. The next morning when I woke up, I didn't see Xia Yunshu in the bedroom. After washing up, a servant brought me breakfast, and after breakfast, the IV drip started again. I looked towards the bedroom door. Several times I wanted to ask Ellie, but held back. Stop looking. Xia Yunshu left last night. When you get better, we'll go back to Nguo. You haven't shown your face for so long. Those old geezers all think you're dead and are starting to cause trouble again. I frowned. Is that so? I was just worried I wouldn't have a chance to straighten out those crooked-hearted people in the organization. It's really time for a shakeup. After resting in bed for a day, my body had recovered about 70 to 80%, and I no longer needed the IV drip. The next day, I no longer stayed in the bedroom. After lunch, I asked Chui Shiyi about the Bing Yuhua. How is the investigation going? According to the information from Solomon, the real Bing Yuhua is probably in the hands of Isaac and Wei Cheng. I just sent someone over there this morning. We should have news by tonight. I nodded and was about to say something else when a servant came in and said someone was looking for me. The first person who came to mind was Xia Yunshu. She left for 2 days and now she's back. After the servant led the person in, I realized the person who came was not Xia Yunshu but Shen Qiuning. Your complexion doesn't look bad. You must be feeling better, right? I nodded and asked, why did you come here? I glanced behind her. Shen Qiuning came alone. There was no one else. Shen Qiuning handed me a box. For you. What is this? I vaguely guessed but didn't take it. Shen Qiuning smiled playfully. Open it and you'll know. I hesitated for a moment but still opened it. Bing Yuhua. She went to Wei Cheng to find Isaac. Shen Qiuning raised an eyebrow. It seems you also found out that the real Bing Yuhua is in Isaac's hands. I nodded, took out the Bing Yuhua and observed it carefully for a long time. It's probably real. How did Xia Yunshu get this Bing Yuhua from Isaac? Shen Qiuning. She has her ways. All right, don't worry about it anymore. My mission is to watch you take it. I nodded. The medicine was decocted. Shen Qiuning waited for me to finish the medicine before leaving. On the other side, Xia Yunshu had a fever again. Xia Linger stayed by her bedside taking care of her. Hearing her call my name in her delirium, she finally couldn't hold back. Xia Linger picked up her phone and recorded a short clip, a video of her calling my name while unconscious. She gritted her teeth and sent the video to me. Sis, please don't blame me. I'm only doing this because I feel bad for you. Xia Linger prayed silently in her heart, hoping that after watching the video, Ji Huai would come back to visit her sister. That way, after her sister wakes up and finds out, she probably wouldn't blame her for taking matters into her own hands. Very quickly I received a WeChat message from Xia Linger. I opened WeChat. The message was a video clip. I opened it to watch. It was a video of Xia Yunshu talking in her sleep while unconscious. I looked at Xia Yunshu's pale face and my heart suddenly tightened. What's wrong with her? Looking at Xia Yunshu's state in the video, she had clearly fainted due to illness. The video had sound. I turned the volume to the maximum and then heard Xia Yunshu's voice come through. Ji Huai, Ji Huai. She was calling for me. I quickly called Xiaolinger. The call connected quickly before I could speak. Xiaolinger asked cautiously, "Brother Jihuai, did you see the video I just sent? Wasn't that an unnecessary question?" I was burning with anxiety. "Xiaolinger, how is Xia Yunshu?" "Jihuai, my sister. She's sick. The doctor came to see her. She took medicine, but it's not getting better. It's even getting worse. Is she going to die?" I was extremely anxious. "Don't worry, I'm coming right now." Hanging up, I immediately told Shuishi to prepare the helicopter. As soon as Ellie heard, she blocked the door. My face turned cold. "Ellie, get out of my way." Ellie was so angry she gritted her teeth. In the end, Ellie still compromised. She would go with me. On the other side, Xiaolinger returned to the bedroom, but unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, she saw Xia Yunshu sitting up on the headboard, holding a glass of water and drinking. "Sis, you're awake? Are you feeling better?" Xia Yunshu nodded slightly and put down the glass. "Did you call Jihuai?" Seeing her cold face looking at her, Xiaolinger clasped her hands and begged, "Sis, I was wrong." "I'm sorry, sis, Xia Yunshu interrupted her, her voice hoarse. "When is Jihuai coming?" Xiaolinger was stunned and immediately reacted. "Jihuai said he's coming right away. But from Jincheng to here, it takes at least 2 hours by plane. He'll probably arrive in Jingdu by midnight." A hint of a smile flashed in Xia Yunshu's eyes. She pondered for a moment. "Don't tell him I'm injured. If he asks, just say I was only sick." Xiaolinger nodded repeatedly. "Okay." At this moment, they both forgot I'm a doctor and a highly skilled one at that. Xiaolinger thought that I would at least have to wait until 11 or 12 at night to arrive in Jingdu. But unexpectedly, I arrived just after dinner time. The helicopter landed at the helipad in the villa's backyard. As soon as I got off, Xiaolinger ran over. "Brother Jihuai, you're finally here." I nodded and went straight to the bedroom. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw Xia Yunshu sitting up against the headboard. She glanced at me standing at the door. Jihuai arrived so quickly, he must have taken a helicopter. I walked into the bedroom. "Weren't you sick? Why aren't you resting properly?" A few hours ago, in the video Xiaolinger sent me, she was unconscious with a high fever. If it weren't for her sickly pale face, I would have suspected the video was fake. Xia Yunshu waved her hand. "Just a small cold, it's nothing." It was Xiaolinger who made a mountain out of a molehill. Because the wound was inflamed, she had a high fever, her voice was especially low. I said nothing, just stared at her, my eyes full of scrutiny. "When did your body become so weak? A small cold requires you to rest in bed?" Xia Yunshu raised her head slightly, a smile playing on her lips. "Jihuai, did you come to see me?" Her tone carried a hint of pride. I looked into her eyes, silent for 2 seconds, then asked, "Xia Yunshu, are you injured?" A flicker in Xia Yunshu's eyes was unnoticeable, she said with a smile. "Do you want me to be injured that badly?" I nodded and looked at her. "It's good that you're okay. Then get some proper rest." Xia Yunshu suddenly grabbed my hand. "Jihuai, stay with me tonight. I can't sleep without you." I was so angry I laughed. I shook off Xia Yunshu's hand, touching the wound on her right arm. Xia Yunshu was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Xia Yunshu in pain, I was stunned for a moment. I didn't even use much force just now. Her acting is quite convincing. A hint of a smile appeared on Xia Yunshu's face. "Jihuai, what should I do? My wound hurts again." After saying that, she pulled me onto the bed and bit my neck, hard. I glared fiercely at Xia Yunshu. "Xia Yunshu, are you a dog?" Xia Yunshu looked at me with a faint smile. "Don't all you boys like loyal puppy dog type women?" "I don't. Then what type do you like?" Before I could open my mouth, I heard her voice again. "The Jiling Shuang type?" My back stiffened. How does Xia Yunshu know Jiling Shuang? Could it be that Jiling Shuang already knows that we got married and she already came to see her? I felt a little panicked inside. Xia Yunshu hugged me tightly, keenly sensing that my body had clearly stiffened a little. It seems Ellie didn't lie to her. The person in your heart really is Jiling Shuang. Xia Yunshu looked up at me, her eyes filled with jealousy. "Jihuai, is Ling Shuang that good? Can you try to like me a little? I'm definitely no worse than Jiling Shuang. We can try being together for a while. Maybe you'll find that being with me is happier." I looked at Xia Yunshu blankly, having known her for so long. This is still the first time I've seen her speak so humbly. I smiled. My eyes carried a hint of coldness. For the 2 years I had amnesia, I dreamt of you looking at me just a few more times. If you had said these words to me back then, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated to throw myself into your arms. Xia Yunshu tightened her arms. "Then why not now?" I shook my head. "Because I've regained my memories. The person I love is not you. The person I love is not you." Just those few words made Xia Yunshu feel a heartache so intense that she couldn't breathe. It was even more intense than the pain from the poison amplifying her wound. She stared at me. "If you don't love me, why did you come here tonight?" I was silent. If I had known she was fine, I wouldn't have come. "You helped me find the real ice jade flower, so at the very least I should come and thank you in person." Xia Yunshu's gaze darkened slightly. "A thank you is not enough. Then what do you want?" "My wound hurts. Let me hug you, and we'll call it even." I rolled my eyes. We'll just pretend Xia Yunshu is tricking me, but I didn't say anything else. She's a patient now, after all, so I'll just give in to her a little. That's how I convinced myself. Time passed minute by minute. I haven't been resting well lately, and being held by Xia Yunshu like this, listening to her steady breathing, I quickly felt sleepy. In the middle of the night, I woke up from the heat. When I opened my eyes, I saw the face of Xia Yunshu just inches away, still being held by Xia Yunshu, and her body temperature was abnormally high. I immediately realized something was wrong and placed my hand on her forehead. Xia Yunshu, you have a fever. Xia Yunshu wasn't deeply asleep. Her consciousness was a bit hazy as she grabbed my hand. I am fine. I immediately got up to take her temperature. It was a low-grade fever. I had brought my medicine kit with me when I came. After finding fever-reducing medicine and giving it to her, I took out my silver acupuncture needles, and on Xia Yunshu's left arm, I inserted a needle into the Kuchi acupoint on her arm. But when I pulled the needle out, the spot suddenly started bleeding non-stop. I'm very confident in my acupuncture skills. It's impossible for me to hit the wrong acupoint. Moreover, the silver needles used for acupuncture are as thin as an ox hair, so under normal circumstances they shouldn't cause bleeding. I pressed gauze on the bleeding spot, thinking it would stop the bleeding quickly, but to my surprise, after pressing for nearly 10 minutes, fresh blood was still flowing out. The pinprick was small, so not much blood came out, but letting it bleed like this wasn't a solution. I took out the hemostatic ointment from my kit and applied it, which finally stopped the bleeding. Xia Yunshu, how are you feeling? I gently patted Xia Yunshu's cheek. Xia Yunshu opened her eyes. Her usually cold, beautiful eyes were now a bit cloudy and unfocused, and she spoke weakly. Jihuai, are you trying to kill me with pain? My heart tightened. Pain? Xia Yunshu, where does it hurt? Xia Yunshu slowly took my hand and placed it over her heart. Here, it hurts a lot. Xia Yunshu, stop joking. I'm worried sick here. She's still joking like this. Xia Yunshu caressed my face, her eyes filled with affection. Jihuai, I like the way you care about me, but I also can't bear to see you worry about me. She sighed and chuckled softly. All right, I admit it doesn't hurt. I'm fine. Just now, I was just trying to make you worry. I gave her a helpless glare, still somewhat skeptical. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Just a little sleepy. I looked at my phone. It was already 3 a.m. She pulled me onto the bed to lie down. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, checking Xia Yunshu's temperature every so often. Thankfully, just before dawn, her temperature finally returned to normal. Seeing the person beside me finally sleeping peacefully, I breathed a sigh of relief and turned on the light. As I was about to get out of bed to go to the bathroom, my gaze accidentally fell on her left arm, and I saw that the hemostatic ointment I had applied to her arm had turned a dark black color. My pupils constricted. This ointment is a secret formula passed down by my master, and it has miraculous hemostatic effects. I remember my master once said that this ointment has another wonderful use, which is to test for poison. Apply the ointment to a bleeding wound. If the ointment turns black within 3 hours, it proves that there is a toxin in the blood. I sat up, wiped a bit of the blackened hemostatic ointment from her arm onto my finger and smelled it. There was no foul smell, proving that the poison in Xia Yunshu's blood isn't a deadly one. So what kind of poison did she get? What's wrong? My movement startled Xia Yunshu, who was sleeping lightly. I gently patted her shoulder. It's nothing. I'm thirsty. I'm going downstairs for a glass of water. You go back to sleep. I left the bedroom and went downstairs, but I didn't go to the kitchen for water. Instead, I went straight to the small, separate house in the backyard where the family doctor lives. Xia Yunshu must be hiding something from me. I went to the doctor's office, and in the desk drawer, I found Xia Yunshu's medical records. Gunshot wound to the right forearm, significant blood loss during surgery, difficulty controlling bleeding, excessive blood loss, transfused 2,000 cc of blood, coagulation function destroyed. The more I read, the colder I felt. When I saw the last page, it felt like my whole body had fallen into an ice pit. Crippling sun. I was completely stunned. Xia Yunshu was actually poisoned with crippling sun. I had heard about this poison a long time ago. Some organizations use this poison on traitors or to interrogate prisoners. A person poisoned by it, even if just pricked by a needle, feel a pain that makes them want to die. The most serious thing is, once a wound appears on the body, it will bleed non-stop and be difficult to heal. Remembering how she held me last night and said it hurt, a sharp pain shot through my heart. She wasn't pretending, she was really in pain. When I touched the wound on her arm, when I performed acupuncture on her, she was actually in immense pain. That pain was not at all less than when the Gu King poison acted up, and painkillers were completely useless. But even in so much pain, she still held onto me tightly, hugging me and refusing to let go. I rushed back to the bedroom. As soon as I entered, I saw Xia Yunshu getting out of bed, seemingly preparing to go out. Xia Yunshu, lie down for me. I almost immediately pointed at her and shouted. Xia Yunshu was stunned, not understanding why I was suddenly so angry. Jihuai, what are you doing? Don't you know your own condition right now? I quickly ran over and helped her sit down on the bed. Xia Yunshu stared at me. I didn't see you come back up, so I was afraid you had left. My heart felt like it had been stabbed. My eyes stung uncontrollably as I asked, if I hadn't found out myself, were you planning to hide it from me forever? And not tell me until you died that you'd been poisoned with crippling sun? Xia Yunshu was silent. She had underestimated me, not expecting me to find out in just one night. Xia Yunshu sighed. Jihuai, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to worry about me. The bridge of my nose stung, and I said with a serious expression, Xia Yunshu, from now on, You are not to lie to me, not even a single word. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing me again. Xia Yunshu nodded. Okay, I'll use silver needles to temporarily block your sense of pain. You'll feel a little pain now, but it will be fine in a moment. Just bear with it. Xia Yunshu stared at me. Okay, I trust you. Just do whatever you say you'll do. I nodded, took out my needles and began the acupuncture on her, blocking the pain-sensory nerves throughout her body. In total, I had to insert over a dozen needles. Each needle was torture for Xia Yunshu. By the 7th needle, Xia Yunshu was in so much pain that her back was soaked with sweat. I really couldn't bear to see her in so much pain, so I decisively inserted a needle into her sleep acupoint, causing her to fall unconscious. After she fell into a coma, I inserted the last few needles. After inserting the last few needles, I watched over her by the bed for a while, then went downstairs. After breakfast, I went to Xia Yunshu's bedroom. She was still not awake. I drew a few ml of her blood and took it to the lab for testing. At 10 a.m., Xia Yunshu finally woke up. As soon as she woke up, I helped her sit up. How do you feel now? Much better. Xia Yunshu moved her injured arm. The wound doesn't hurt anymore. I've blocked your pain-sensory nerves. You temporarily have no sensation of pain, so it's not that it doesn't hurt, but rather that you can't feel the pain. The pain-sensory nerves can't be blocked for long, at most for only 3 days. I took Xia Yunshu's hand. Xia Yunshu, don't worry. I will definitely save you. Xia Yunshu caressed my face. The medical team is already researching the antidote, don't worry. I nodded, hesitated for a moment, then asked, Xia Yunshu, why were you poisoned with crippling sun? Xia Yunshu's tone was nonchalant. I was framed by an enemy. She didn't want me to know that she was poisoned because she was trying to get the ice jade flower for me. A sharp glint flashed in my eyes as I asked, so, has the enemy been dealt with? Dealt with. Only then did I feel relieved. With no sensation of pain for the time being, Xia Yunshu felt much more comfortable, and she could even get out of bed and walk around. After lunch, I took a short walk with her in the garden, and then had a meeting with her medical team. The toxins from the crippling sun poison will not decrease with the body's metabolism, but will instead accumulate more and more in the body. If the poison isn't neutralized within 10 days of being poisoned, it will be even harder to completely detoxify later on. A group of doctors discussed it all afternoon, but in the end, they couldn't come up with a viable plan. In the afternoon, Xia Yunshu's blood test report came back. I looked at the numbers on it, thought for a long time, finally called Qiao Qiao. The phone rang for a long time. Just when I thought no one would answer, the call finally connected. Hello, Qiao Qiao, it's me. Before I could finish, Qiao Qiao's voice came through the phone. Jihuai, you've really screwed me over. I quickly asked, what's wrong? What happened? What else could it be? It's that thing you told me to steal last time. Damn it. I've never met anyone so persistent. She's been chasing me for almost a month and still won't let go. I raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about Jiang Xinru? Qiao Qiao had stolen the A117 reagent from Jiang Xinru. Jiang Xinru had made a solemn promise to Xia Yunshu, saying she would definitely get it back. Who else could it be but her? Recently, Qiao Qiao has been hiding all over the place. He's almost been caught several times. He's about to be driven crazy by her. Qiao Qiao, is the 117 reagent still with you? I still have it. I've already contacted Yuan. He'll come to pick it up in person in 2 days. Wait, I said hurriedly. Qiao Qiao, give the A117 reagent back to Jiang Xinru and tell her to bring it back here. I need it urgently now. The only way I can think of right now to cure Xia Yunshu's poison is to fight poison with poison, and this method requires the A117 reagent. Qiao Qiao on the other end was clearly stunned. Ji Huai, what do you need it for? In short, I have a use for it. Qiao Qiao hesitated. Then how are you going to explain it to Jiling Shuang? You know she really needs the A117 reagent too. I heard Jiling Shuang needs the A117 reagent to save a child. I know this. So when I found out the 117 reagent was bought by Xia Yunshu, I contacted Qiao Qiao immediately and told him to steal it. But now, Xia Yunshu needs it too. She urgently needs the 117 reagent to save her life. I was silent for a moment, then spoke. I'll explain this to her myself. In short, find a way to give the 117 reagent to Jiang Xinru. Alright, with Jiling Shuang's attitude towards me, if I use the A117 reagent, she probably won't be too angry. Thanks for the trouble. No problem. Treat me to a meal next time. After chatting with Qiao Qiao for a bit, I hung up. Next is to wait for Jiang Xinru to bring back the A117 reagent. I went to find Xia Yunshu. Last time at Solomon's auction, didn't you buy the A117 reagent? It can be used to formulate an antidote. Xia Yunshu shook her head and said, the A117 reagent was stolen, and it hasn't been recovered yet. Is that so? I feigned surprise, rubbing my nose. Do you know who stole it? Jiang Xinru is investigating this. I don't know if she's made any progress. As Xia Yunshu spoke, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Jiang Xinru. The other party must have been busy. She didn't reply immediately. Xia Yunshu put down her phone and asked me, are you sure the A117 reagent can cure the crippling sun poison? The A117 reagent is a mysterious chemical reagent said to be poisonous, but there are also rumors that this reagent has very powerful cell regeneration and recovery functions. There are many rumors about it, and over the years, many people on the black market have tried to buy it through various channels, but because of its rarity, it has always been something you can find but not obtain. Xia Yunshu bought the 117 reagent also to prepare for researching its components. I'm sure. Thanks to Jiling Shuang, I had a certain understanding of the uses of the 117 reagent a long time ago. That evening, Xia Yunshu received a call from Jiang Xinru saying that the 117 reagent had been recovered and she would bring it back tomorrow. I breathed a sigh of relief and began preparing the other detoxifying medicinal ingredients. Ellie plans to return to the Dark Nation tomorrow. There are some matters waiting for her to handle there. The next day, I saw Ellie off, then drove to the traditional Chinese medicine market. I had just bought enough medicine and gotten in the car when my phone received an email. Inside was a video. I opened it and watched for less than 10 seconds. My pupils suddenly contracted, and my whole body instantly felt like it had fallen into an ice pit. In the video, Xia Yunshu stood motionless in front of Isaac. Taking the bullet he fired, she didn't even try to dodge. The bullet hit her right forearm, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. One of Isaac's men handed her a glass of wine. "What poison is this?" "Miss Xia, as long as you drink this glass of poison, I will give you the ice jade flower." After that, Xia Yunshu drank the glass of poison without any hesitation. "Xia Yunshu, don't." I watched the moment Xia Yunshu drank the poison, and my heart ached sharply. She didn't even frown. She just drank that glass of poison. What if it was a poison that kills on contact with blood? Without the ice jade flower, at most, every time the poison acted up, I would just be in pain for 24 hours. It's not worth her trading her life for it. This idiot, what on earth was she thinking? What carelessly injured by an enemy, what framed and poisoned, it was clearly her who stood still as a living target for others and even drank the crippling sun poison. All of this was to get the ice jade flower for me. My vision blurred, my whole body trembled uncontrollably, and tears fell like rain. I sped all the way back to the Yujing villa. As soon as I got out of the car, I ran towards Xia Yunshu's bedroom, but there was no one in the room. When I left, I told her to get some good rest. How could she have disappeared in such a short time? The maid who was cleaning in the hallway spoke up. "Sir, Miss Shen is here. Miss Xia and she are talking in the study." After hearing that, I went to the study immediately. I didn't even knock. I just pushed open the study door. Xia Yunshu was sitting behind the desk, holding a folder, talking with Shen Qiuning. Seeing me, she was slightly taken aback. "Jihuai, you're back." I walked in, my red-rimmed eyes fixed on her. "Xia Yunshu, didn't I tell you? To get some good rest? Don't you know your own condition?" Just thinking about how she had taken a bullet from Isaac to get the ice jade flower for me and even drank the crippling sun poison, my heart ached so much I couldn't breathe. Doesn't she not love me? Just an interesting toy. Was it worth her going to such lengths, even risking her own life? Seeing my unstable state, Xia Yunshu pulled me into her arms. "Jihuai, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't cry." When I cried, her heart seemed to break. I hugged Xia Yunshu tightly. All sorts of emotions surged in my heart, and tears fell like a broken string of pearls. "You need to rest now. You can overwork yourself. Do you know? Xia Yunshu, you're an idiot." I looked at Xia Yunshu. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't be like this now. It's all my fault. Xia Yunshu sadly patted my head. "Okay, don't cry anymore. I'll go back to my room to rest right now." After speaking, Xia Yunshu looked at Shen Qiuning next to her. "You can handle this matter. Jiang Xinru is coming back soon. If there are any problems, you can discuss them with her, okay?" Shen Qiuning nodded, then looked at me. "Jihuai, I heard from Miss Xia that you have a way to cure the crippling sun poison." I glanced at Shen Qiuning. "If there's nothing important, don't come and bother her. She needs to rest now." After speaking, I pulled Xia Yunshu back to the bedroom. Shen Qiuning was speechless. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. Back in the bedroom, I took Xia Yunshu's temperature and told her to lie down and rest well. Xia Yunshu held my hand. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Her tone was soft and gentle, so very careful, as if afraid of upsetting me again. "Xia Yunshu, you're an idiot." The gentler she was, the sadder I felt. Xia Yunshu chuckled softly, pulling out a tissue to wipe my tears. "Jihuai, you're the first person to call me an idiot. I've always been one." Xia Yunshu looked at me indulgently. "Okay, if you say so, then it is." I stared at her, and my tears couldn't help but fall endlessly. "Why are you crying again?" "Jihuai." Xia Yunshu finally realized that my mood was a bit off. "Tell me, did something happen?" I shook my head. "Xia Yunshu, why? Why did you do that?" Xia Yunshu was slightly taken aback and took my hand. "Why what?" I shook Xia Yunshu's hand away. My face flushed with anger. "How much longer are you going to hide this from me?" Xia Yunshu looked at me, stunned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Could it be that he already knows everything? The next second she heard my choked sobs. "Where did you get that gunshot wound on your arm? How did you get poisoned?" "I know everything." Xia Yunshu's back stiffened, and for a moment she was speechless. She had planned to hide this from me for her entire life, but now I finally know. Xia Yunshu looked at my tear-stained face and sighed inwardly. "Jihuai, I don't want to pressure you. I did all of this for you willingly." I lowered my head, my eyes red, and asked why. "Xia Yunshu, we're already divorced. For you to do this." Xia Yunshu sighed again and lifted my face. "Jihuai, if I had known sooner that I would fall in love with you, I never would have divorced you no matter what." My eyes suddenly widened, staring at Xia Yunshu in disbelief. Xia Yunshu gently wiped my tears, speaking word by word. "Jihuai, the thing I, Xia Yunshu, have done. That I regret most in this life is divorcing you, and the thing I regret least is falling in love with you. Xia Yunshu. My lips trembled. What did you say? I said the thing I regret most in this life is divorcing you. No, not that sentence. I bit my lip tightly, holding back the tears that were about to fall. Just now you said. Xia Yunshu understood and said, if I had known sooner that I would fall in love with you, I never would have divorced you, no matter what. After a pause, Xia Yunshu spoke again. Jihuai, I love you. This was the first time she had so solemnly, so directly said those 3 words to me. I stared at Xia Yunshu as if I had been struck by lightning, shocked, speechless. She said she loves me. Xia Yunshu loves me. How could that be? In her heart, doesn't she already have someone she likes? I gave a slight smirk. Yunshu, are you joking with me? Xia Yunshu placed both hands on my shoulders and said seriously, this isn't a joke. Jihuai, I'm confessing to you. Confessing. I bit my tongue. It hurt. This isn't a dream. I blinked my eyes. Xia Yunshu, do you really like me? When I saw that video, I'd already somewhat guessed Xia Yunshu's feelings for me. But I never dared to believe it. Even now, when Xia Yunshu personally says she loves me, I still don't dare to believe it easily. Isn't the person Xia Yunshu likes a key? The person she longs for day and night, whom she would never give up on, even if she had to search her whole life. Xia Yunshu looked into my eyes and nodded. Yes, I like you. It has to be you. I looked at Xia Yunshu with a complicated expression and suddenly reached out to touch her forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Xia Yunshu. Look clearly. I'm Jihuai. Not. Xia Yunshu was caught between laughter and tears by my action. Jihuai, I don't have a fever. I am very clear-headed. The person I like is no one else but you. Jihuai. I stared at Xia Yunshu, unable to describe the feeling in my heart. There was a bit of joy that Xia Yunshu finally loved me. But I also felt a bit of regretting that by the time she liked me, we were already divorced and I had already decided to give up on my feelings for her. Jihuai. Xia Yunshu reached out to caress my cheek, but I dodged her. Xia Yunshu, I remember telling you that I already have someone I like. Xia Yunshu's eyes darkened a little, and she lowered her hand. I know. I looked down just as I was about to speak. Xia Yunshu's voice cut me off. But so what? As long as you're not married to someone else, I still have the right to pursue you. I have faith in myself. Sooner or later, we will be together. I pushed Xia Yunshu's hand away. Miss Xia, being overconfident isn't a good thing. Be careful or you'll be proven wrong. Xia Yunshu chuckled softly. Jihuai, do you dare say you don't have even a little bit of feeling for me? If you really don't, why did you stay? Why were you crying so heartbrokenly just now? I'm not a cold-blooded animal. Of course I have feelings. You saved me and helped me find the ice jade flower. I should repay this kindness. As for why I was crying earlier, I was just moved by you. Don't overthink it. Xia Yunshu stared into my eyes. Jihuai, you're lying to yourself. The more I explained, the less Xia Yunshu believed my words. The eyes can't lie, and my eyes had already betrayed me. I felt as if she could see right through me, so I quickly averted my gaze, stood up, and took a few steps back. You should get some rest. I'm going to prepare the medicine. After saying that, I walked out. Just as I reached the door, Xia Yunshu's voice sounded from behind me. Jihuai, I won't give up. I said nothing and left. Xia Yunshu stared motionlessly at the closed door, her beautiful clear eyes as deep as a lake, radiating a hint of coldness. She picked up her phone and called Jishu. Come to my room. She hung up the phone. In less than 2 minutes, Jishu arrived. Miss, you were looking for me? Xia Yunshu looked at him, her gaze extremely cold. Who told Jihuai about the ice jade flower? Only a few of her trusted aides knew about this. Shen Qiuning was discussing matters with her at the time, so there's no way she was the one who told me. That only leaves the few bodyguards who were with her that day. After hearing this, Jishu quickly said, Miss, you instructed us not to tell anyone about this, so none of us dared to breathe a word, let alone tell Mr. Ji. Xia Yunshu frowned. If that's the case, then how did Jihuai find out? Just now, Shen Qiuning came over and said Isaac had fallen into Solomon's hands, so even if I investigate, I won't be able to find out anything from him. I came down from upstairs and went straight to the medical room in the backyard. I said I was going to prepare medicine, but actually, I just wanted to be alone to calm down. Xia Yunshu's sudden confession really took me by surprise and shocked me. I need to calm down first. A while ago in the bedroom, I really wanted to ask her if she likes me, then what about a key? What place does a key have in her heart now? Is she still looking for him? But I didn't have the courage to ask. After all, that person is the white moonlight she has loved for 5 years. That night, Jiang Xinru finally brought back the 117 reagent. I immediately checked the 3 test tubes of reagent and confirmed there were no errors. To save time in detoxifying Xia Yunshu, I stayed up all night preparing the antidote from the A117 reagent, consisting of 3 test tubes in total, with each tube containing 50 ml. I was preparing to start the mixing process when the phone next to me suddenly rang. I picked it up to look and my heart tightened. It was a call from Jiling Shuang. I glanced at the A117 reagent on the table. She must be calling at this time because of it. I hesitated for a long time, but finally answered the call. Hello? The next second, from the phone came a cold voice. My dearest husband, how have you been lately? As soon as I heard this form of address, I knew her second personality had awakened. Jiling Shuang, I am not your husband. Why not? We've already bowed to heaven and earth. I was a bit speechless. Please, can we talk properly? When did I ever bow to heaven and earth with her? On the other end, Jiling Shuang snorted coldly. Tisk, I knew you would deny it, you heartless thing. I couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her and change the subject. What did you call me for anyway? Kiao said you took the 117 reagent. Jiling Shuang's lazy voice came through the phone. Yes, I paused and then explained. Ling Shuang, I'm in urgent need of the 117 reagent right now, so, before I could finish my sentence, she cut me off. I don't care what urgent business you have. I'm giving you 1 week. Bring my stuff back to me. I clenched the phone. Jiling Shuang, I really need the 117 reagent. Please, just give it to me. Jiling Shuang was silent for a moment, her voice devoid of any emotion. What do you need it for? I paused for a bit. I've been poisoned with crippling sun. I need 117 to prepare the antidote. I absolutely cannot let her know the person who was poisoned is Xia Yunshu. Otherwise, with her personality, she definitely won't let it go. Crippling sun poison? Jiling Shuang's voice couldn't help but rise a few notches. How did you get hit with this kind of poison? It's a bit complicated to explain. After I'm done with things here, I will come back and explain to you in person. This time, I took the A117 reagent, so I have to make a trip back anyway. Heh! Jiling Shuang laughed out loud, her tone full of mockery. I'm curious, who on earth is so skilled that they could manage to poison you? I rubbed my forehead. Stop making fun of me! Jiling Shuang snorted lightly. Honey, we haven't seen each other in 2 years. Have you completely forgotten my personality? I froze, feeling a bit guilty for a moment. Immediately after, I heard the cold voice of Jiling Shuang. The thing I hate most is being deceived. The Gu King poison is the king of all poisons, the ancestor of poisons. Damn it, you've already been hit by the Gu King poison, so even if you were hit with a poison 10 times stronger than crippling sun, it wouldn't do any harm to you. My heart sank just as I was about to speak. From the phone came Jiling Shuang's furious roar. You need the 117 reagent to cure crippling sun poison? Who the hell are you trying to fool? How could I have forgotten? The level of pharmacological expertise of Jiling Shuang is in no way inferior to mine. Ji Huai, I'm giving you 1 week. If you don't bring the 117 back to me within a week, it'll make you pay. Jiling Shuang, didn't you? Listen to me. Hello? Hello? The call had been disconnected. I looked at the phone in frustration, feeling completely unsettled. With Jiling Shuang's personality, if I don't listen to her and bring back the 117 reagent, she will definitely be furious. The consequences of her anger, I shuddered. Those are not consequences I can bear, but I also can't give up on using the 117 reagent to detoxify Xia Yunshu. I looked at the 117 reagent on the table and was momentarily caught in a dilemma.